Hello friends, this is Otz, and if you watch this video until the end, you will learn about every single killer add-on in the game. There are 36 killers now, so that's a little over 700 add-ons that we're going to be talking about almost individually. On top of that, we will also be briefly covering what is generally considered to be the best add-on combo on each killer, a good alternative, a decent alternative if you're going for lower rarity, and maybe some fun combos here and there. I am happy to announce that this will be the final video of this type that I will ever make. As you can see on screen, from now on, this information will be hosted on otzdarva.com/add-ons. If you go to this website, which can be accessed on mobile as well, you will see all of the information in this video, and if anything changes, it will be updated as soon as that content comes to the game, so that any little change will be reflected there. You can also see the descriptions of each add-ons as per the wiki, with comments from me on each and every single one of these 700 plus add-ons to understand this better. But for the rest of the video, we will be covering it in a more traditional style, just going over every single killer. And of course, we gotta start with the Trapper. As a general rule, the best combo will typically include the Trapper bag, the Trapper sack, since it allows you to start with all your traps. That is a massive, massive advantage. Typically followed by another strong add-on such as the stone, just to make each trap reopen more frequently. If you want to go with something that's a bit less committal, the green combo of the Trapper bag and the fastening tools is really, really good. It makes the traps a little bit better in almost every way, and it allows you to carry 3. That's also really decent. And do not sleep on the brown add-ons on Trapper. The gloves that make you set them up a little bit faster is nice, and the makeshift wrap that makes you able to walk through your own traps has a lot of hidden value. You can use it to go through your own traps when you set up around shack. You can also put a trap in a loop on a part that really sticks out, and when a survivor has to go around it, you can go right through it. So really good stuff. Also, a combo that not a lot of people use but that is pretty fun on Trapper is the double coil. With the iridescent bloody coil and the oily coil, any survivor that disarms a trap gets injured, and if you reset that trap, you will see their aura so that you can track them down and get into the hunting mindset. Not bad at all. Now, a little overview about what are some of his best and worst add-ons. Hopefully everything is easy to understand. The Trapper sack is probably by far the best. It does come with a trade-off that you cannot reset and pick up traps to replace them, but the Trapper has very little time. This just helps a lot. In your first chase, you can set as many traps as you can. If you down someone by basement or other similar areas, you can begin to lock it down immediately without having to pick up. I think overall, the Trapper sack, if you specialize in playing Trapper, is probably his best add-on. Follow it somewhat closely by the Iris Stone, which will reset the traps. Really, really good effect. If you pair it with the sack, there are fewer traps on the map, and then they are each more likely to open. They don't open on an individual timer. Each trap doesn't have its own timer that reopens. Instead, there's like a timer in the background that opens one trap at random. The fewer traps you have, the better chance that one of them will open. Keep in mind that this is a bit of a in-your-face playstyle. If you want to hide traps and put them in really sneaky places, these add-ons aren't for you. Now, if you do hide traps and survivors step on them outside of chase, the Honing Stone is incredible. The Honing Stone basically immobilizes a survivor that steps on a trap, and the survivor has the choice to either down themselves or get help from a survivor. If neither of these options are good, that survivor is basically on a hook. So if someone steps on a trap, you don't have to worry about time. You can take all the time you want to get there if they don't get help. Really, really powerful effect. However, keep in mind that many traps you put down and you only expect survivors to step into them when you push them. So even though this is a really strong effect, there are games where it might do very little. Similarly, we have the Bloody Coil coming up next. This is a trap that an add-on that makes traps very, very unattractive to mess with for survivors, especially if they're healthy. If they do that, they will be injured, and this could start a snowball. The first time this add-on has its effect, it's probably a bit unexpected, and if survivors pay attention, they can then be aware of it. There's nothing that gives it away anymore. There used to be a little red bar when you disarmed it that would give it away. Now there's nothing, so survivors always have to take this risk. It's not bad, but then again, sometimes your best playstyle might rely on hiding traps very well and not making them too obvious. Now, if you want to make them obvious and put them in the middle of all the action and make them very annoying, Bloody Coil is pretty good and goes well with the other iridescent add-on. The Fascinating Tools is a deceptively good add-on. It makes you place down traps faster, which is always good. It makes it easier to fake. Since you come down to put a trap, you can stop immediately. And if a survivor thinks that you're faking, you can set it for real. It also reduces the... It increases the time survivors need to be rescued or escape by themselves, which can amount to quite a bit. Nothing but not bad at all. This is the type of really, really decent add-on that you can always put on. It will never be bad. The Trapper Bag might seem a bit unnecessary at first. It takes one trap capacity and adds it to your maximum. It typically does not spawn an extra trap. It just takes one that already exists on the map, unless you are using it with the purple sack, as I am reminded by reading my own comment. So it doesn't really give you extra traps. It just makes you start with one and allows you to carry 3. Carrying 3 is good. It means you can use 3 traps in chase, or you can set up immediately and lock down a shack, for example, if you hook someone in the basement. Very, very decent effect. You can almost never go wrong with this. The more experienced you are, the more you like it. Then again, it's also good for beginners that don't know exactly when they should be setting up traps. You can just keep them on yourselves and use them in the middle of chase to lock down certain loops if you don't know how much setup you want to do at the start. The Makeshift Wrap, as I said earlier, is a deceptively good add-on. It is great for beginners that might accidentally step on their own traps, but it's also really, really good for advanced players that sometimes need to go through a trap that they set on a pallet, or use it in chase in an interesting way. You can set traps in places that force survivors to go all the way around it and waste a lot of time. Meanwhile, you can go right through it to get a hit, and this catches even really good survivors off guard. Something worth learning. Now, the secondary coil has a very similar effect to the 4-coil spring kit. These two add-ons are almost the same, except the green one is a little bit stronger. And it's very simple. It just makes the action of removing a trap, of disarming a trap, take a significant longer amount. This can be brutal. This effect should not be slept on. Sure, if you're going to hide traps and just make sure they're never found and survivors don't ever interact with them, then you don't need this add-on at all. But say that you put someone in the basement and you trap every exit, and now you have multiple survivors coming out of basement and they're both trying to disarm multiple traps at once on multiple exits. Normally, in that situation, you will hit one of them and the other one will disarm a trap and one of them will get out. With this add-on, you can generally hit a survivor, go to the other survivor on the other side of shack, hit them, then return back to the other survivor, hit them again, then return back to the other survivor and down them. They have so little margin. They need so long to disarm traps that in situations like that, this makes it even more oppressive. Not a bad effect at all. The Coffee Grounds takes the speed boost that you get when setting a trap and makes it a little bit greater. Do not think that this is suddenly gonna make you an insane chase god. It's really not, but it does help a lot to make up for the little time you lose every time you set a trap. And more importantly, in chase, if you set a trap and the survivor is zoned and you can still catch up to them. Not too bad. Similar effect to the two add-ons that simply increase the speed at which you set traps. It's a very similar effect, but can help catch a survivor off guard. The Early Call is interesting. When a survivor disarms a trap, and you rearm it, you will see their aura. This is actually a really nice effect that can sometimes allow you to find survivors that would otherwise be very difficult to spot. You can remember in your head that a survivor disarmed a trap, and then minutes later, rearm that trap to find that specific survivor that is now vulnerable. Unfortunately, distortion is very common. Off the record is very common. There are several perks like this that can hide survivor auras. So it's hard to rely on this add-on very much, but it's not a bad effect if you are on top of things. As we mentioned, the Trapper Gloves is like a mini version of the Fascinating Tools. It doesn't have the extra effects, but it is very decent for its rarity. Now, the Tension Spring is one of the strangest add-ons for the Trapper. If a survivor escapes or is rescued from a trap, the trap will reopen after a very brief moment. Now, unfortunately, this does not happen if the survivor disarms the trap. It does not happen if you grab them out of the trap. It does not happen if you hit them out of the trap. This only happens if they escape. There are a few situations where this add-on, which seems a little bit useless, can actually be quite clutch. Say, for example, that you have a survivor opening an exit gate, and the trap at their feet reopens thanks to the iridescent stone. Well, they escape. They think they're fine, they keep opening the gate, and then they get caught again. This can also happen if a survivor gets helped, and then another survivor starts to heal them immediately and the trap reopens. It can have its moments of of chaos and usefulness, but the fact that it does not work when they get hit out of a trap just makes it a bit of an oddball. Try it and see how you like it. The Tar Bottle is honestly a really, really sad add-on. This add-on takes the trap, which is normally a little bit bright, and darkens it very significantly. This used to be one of the best Trapper add-ons if you watch some old tier lists, because maps in Dead by Daylight used to be quite dark, and the ground was both dark and also filled with rubble that was also typically black or coal or some other dark color. This, however, has changed very dramatically. About half the maps in the game do not have almost any grass or have very bright floors, and making your traps darker genuinely works against you. So this is literally a 50-50. If you do not know which map you're going to, which for most people is through the majority of the time, this add-on is literally a gamble. It might make your traps harder to see, it might make them easier to stick out against white or very bright floors, which there's many of. A shame. Otherwise, this add-on would be really good. The Wax Bricks is interesting. It takes the time that it takes to rescue a survivor or to escape and increases it. If you are lucky and a survivor needs, say, 3 or 4 attempts, at maximum it will be 6, but let's say they need 3 or 4 attempts, the extra time for each attempt that the Wax Brick adds is not bad at all. It could actually make a difference and help you catch a survivor that is a little bit too far away, right? However, there's not that many situations where a survivor steps in a trap and you're at the perfect distance for this add-on to make a difference. Sometimes you'll be too far and you'll give it up, or you'll be too close and you don't need this. You also have a small effect from the Wax Brick already included in the fastening tools, so you can just run the fastening tools. This add-on isn't bad, it's just hard to justify the add-on slot. We then have the family of jaws, okay? Each time a survivor steps on a trap, these jaws do something different. This one applies Mangled, which slows down their healing. Not super terrible, but keep in mind that many times you will hit them, you will set them on the hook, they will be there for half a minute, then they will be unhooked, then they will walk a little bit, and then start to heal, and the effect is almost already over. You know, it's quite short and it's very situational. Sometimes a survivor will see a trap and you'll go down because they avoid it, but they won't step on the trap itself. So having add-ons that trigger on trap effects is just not that good in general. The hemorrhage effect is even worse, arguably, because it's even more situational. So these two are really not that good. Now, the one in the middle is the deep wound. This is interesting. This does counter a certain certain playstyle, right? Survivors, if they have a healing progress that is like close to 99%, they can step on a trap, escape, and then finish the heal. They don't have their healing reset. So you have a medkit, you heal yourself to 95%, you step on a trap, you get helped by a friend, and that's actually faster than disarming it, believe it or not. And then you can finish the heal or get adrenaline or something like that. This add-on can prevent that. If a survivor steps on a trap and it triggers their deep wound, you could theoretically hit them right after, and it would not allow them to keep their health state, and it might be able to help you down someone that has been unhooked, go through their borrowed time or they're off the record or something like that. So it's not too terrible, but it's just incredibly situational. If you run any of these 3 add-ons, I invite you to write down how many times they actually make a difference. You'll be surprised how little they actually matter sometimes. Then we have the Bear Oil. The Bear Oil silences the mechanical creaky sound that happens when the trapper is setting down their traps. So if a survivor is on the other side of a wall, they're less likely to hear you. And unfortunately, for the default Trapper cosmetic, this doesn't silence you entirely. The default Trapper cosmetic still has a rubbery sound that occurs like when you're bending over to set the trap. So it doesn't make you 100% silent. And don't forget that survivors have several perks such as Kindred, Object of Obsession, and so on, to sometimes see your aura. So this add-on just does very little. If you play the Naughty Bear cosmetic, that outfit actually does make Trapper a lot more silent. So the Naughty Bear actually goes well with the Bear Oil, funnily enough. But this add-on is just way, way, way too situational. Even if you think, oh, I'm behind a wall, I'm gonna set a trap, they're not gonna see me. They might still hear you. They might just run away. They might be seeing your aura. There might be a teammate somewhere else calling out, oh, he's bending over and putting a trap. It is incredibly risky to put traps next to people and assume they're not hearing you. Every now and again, you can run this and get some value, but it's an incredibly inconsistent add-on that I do not recommend. The Trapper does have one add-on that is considered detrimental. Detrimental add-ons are add-ons that are literally worse than nothing. So it's like meme add-ons and so on. And it is the padded jaws. The padded jaws essentially make your traps not injure survivor when they step on it. If you have the honing stone and they free themselves, they will still go down. But normally, if they get rescued or escape by themselves without the honing stone, they will be fine. They will be healthy. This is a horrible effect. And the extra BP that it gives is absolutely not worth it. It's terrible. There's one use for this, which is to run Save the Best for last. And then if someone steps on a trap, you will be able to hit them twice. But even then, it's extremely risky, not really worth it. It's terrible. Do not use this at all. Next up is the Wraith. You cannot go wrong with extra speed and faster uncloaking. That is a universally useful combo, and using the purple versions of both is just great. You can also go with extra speed and auto seeing. There's actually, based on your build and your playstyle, and if you know the map you're going through, there are many solid combos, and the Wraith has several versions of each add-on sometimes in varying strength. You can even choose to sometimes run 2 of each to make it stronger. It's really not too bad. Even the yellow versions, although they are a bit weaker, are still very decent. Let's go over what are generally considered some of the best add-ons. The Windstorm family of add-ons, the Windstorm Purple, Windstorm Green, and Windstorm Yellow are generally the best, most universally useful add-ons for the average player, for almost everyone. In some situations, you might prefer something else, but they are universally very useful. Notice that the yellow version is slightly below the other two because it is a slight bit less powerful, but they're all really good. With these add-ons, you move faster when cloaked, and this has several implications. The simplest one, you move around the map faster, you collect information sooner, you find survivors quicker, and being faster also allows you to sometimes get ahead of them and body block a pallet or a window that they're beating you to. Even a single one of these add-ons makes a significant difference and makes it much easier for you to do this consistently. It also increases the effectiveness of the strategy of hitting a survivor, cloaking, and then catching up to then uncloak and hit them again. This is something that you can do already without any add-ons, but it does become a lot better with Windstorm. I could probably spend a lot of time saying why they are good, but this is just the basic gist of it. These add-ons are very useful. Then we have the Swift Hunt add-ons. There's also 3 of them, again in purple, green, and yellow. Notice that the yellow one is a little bit closer than the others. It is not as good as the other 2, but it's still really decent. When the Wraith is cloaked and you get in front of a survivor or you're about to ambush them, you have to uncloak, and during this uncloak you move very slowly. It lasts, if I remember correctly, 3 whole seconds. So these add-ons reduce a significant chunk of those 3 seconds, and believe it or not, that is very critical. Being able to uncloak sooner means that you are more likely to get a successful ambush. You're more likely to catch up a survivor before they beat you to another part of the loop, and it goes pretty damn well with almost every other add-on combination, especially with speed. So yeah, just extremely simple and very good stuff. In some maps where you go for ambushes from a distance, you might not need this. For example, if you're using the add-ons to muffle your approach, maybe you don't need a faster uncloak, but still, if you know what you're doing and you want to put this, it's almost always going to be good. And you can always go speed and uncloak speed for a all-purpose combination. We then have the all-seeing add-ons. There's 2 of them. The iridescent one allows you to see the auras of generators based on their progress. So when you cloak, generators will have a different intensity based on how much they have been completed. With this add-on, you can completely neglect any information in your build, and you will constantly still be able to find survivors and know which gens they're focusing on. It is particularly useful when you bring perks like Pop, Eruption, and other perks to keep the gens at bay. Some people do not need this. Some people already have a great intuition of where survivors are, and in some of the smaller maps, you can be so fast that you can just simply go and check and visually see it. Some people prefer to get their information from perks, but still this add-on is quite powerful if you want to save those perks and be a very gen-oriented player. Conversely, the All-Seeing Blood is actually focused on the survivors themselves. When you are close to them, you will see their aura. This allows you to sometimes find survivors hiding behind trees and obstacles that you would have missed. And it's also very useful in chase because you can uncloak from behind cover. Survivors will have to guess where you're coming from and which side of the pallet they should wait, but you will not have to guess because you will absolutely know where they are. Sure, some survivors sometimes run perks like Distortion, which can throw off this add-on, but it's overall a really, really comfortable one. It's definitely something that you need to try for yourself and see if you like it. We then have the two clapper, the Coxcomb clapper and the Bone clapper. Despite their different rarities and effect, they both do basically the same thing. They give uncertainty to survivors about where you are. The iridescent one makes you completely silent when you uncloak. If survivors are really close to you, they can still hear your little gargling sounds that you make. And when they are within 40 meters, I believe, they will still hear a little whoosh. So they know that you're uncloaking, but they don't know where. And the really nice thing about this add-on is that instead of getting really close to survivors, you can actually take a little bit of extra time and approach from angles that they are not looking at, right? If they are looking at the middle of the map, you can hug the edges and literally come from behind them from an angle that they're not even checking and grab them out of a generator potentially. Really, really, really good stuff. The Bone Clapper is different. It doesn't make you silent. Instead, it makes your uncloaking sound non-directional. This means that if a survivor has to guess whether you're on the left or the right to run the opposite direction, they don't have the audio cue to do that. It allows you to do a lot of ambushes, and it's also very useful in a similar way as the other one. You can sometimes begin to uncloak, and if survivors don't see you, they will not know where to run. So it's also quite useful and very underrated. These two add-ons you will find are not as useful against the extremely experienced survivors, because those survivors, they have great intuition, and they have great teamwork and communication typically. So even if they don't have a lot of cues of where you're coming, they're just going to be prepared. But especially against average and below average survivors, these two add-ons are some of the best. We then have the Shadow Dance family of add-ons. There's two rarities, but they do the same thing and they do it very similarly. You can also choose to stack them if you want. They basically allow you to do things faster while you're cloaked. Things such as vaulting, kicking pallets, kicking gens, kicking breakable walls, and the like. It also stacks with anything else. So if you have Brutal Strength, it stacks with Brutal Strength. If you have Bamboozle to vault windows faster, it also stacks with that. And as I said, they stack with each other as well. This is actually quite nice. It allows you to eviscerate pallets really, really quickly and keep on the hunt. It goes well with the Swift Hunt add-ons as well, so that you can destroy them and then uncloak very quickly and catch the survivor. And yeah, it's actually really, really nice. It allows you to lock down things really quickly and has synergies with the perks that I've explained. In some maps in particular, it is quite nice. Now, one thing you don't want to do with these add-ons that would be a mistake is to try to bait it. You know, you walk to a pallet, you expect the survivor to drop it, so you begin to cloak, and then the survivor just keeps running. Yeah, you need to be a little bit smart and not, you know, get your mind too focused on getting value out of this add-on. It is situational. You need to use it when it matters, but not think too hard around it and allow a survivor to mess with you. We then have the two add-ons called Blind Wire. There's a yellow and a green. They have an effect when you hit a survivor out of cloak. So when you come out of your stealth, you have a few seconds, and if you hit a survivor during that time, I think you can even do it multiple times, it will apply this effects. The Blind Warrior White, the green one, applies Mangled and Hemorrhage, so it's very, very similar to Sloppy Butcher. Whereas the Blind Warrior Mud, which is the yellow one, applies Blindness. Now, Blindness is okay. A lot of survivors run, for example, perks like Windows of Opportunity or Kindred, so this could mess with them a little bit, but it's not as good. Mangled is really, really decent, especially on a stealth killer that could ambush you during healing. It does serve his hit and run playstyle pretty well, but it is a little bit less consistent. And keep in mind that sometimes survivors are extremely aware. They use a sprint burst and now they're in chase, and once you're in extended chase, this add-on doesn't really help you too much. The Ghost Suit is my favorite brown add-on. It is an interesting add-on that keeps you stealthy when you come out of your cloak. This doesn't have a lot of immediate intuitive value for a new player. If you are uncloaking, you're typically already next to a survivor, so they already know where you are. What's the matter if they don't see your red stain or whatever? The thing is, you can pair this add-on with either the Clapper Iridescent or the Yellow Clapper, and they are so good. Basically, you can uncloak from a distance, away from survivors. They will hear, for example, from the Rogue Clapper, the ding, ding, dong, and then they won't hear anything for a while, so they will assume that you are busy chasing someone else. And then, during the few seconds where you are stealthy with the Ghost Suit, you can go and grab them out of a gen or give them the scare of their life. Actually, not too bad with those combinations. We then descend a little bit further down into add-ons that are a little bit more mediocre, and we talk about Blink, Yellow, and Green. These add-ons are intuitively not great. They make you cloak faster. So obviously, we've talked about how important it is to uncloak next to a survivor that is running away and how you're slowed down. But the act of going into the stealth, that doesn't really seem to need a buff. You typically go into stealth after you hook someone or after you already got a hit, right? And while you cloak, you move at normal speed. You're not slowed down. You don't slow yourself down at all while you are getting invisible. So why would you want to make it faster? These two add-ons make the process significantly faster, but why would you want to do that? Well, there is one small reason, and I'm going to explain it to you. When you are doing the strategy of hitting a survivor, and then cloaking immediately, and then catching up to them, and then hitting them again when you uncloak, these add-ons are actually not too bad, since they allow you to begin moving at higher speed sooner. It also means that you catch up to that survivor faster. So if you want to see some decent value from Blink, and I've done some of the math some time ago, pair one of these Blink add-ons, or I mean, you could run both too, with the Windstorm family of add-ons. And then you hit a survivor, then you cloak incredibly fast with this, and then you begin to catch up sooner, and in no time you are right up their butt. And that is really, really, really good. Then again, other add-ons are typically better. But yeah, we've already talked about Mud. It just applies blindness, not a wonderful effect, but not too bad. And then we have the Serpent, an interesting add-on that uncloaks you whenever you break a pallet or kick a wall or a generator. This seems interesting to run with Shadow Dance, either of them, because you can kick a pallet and immediately uncloak afterwards. It's not that useful. You would still be better off with Shadow Dance and Swift Hunt, but it does have a few situations where it's nice. There's also some situations where you'll kick a gen, you'll uncloak, and you'll be like, oh, well, I didn't want to uncloak, let me cloak again, right? So it is a bit awkward, and generally speaking, it doesn't have a place in any of the best builds for this killer. But there are some situations where it can be really, really fun. For example, if you run the perk Dissolution, that perk can break a pallet for you. So if you have a survivor vault a pallet, this perk will automatically uncloak you so that you can hit them right away. So there are some fun things you can do with it if you want to try it out. But yeah, ultimately not extremely useful. We then have the Hound Suit, an incredibly boring add-on that simply makes the blood on the ground brighter. It's very similar to the Wraith's own perk called Bloodhound. And I mean, for beginners, it might be okay. If you have nothing else, you can slap this on, but the effect itself is pretty simple. Making the blood a bit brighter is not that important. The Wraith does have one add-on that is detrimental, which means it's worse than nothing, and it is the Beast. It keeps your terror radius on while you are cloaked. So instead of being non-stealthy and stealthy, you are non-stealthy always. This can sometimes be okay in some unusual builds that require you to apply effects through your terror radius, such as Coulrophobia, Unnerving Presence, perks like that. So there are a few fun builds you can do with this, but as a general rule, it is worse than nothing and should be avoided unless you know what you're doing. Let's move on to the next one. All right, moving on to the Hillbilly. The best combo among high-level players is typically regarded as including always the low pro chains, which allow you to go through pallets, and also the engravings, just because they make him so much more unpredictable around loops. For players that are not quite at that level, don't be ashamed to run something simpler, such as reduce cooldown and increase turning. He also has decent brown and yellow add-ons, so using both turning add-ons, for example, can be really, really good if you want to keep it low rarity. And do not sleep on the fact that you can use add-ons to reduce his terror radius and make his chainsaw silent. If you run these two add-ons, for example, his chainsaw will become really quiet, and you compare this with like Tinkerer and other stuff like that to really scare some people, especially in some maps. So yeah, a very strong killer with some very, very decent add-on. The best one is probably the low pro chains. Being able to go through a pallet with your chainsaw and still get a hit has a lot of implications. It makes you overall faster at breaking pallets. It allows you to break a pallet and still go around the map. It allows you to break a pallet and down someone that is injured. It allows you to break a pallet and control your camera better. It's just really, really, really good, to the point that at higher level, even some players frown upon this add-on just because it is so powerful. Incredibly good and nothing quite unlike it. The iridescent engravings have a bit of a downside. They do make your chainsaw take longer to charge, but it also increases the speed of it very significantly, to the point where an experienced player will make this very inescapable in a lot of loops, and it makes it even more unpredictable. It makes you even deadlier, even without having the overdrive. So yeah, these two add-ons are quite dangerous, even though the second one I would not recommend if you are learning the killer, because it will mess with your muscle memory a bit. Now, add-ons that are a lot simpler that anyone can use, spiked boots and dad boots are both basically the same add-on, with the yellow one being slightly stronger. They make you have an easier time turning around to navigate the map better, and sometimes this does help you land hits in certain chainsaw sprints. So very good stuff. When you're in overdrive and you begin to go incredibly fast, not having one of these add-ons makes it really hard to navigate, but with these add-ons you can still somewhat do it. Very good for almost any level. The Thompson mix is also good. It has a small effect of reducing your cooldown, but that's just something that you'll benefit from almost every time. It does not work during overdrive, but overdrive is already pretty damn strong. Talking about overdrive, we have add-ons that allow you to have a shorter cooldown only during overdrive, so similar to the other one, allow you to get overdrive a little bit sooner, and allow you to keep overdrive a little bit longer. The effect of all of these add-ons are pretty small, but we're talking about a power that is already quite oppressive, so yeah, anything that you put on top obviously helps. The Tune Carburetor, similar to the other iridescent add-on, has an amazing effect, but also a hefty downside. The downside is that you become 110% killer, basically the slow type killers like Huntress or Hag. This can be brutal. If you're already in a difficult map against survivors that are already giving you a difficult time, say everybody is injured, and now you just need to M1 them, right? Hit them with your basic attack. With this add-on, you are shooting yourself in the foot. It is super difficult. However, some people can take the advantage of this add-on and turn that into a massive asset. Because it makes your charge speed much faster, you can pair it with other add-ons to constantly use your chainsaw and be very unpredictable, to the point where normal players that are expecting your chainsaw to work at a certain time do not see it coming when it happens so much sooner. So it is a risky thing that I think advanced players can mess with, but that I would not recommend if you're still learning him. We then have the Begrime Chains, Mangle and Hemorrhage, applies immediately upon hit. This is actually a little bit better than other killers. On other killers, it's very likely that you will apply Mangle, then you'll grab them out of a locker or grab them on a pallet, and then that Mangle will go away, right? But on this killer, you often insta-down survivors. So you insta-down them, you hook them, they get rescued, and the duration of this add-on is still, of this effect, is still ongoing. So you're very likely to benefit from this passively or directly. Some people might choose not to heal seeing this, and that's something that you have to be ready for, but it's not too bad. It makes your chainsaw apply this debuff, but keep in mind, it doesn't actually make your chainsaw any better. It doesn't actually make it hit faster or anything like that. So if you're struggling with that, this is not your add-on. We then have two gimmicky add-ons that have to do with your terror radius and chainsaw noise. The Apex Muffler makes your chainsaw absolutely silent outside of your terror radius. Your terror radius is normally 32 meters. Your chainsaw can normally be heard, if I remember correctly, from 60 meters. So already this add-on makes your chainsaw half the range. Survivors will not have as much time to hear it. Now, if you have anything that makes your terror radius smaller, then the chainsaw becomes even smaller to hear as well. If you have something that makes your terror radius 0, such as Tinkerer, Plaything, anything at all that removes your terror radius will make your chainsaw completely silent, which is a huge deal. They might still hear the map wide sound that plays when you go into overdrive, but still, really, really good. And if you want to be silent, one of the ways you can do it is the Filthy Slippers. With the Filthy Slippers, as soon as you begin to use your chainsaw around and you keep it up for a couple seconds, your turret radius begins to shrink into nothing. In small maps like Larry's, this is impossible. In big maps, such as Rotten Fields, you can go in circles a couple times, and in a couple seconds, you become undetectable, you don't have turret radius, and then with the Apex Muffler, you are completely silent. So these two add-ons can be used together as well. The low kickback chains and the steel toe boots are basically the same add-on. It's just that this one is a little bit stronger. It makes it so that when you bump into an object, you recover a bit faster. The recovery is already pretty fast right now, but this makes it a bit nicer. It's great for beginners. It's great for daring players that want to be more relentless in chase, and it can catch survivors off guard a little bit when they think that they have time to run to the next loop, and then you still catch them. Not a bad effect at all. It's just that maybe a little bit, unnecessary if you don't find yourself bumping into things a lot, and obviously doesn't help you too much if you are very, very accurate. Now we have 4 add-ons that all do almost the same, and they're all equally useless. They're not bad, but they are useless. The idle screw, the air filter, the engine, and the casing. So these add-ons basically make it so that when you are not doing anything, your overdrive, the blue meter that you failed to make your chainsaw stronger, begins to either loses itself slower, or it starts to lose itself after a longer time. So essentially, with these two add-ons, if you're not paying attention at all, your blue meter will not dissipate as quickly. However, there's one terrible flaw in all 4 of these add-ons, and it's the fact that you can always pause it. Let's say that you use your chainsaw, right? And I use it to go across the map, and I build my chainsaw to like 50% overdrive. And then I explore the map a little bit. I go around, I'm looking for someone, I kick a gen, blah, blah, blah. And right about now, my overheat is, after 15 seconds, I believe, is about to start decreasing. What you can do is simply hold your M2, use your chainsaw for like 1%, like charge it up like 1%, and then it resets the timer again. So and it barely slows you down at all. You get slowed down by like 1% for like 1 second, almost nothing at all. So basically, if you make sure that you're constantly using your chainsaw, or every now and then just using your chainsaw to like 1%, you will never, ever, ever lose the buildup of your chainsaw. Let's say that you down a survivor and you pick them up and you hook them. Normally, a survivor wiggles off in about 16 seconds. So there's no way that you're going to lose your power. Like, you will always have time to hook them and use your chainsaw again. These add-ons basically do nothing for the average player. But even then, they are still better than the 2 add-ons that we have classified as detrimental, which means that they are worse than nothing. These are the counterweight and the primer buff. That's correct. The counterweight is a really strange add-on. It takes your ability to curve, which is the Hillbilly's ability to do a sharp turn at the start of his power, not later, but like at the start, and it removes it. I believe that they made this add-on for beginners that do not want to curve sideways accidentally, but let me just tell you, even beginners should not use this. This add-on is beyond useless. Curving is what makes the Hillbilly really strong in loops. It allows you to use your chainsaw and then whoop, like do a sharp 90-degree turn around a corner and hit someone, say around the car. And this just removes it. So it's obviously really, really bad. This makes it so that you can only use your chainsaw directly behind a survivor or for mobility. Terrible, terrible. Even as a beginner, do not use it. The crack primer bulb is even worse, but at least it's a bit of a meme add-on. It makes your chainsaw not do 2 damage states. It doesn't insta-down. Instead, it just hits for 1 damage, like a normal attack. And that is obviously horrible. It's basically the all speed limiter. It does also make you get your overdrive a bit faster, but let me tell you, that's absolutely not worth it. This is an add-on just for memes. If you want to mess with your friends or make someone laugh or challenge yourself, use it, but otherwise it is really, really, really bad. Moving on. It's time for the Nurse, an incredibly powerful killer, possibly the strongest one always in the game. But her add-ons, as you can see, are a bit of a mixed bag. If you don't want to go wrong, the average nurse almost always runs the same 2 add-ons, which are easily her best. The green add-on that allows you to inflict mangled when you hit a survivor, which is really, really decent and really useful on her. And the add-on that increases the lunge, the range of your attack on your second blink. These 2 green add-ons are near the top, and they are just incredibly easy to use, incredibly useful, and you just cannot really beat it. Another really solid combo that could arguably be even better is one of the green add-ons with the Torn Birthmark. This add-on does have a downside to reduce your charge a bit, but it gives you 3 blinks. 3 blinks. If you get good at managing the 3 blinks, this is possibly even stronger. I don't recommend it for new nurses, but it's possibly even stronger. It is absolutely broken and ridiculous. Do not be discouraged if you use lower rarity add-ons though, because you still have some decent ones. The Pine Cone reduces some of the fatigue that comes from extra blinks, not bad. And the Batman Keepsake, which is the little yellow tooth, allows you to see the aura of survivors when they heal sometimes, which is not bad. You can also use some of her more questionable add-ons for fun. This is the combination that will make the nurse walk and do funny stuff. Yeah, it's not bad. There's some fun stuff. That being said, yeah. Let's talk about all of them, I guess. So, as I explained, the Torn Bookmark gives her a 3rd blink at the cost of slower regeneration. This is disgusting. You can do 1 blink, hit them, and then immediately have 3 blinks so that they can never escape. You can also use 2 blinks, hit them, and immediately have 2 blinks again almost as soon as you can recover. So, yeah, it's just extremely broken if you know how to use it, and it's just downright unfair. The Heavy Panting is not that much weaker. It essentially makes it so that when you really need to hit a survivor and you use 2 blinks, you will have a slightly bigger reach. I have no idea why this add-on exists. It just makes her even harder to avoid, and it makes the already difficult counterplay even harder. Just a really, really strong add-on. Absolutely no downside really to it. Applying Mangled is also really, really strong. It is now limited to only 70 seconds, but let me tell you, the nurse is a very fast-paced killer. Those 70 seconds are an eternity. No, you almost always want to heal whenever you have a chance, because even when you're healthy, your chases are very short. When you're injured, your chases can be as short as 5 or 10 seconds. So being able to heal against nurse is super important, and this makes that harder, and it just happens very naturally as you do your own thing. Extremely, extremely brutal. These are just the add-ons that are just considered the best, but then we go down to a slightly lower category that are still really useful. The Last Breath. This is particularly nasty in indoor maps and against teams that are not coordinated. It just gives you the undetectable status effect every now and then. And especially if you have information perks, you can use this to devastating effects. You can grab people out of gens, hit them while they're healing, walk into them accidentally. You don't really need to do a lot. And it also passively protects you from auto-reading. Say that you hook a survivor, and this survivor has Kindred. And your teammates, the teammates of the survivor would normally be able to see you and react to where you're going to run away preemptively. Because you're undetectable, now you cannot be revealed by any auto perk from the survivor side. So this perk also helps you passively in that. Pretty damn amazing. Sorry, did I say perk? This add-on also helps you in that. Pretty damn amazing, even more devastating when you know how to use it right. Generous Last Breath is a little bit more interesting, okay? It allows you to have the Overwatch Tracer blink, which is like an ability to go back in time. And after they buffed it, this add-on is actually quite nasty. Whenever you teleport back, you will always have an extra blink to do something. This doesn't seem super useful. Most of the times that you go through a survivor and the survivor runs back into you, you could just teleport back normally. But it does have a few things worth pointing out. One extremely powerful strategy with this add-on is to remain close to the hook. And then what you can do is teleport out, see a bunch of the map, and then immediately teleport back. So you can basically be in 2 places at once and scout the map, look for injured survivors, look for who might be coming for the rescue, but still be prepared to stop an unhook and trade and make sure you get another painters, for example. So yeah, it gives you an extra tool in chase, and it allows you to do a lot of dirty things and allows you to scout the map And yeah, it has a lot of utility, but it does obviously complicate her gameplay a little bit. So you need to, it requires a bit of extra brain power. Similarly, Campbell's Last Breath also requires a bit of brain power. If you fully charge a blink, you will consume your next token to do an immediate follow-up blink that is not as long as normal, but much faster than normal. So basically, what you want to do with this add-on is, if you know a survivor is slightly outside of the reach of a normal blink, you can calculate the distance very precisely, fully charge your blink, and then you will do your first blink, and the second one will be so fast that a survivor will probably not be able to react to it, and you might catch them off guard. This is really powerful. It can also be avoided. If you don't want this effect, you can also avoid it by 99ing your blink. So say you don't want this, you don't fully charge it, you just 99% the charge so that you don't get this effect. It requires a little bit of finesse, it requires a little bit of practice, but it can be useful for mobility and general exploration and surprise attacks. Not a bad effect, but why wouldn't you just run one of the more simple ones, right? But yeah, it's there. Now the Pine Cone, which is called the Catatonix Boy Treasure, is an interesting add-on. It doesn't do anything super huge, but basically, anytime you're teleporting or blinking multiple times, the extra blinks have a fatigue bonus, which means that the more you use your power, the more you feel the fatigue. And if you obviously use 3 blinks, you will feel that even more, right? So with this add-on, you reduce some of that extra fatigue so that you get your hand, your view, your head and your view up faster. And yeah, it's good. It's not bad. It's not bad. You just put it on and you almost forget about it. It just has a small but noticeable effect. Similarly, we have the Ataxic Respiration. This takes all of the fatigues, not just the ones from the second blink, all of them, including the ones from just one blink, and makes them a tiny, and I mean tiny bit shorter. It's not bad. Already, one of the strongest things that Nurse can do is do one blink, hit a survivor, and by the time she recovers, she already has 2 blinks, so she can go 1, 2, bam. Well, with this add-on, you recover even faster, so you will be able to track and follow the survivors even quicker. Not bad at all. The Wooden Horse is definitely a beginner-oriented add-on, but that it's still really useful for any player that needs to take some risk. If you swing and miss a blink attack, you will incur an extra, is it 1 second of fatigue? Yes, I believe so. So you would be slowed down an extra 1 second. 1 whole second is a lot. This horse cuts that in half so that you can be like, I'm not too sure if I'm going to hit him. I'm going to try. Ooh, I missed. No worries. This add-on takes care of that. It's a really accessible brown add-on. I highly recommend it for any person that is learning, because when you're learning, you want to fail a lot to really find out the limits of your power. So yeah, it's really, really useful for almost anyone. We then have the Keepsake, which is the tooth that we talked about earlier, and the Metal Spoon. These 2 add-ons are very, very similar. Basically, when you hit a survivor with your power, this one applies like a debuff or an effect that is very similar to Nurse's Calling, where if they heal within your close distance, you will see their aura. You would be surprised how many times a survivor takes a hit for someone else, you down that someone else, and then you turn around and they're healing behind a tree 5 feet away from you, thinking that you're distracted or that you don't hear them or you don't see them. With this add-on, you can sometimes see these things happen, and when you see their aura, since you're the nurse, you can teleport through whatever and hit them, and it can help you sometimes immediately ramp up the violence and create snowballing situations where everything gets worse and worse and worse for survivors. Not bad at all. The Metal Spoon is a simpler add-on. It simply makes the sound of survivors a little bit louder after a hit, so they're easier to track. It lasts decent enough for an add-on of this rarity. It's very decent, and it's just nice. If you don't know what to bring low rarity, this is one of those add-ons you can just slap. Unfortunately, some perks from survivors make them completely silent, such as Off the Record. So as far as I understand, this add-on will do absolutely nothing for that. They will still be at 0. We then have Cavernous Last Breath. This add-on is the 4th purple and it's possibly the least useful. Whenever you go into fatigue next to a survivor, which happens relatively often, it gives them a 40-second blindness. This can occasionally be alright, but it's really not that big of a deal. It's an add-on that you can put on and forget about, but it's really hard for you to consciously apply it and for you to know when it's being useful. The Dark Cincture has a simple effect. It's a little bit hard to understand its value initially, but with experience, hopefully you will. When the nurse blinks, right? There's a period of time where she can decide to not do anything and go into fatigue or do a second blink. During this period of time, the nurse moves very, very slowly. You cannot like move at normal speed, right? With this add-on, you move a little bit faster. So what you can do sometimes is you can teleport or blink, and then say that you are behind a tree. With this add-on, you can now walk a little bit faster to see better and decide whether or not you're going to go into fatigue or try to go for a second blink. So it can be useful in some of these situations. And sometimes a survivor will be slightly out of reach, and with this add-on, you can get a bit closer and hit them. Not too bad, but it also doesn't have the strongest effect. Depending on your playstyle, you might never really benefit from this if you don't wait too much between your blinks. We then have an interesting add-on that makes survivors scream whenever you teleport through them. In almost every match, there's going to be a situation or two where you teleport through a survivor that you didn't even know was there. And this can sometimes flush them out of hiding. It can also make it more obvious when a survivor's running back into you in case you miss them. It's not incredible. I struggle to tell you that this is, I cannot tell you that this is the best add-on ever, but it's not too bad. It's better than nothing. An add-on that is arguably not too much better than nothing is the plaid flannel. Now, this add-on is great for beginners that need to understand how the nurse's power works. If you're a beginner nurse, I highly suggest that you equip this add-on, you go into a private game, and you practice with bots. You can then use your power around buildings and around structures to really see how your teleport moves, right? Because this add-on highlights the place where you'll be teleported to. So as a beginner, try it a few times, see if it helps you. Eventually, this add-on is a distraction. You have a good muscle memory idea of where you're going to be based on how long you hold your power, and it is completely useless. So eventually you want to stop using this add-on. Unfortunately, the nurse has the dubious honor of having the most add-ons that are detrimental, aka worse than nothing. Let's go over them. The first one is the matchbox. This add-on makes you have only one blink, or two if you pair it with the bookmark, but it makes you move at 110. Normally, the nurse is the only killer that during her normal movement speed, she is slower than survivors. With this add-on, you're not slower than survivors, you actually are faster, so you can either use your one blink to hit them or just slowly catch up to them like a hag or a huntress would. This is generally not very good. Some people swear by this, some people can specialize in this and maybe make it work, but I think that for the average player, this is too big of a downside. Not having two blinks sucks, even if you're a bit faster. And having to make your first blink extremely precise is much harder than it sounds. It's always better to use one blink to catch up, one blink to adjust, hit. And if you have three, well, even better. But yeah, this isn't just not very good. But try it out if you like it. We then have the pocket watch. Remember how I told you that when you blink, you have a period of time where you can decide to wait or sometimes use a second blink. This add-on increases that time. If you need to have a longer blink or if you need more time to decide where exactly you're going to blink, this add-on can be helpful. Sadly, there are many situations where you don't want to use your second blink, right? You teleport on top of a hill, you look around, and you're like, okay, now I want to stop and recover my power and have my two blinks again. Now, if you have this add-on, every single time you do that, you will have to wait longer. So this add-on essentially adds a longer pause to your cycle. You don't need that extra time, and it will get in your way more often than not. The spasmodic breath is a stupid add-on that is worse than nothing, but it's also really fun. Whenever you hit a survivor with your power, for a minute or so, you become... it has like a minute cooldown, and for a brief moment, you become a normal killer. So for that time, you will move like a trapper and have the same lunge as a trapper, and you'll basically be like a regular killer walking around hitting people normally. This can catch survivors off guard the first few times, and it is really, really funny. But yeah, the nurse has easily the best power in the game. Why would you want to trade it? If you have some fun build, go for it. Otherwise, it's terrible. We then have the white knit comm and the doll bracelet. These two add-ons are literal meme add-ons. They make the nurse's power just straight up worse at the cost of giving you more blood points. It's not worth it. It doesn't actually change your maximum blood point cap, so it's not really going to help. But yeah, the white knit comm makes your lunge after a blink much shorter. This means that you cannot BS your way into a long range hit. Your blinks need to be very precise. You need to be very on top of the survivor, or else you're not going to be able to launch and hit them. And the Doe Bracelet is even worse. It makes your blink distance much shorter, which means that a survivor that is running away in a straight line is almost impossible to catch sometimes. So yeah, this one feels particularly bad. There's no reason to ever run this add-on unless you really want to challenge yourself. Now, believe it or not, I do think there is a reason to run the White Knit Com. If you want to practice as a nurse and you use this add-on and you really get good with using this add-on, it will be like wearing body weights and then taking them off. You're going to be incredibly good afterwards because this add-on forces you to make your blinks very, very accurate. When you take it off, then you will be extremely deadly if you get used to that level of accuracy. So that could be a training wheel of sorts. But yeah, that's the nurse's add-ons. Let's move on to the next one. We arrive now at Myers, aka the Shape, and I'm not gonna lie, this killer's add-ons are extremely outdated and a mess. I'm gonna do my absolute best to cover them. Bear with me. The best combo is the Purple Tombstone, which is very ridiculous. We'll get into that, and the faster stalking rate gain. The faster stalking is almost always good. It also pairs really well with almost anything else that benefits with it, such as the Green Ribbon. We'll explain why that one's good in a minute. And if you want to stay in slightly lower rarity, you have the brown stalking gain, the Memorial Flower, which is still pretty good for a brown add-on. And the yellow Dead Rabbit should never be slept on. This add-on is quite good. Makes you even harder to hear coming in tier 2, gives you a bigger terrorist in tier 3 if you have something like that. Fun combo. I actually like staying in tier 2 with the Vanity Mirror and this rabbit, and you are both stealthy, but you can see survivors. It's like a more flexible Mirror Myers, but a lot of people like the Mirror Myers in certain maps. If you want to run that, be my guest. So the best add-on on Myers, it's the Tombstone piece. The Tombstone and the Tombstone piece are both very similar. When you reach tier 3, you unlock the ability to straight up Mori a survivor. Doesn't matter if they've been hooked, doesn't matter if they're injured, healthy. If you catch them and they don't hop into a locker or do something else, you will murder them. And this is a huge deal. Now, intuitively, you would think that the Iridescent add-on would be better. Why is the purple add-on actually the stronger one? Let's explain. With the Iridescent add-on, you have a penalty to your movement speed in tier 3, which is bad. And when you murder a survivor with your knife like this, you don't lose your tier 3. So if you want to do the achievement of murdering 4 people, you need this add-on with the infinite tier 3, and then you can do it multiple times. That's good, right? However, in actual games where you don't care about the achievement, after you murder one survivor, the game is pretty much already decided. If at that point the other survivors are not already escaping, they're probably dead. So you don't really need to tombstone one survivor and then tombstone another survivor. That is incredibly unnecessary. This add-on doesn't have any penalty when you're in tier 3. You're not slower. It requires less extra stock than the other one, so it has a smaller penalty. And when you stab a survivor and you kill them, you lose tier 3. But it doesn't really matter. There's also, I believe, still a bug where if you mori them while your tier 3 is ending, you lose less progress. But that is obviously unintended, so let's not delve into that. So basically, with this add-on, you get to tier 3, which will take a bit longer. And then if a survivor is not careful, you just stab them and kill them. This even works when they are unhooked. So a survivor can be unhooked and you can mori them before they can literally do anything. It's extremely unfair, super outdated design, horribly powerful add-on. Now let's go for more normal add-ons that are still pretty good. The Memorial and the Memorial Flower. These add-ons allow you to stock, what is this? I want to say, is it 20%? 20% and 11%. Forgive me if I don't remember the exact numbers. But yeah, these add-ons make you stock faster. That means that you get to tier 2 sooner and you get to tier 3 more frequently. And this is just super, super good. Especially the green one is unbelievably nice. This is almost always helpful. So yeah, just very straightforward add-ons. There is a third stalking add-on called the Judith's Journal that is even stronger. It's a 40% increase, but it only works on the obsession. Generally speaking, it's not super good, but if you have a build that can change the obsession with perks such as Nemesis, it is actually not bad at all. With this add-on, you can find the obsession or create the obsession and then bam, get to tier 3 incredibly fast. So yeah, these 3 add-ons are all very, very nice. We then have a family of add-ons. There are 4 of them, I believe, that all do the same thing. One of them is very good. The rest are either mediocre or straight up bad. we're going to call this the tier 3 extra duration add-ons. They are the lock of hair, which gives an extra 40 seconds, the hairbrush, which gives an extra 20 seconds, the, the blonde hair, which gives an extra 10 seconds, and the hair bow, which gives an extra 30 seconds. So 10 seconds, 20 seconds, 30 seconds, 40 seconds. Now, that makes very little sense. Why is the first 30? Why is the second 20? Why is the third worst 40? Shouldn't the 40 one be the best because it gives extra? The answer is yes, but they each have a penalty, right? So the lock of hair gives you 40 seconds, but requires you to stock twice as much for your first tier 3. Not the second or the third, but your first tier 3. Twice as much. 40 seconds, twice as much. Compare that to the green hair bow, which gives you 30 seconds, which is almost as much, but only requires 50% instead of 100%. So this add-on, the hair bow, is very, very, very good. Your first tier 3 takes longer, but every single tier 3, the first one and all of the ones that come afterward, lasts 90 seconds. This is huge. It can make people think that you have infinite tier 3. If a survivor is waiting for your tier 3 to run out to go for the rescue, they will not have time to go for the rescue because you will have it for an entire hook stage and then some. So the longer tier 3 is really, really useful. It allows you to almost guarantee that you will down multiple people during those 90 seconds. Unfortunately, the other add-ons are not that good. They have too much requirement for how little time they give. This one gives you a lot of time, but it has too big of a requirement, so I don't recommend them. The brown one in particular is awful. It requires you to stock a lot more, which will mean that you'll run out of stock eventually, and only gives you 10 extra seconds. Awful. Terrible. Never run this. Actually worse than nothing. But the green one is really, really good. And really easy to use as well. Now, the tuft of hair is the extreme version of this add-on. It requires you to stock a lot more than normal, but once you pop tier 3, it is now infinite. It lasts forever. This, against survivors that are unprepared or a little bit on the newer, less experienced side, this is brutal. If you pop tier 3 and they still have a few gens left, you have already won the game. They're going to fall down eventually. Keep in mind that against the stronger survivors, this is not an automatic win. They can just let someone be on the hook for a long time, use certain perks to play around you, and you no longer have any stealth or anything like that. So yeah, this isn't an automatic win by any means. It's not as strong at higher levels as you might think. But if you pop it early, it is incredibly punishing and really, really brutal. It removes any chance for survivors to take hits for each other without going down, stuff like that. So yeah, it can be quite brutal. We then have the rabbit, which we've already explained before. It makes your terror radius in tier 2 smaller and makes your terror radius in tier 3 bigger. If you run perks like Infectious Fright to have people scream in your terror radius, it can help you in tier 3. And if you have people perks like Monitor, it can stack with those. Now keep in mind, this add-on reduces your terror radius by a lot, but if you stack it with Monitor and Abuse, the effects are less because it comes after the perks. So you will not have like a 1 meter terror radius or anything like that. But still, on its own, and even with Monitor, this add-on is really good. It almost makes it so that survivors need 1 extra second before they start hearing you, approximately, roughly. And that's really, really good because it makes the small terror radius, which is already very, very small, even harder to react to. Not a bad add-on at all. Keep in mind that in some maps that are open, survivors are really good. They're just going to call you out. This add-on's not going to do so much, but yeah. Then we have the mirrors, the Vanity Mirror and the Scratch Mirror. The Vanity Mirror prevents you from going into tier 3. It locks you into tier 2 when you reach it. This is really bad because the insta-down is obviously amazing, but it also gives you wall hacks in tier 2, and that is really, really good if you have a build around it. In some maps, it can actually be quite brutal and really fun, if you ask me. So I like this add-on. If you build around it, if you take advantage of the wall hacks, it's actually not bad at all. Just obviously you lose every tier 3 option. So you don't want to have the Vanity Mirror and the infinite tier 3. So yeah, be careful when you select your add-ons. The Scratch Mirror is the opposite. It locks you into tier 1. You can never leave tier 1. Now in tier 1, Myers is extremely slow. I believe he moves at 105%. So he's barely faster than survivors. And honestly, if survivors run you around something, since they have a smaller hitbox, you will never catch them. And you have a very small lunge. So yeah, this add-on is objectively terrible. And in most maps will make your game almost impossible to win. However, what people do with this add-on is they typically will send themselves to a small map that's indoors, such as Larry's or something like that, and then they can do jump scare Myers, where survivors are in a room, they don't see around them, and because you see the aura of survivors, then obviously you're basically like a boogeyman. It can be fun. I personally don't find this fun anymore after so many hours, but yeah, that's all right. Other than that, terrible add-on, incredibly risky. We already explained that the Tombstone is basically like the bigger cousin of the Tombstone piece. It's not super good, but hey, you can use it still. And then we have the 3 reflective add-ons, the Mirror Shard, the Reflective Fragment, and the Glass Fragment. So these 2 add-ons are extremely similar, but they just have a slightly bigger duration on the green one. When you stalk a survivor for a little bit, you see their aura afterwards for a few seconds. This is actually fairly decent. It's actually not bad at all. You typically want to stalk survivors when they get out of cover, right? As much as you can. And then if they try to do some kind of mind game or crouch behind some barrel or try to, use Cook and Quiet to go into a locker, there's a lot of things that survivors do when they think you don't see them. And this add-on will show you that and allow you to surprise them in really nasty ways. And it helps quite a bit while you're not at tier 3 still. It's not bad. It does not stack with Lethal Pursuer for some reason. And I do believe they stack with each other from my memory, but you might want to test out yourself. They're not bad. They're not bad. If you try them, you will be pleasantly surprised. Now, unfortunately, the 3rd add-on is garbage. The Glass Fragment does the exact same thing, but only in tier 1. This is terrible. Tier 1 is something that you want to get out of almost immediately. As soon as you can, you get out of tier 1 and you never come back. Right? And obviously you don't need it with Scratch Mirror, because with Scratch Mirror, you already see their aura constantly. So if you chase a survivor that is giving you a hard time and you need the auto read to get out of tier 1 into tier 2, you should leave that survivor. You should not mess with that survivor. You should go for someone else that's distracted or unaware and get to tier 2. This add-on, you should almost never, ever, ever have a moment where it's useful. And even if it was useful, it would be for 10 seconds at the start of the game, and then you lose it immediately. Horrible, horrible, horrible idea. We then have the 3 add-ons that increase your walking speed while stalking. They are the Tacky Earrings, which I believe is 10%, the Jewelry, which I believe is 20%, and the Jewelry Box, which I believe is 30%. So basically, Myers has 2 stalking speeds. The stalking speed that you have while you're stalking in the open and not finding anyone, and the stalking speed when there is someone actually in your screen that you're looking at. When you're moving in the open, you are relatively fast, and when you're stalking someone, you are almost 0 speed. You like barely move. With these add-ons, this increases a little bit. Anytime you're stalking someone and moving behind them, you lose a bit less distance. It also makes you, especially the green one, it makes you very, very fast when you're stalking nothing. So the Jewelry Box actually has a bit of usage. For example, if you use the Scratch Mirror, you will spend a lot of time stalking in the middle of nowhere to see auras. So you can actually stalk almost constantly and move at almost full speed with the Jewelry Box. And you will basically move like a radar really, really quickly until you see someone, and then you can obviously begin to ambush them, right? So the Jewelry Box, since it's the best one of the 3, is actually a bit useful for builds like this. Other than that, even this add-on is really bad. Even when you're stalking someone actively, even with these add-ons, you're still very slow. The 2 weaker ones, garbage. Don't ever use this. The green one, try it out. Maybe you will like it. We've already explained that the hairbrush and the lock of hair are not that good. The hairbrush isn't terrible, but it's just... Why would you use the hairbrush when you could just use the hair bow, which is the same penalty, but 30 seconds instead of 20? And the lock of hair is just, don't bother. Just use the hair bow. If you're thinking of using these 2, just use the hair bow. That's it. Then we have the Boyfriend's Memo. This is an add-on that only benefits you in tier 1. You have a slightly longer launch that is a bit more usable. People use this add-on with the Scratch Mirror. If you're going to use the Scratch Mirror, realistically, you have 2 add-ons that you want to use. Either the Jewelry Box, as we explained, or the Boyfriend's Memo to have a better launch. There's nothing else, basically. You want to use one of these 2 add-ons, and that's it. You don't need to use Infinite Tier 3 because you're in Lock 1. You don't need to use that Rabbit because you'll never get to Tier 2. Just use one of these 2, right? It's not horrible if you use the Scratch Mirror, but outside of that, don't ever use this add-on. When you're in Tier 1, you either go for a grab if you see the opportunity, or you Tier 2 and then hit someone. You do not ever want to slash people and chase them normally while you're in Tier 1. You need to get to Tier 2 ASAP. We've already explained why this and this is really bad, and that concludes the Myers add-ons. They are a bit of a hot mess, and yeah, I hope they get changed soon. When they do, keep in mind, this website will be updated if you want to come and check it out. Moving on, we have the Hag. The Hag has a variety of great add-ons. Look how many greens we have. So that's awesome. Depends on your playstyle, but you can choose a lot of great ones. And the best part, she works pretty well without add-ons as well. So she's not a super add-on dependent killer. The best combo probably includes the Shackles, which we'll talk about in a second. It makes her traps very unpredictable. And I am a really big fan of the add-on to see the Survivor's Auras, the Willow Wraith. A pretty solid combo is this add-on with the extra speed, but there's so many solid combos that you honestly have a lot to choose from. If you want to stay on yellow, that's fine. Her yellow add-ons are still amazing. Faster setup and longer distance to teleport is good. She also has a yellow add-on to see auras as well. Yeah, she also has a more memey set of add-ons that make her less of a setup killer and more of a chase killer. So you can play Chase Hag with this and Body Block with your traps. That's kind of fun if you're into it. But let's start to break down. Her best add-on, probably the Rusty Shackles. Rusty Shackles removes the trap's phantasm that pops up when a survivor steps into it. This does have a downside because you don't mess with the survivor's camera, but it also confuses survivors a lot. It can lead to a lot of horrible situations for survivors where they trigger a trap, they get on a gen, and then you teleport and grab them immediately, or out of a totem or something like that. And it generally messes with survivors so much. It also, since there's no animation for the trap phantasm to appear, that means that you can technically teleport to the trap a little bit faster than normal and hit them even quicker before they can react. So yeah, just an amazing add-on that contributes to a lot of chaos and is very easy to use. Now, on the contrary, the Mindrak is the opposite. The Mindrak is an add-on that is very complex to use, and I do not recommend it for beginner hacks. The Mindrak, on top of having your normal teleporting abilities, gives you the manual teleport ability. You can choose a trap anywhere on the map and teleport to it, even if a survivor hasn't triggered it. If you have a build that requires you to defend a particular totem or requires you to defend particular gates or gens, if you have a build that's built into this idea, this can be devastating. Really, really good hack players can learn to play with this and teleport to traps mid-chase. It has a bit of a cooldown, but it's still. So if you specialize in this add-on, I do think it has a lot of potential, but it's also very complicated. You could teleport to the wrong trap and be across the map. So it is something complicated that I just don't generally recommend to beginners. If you know what you're doing, feel free to explore its possibilities. Now, fortunately, all of the other add-ons that we're going to talk about are much simpler. We have the Willow Wraith and this add-on that I cannot read for monetization purposes on YouTube. These two add-ons are the same. They show the aura of a survivor that triggers your trap. This one for 5 seconds, which is awesome. This one for 3 seconds, which is not as good, but still. And they do stack with Lethal Pursuer if you run it for even longer duration. I cannot explain how good this is. This is actually unbelievably useful. Many times, a survivor will trigger a trap, and you will not be able to teleport because you will be busy carrying someone, or you will be recovering from an animation, or some other reason, maybe you're too far. And then you will see their aura, and you will see that they're about to step onto another trap, and then you'll be ready for that. Many times you will also teleport to a survivor that triggered a trap, hit them, and then because you see their aura, you will see whether or not you're going to follow them. They go around the corner and they go to the right and you're like, they're not going into another trap. I'm going to set up my trap again. Oh, wait a minute. They are going into another trap. I'm going to be ready to teleport and hit them again. This information is unbelievably useful. The only thing that holds this add-on back a little bit is the common prevalence of perks like Distortion, of the Record, and other things that can hide a survivor aura. But even then, with this, you will go through these tokens of Distortion, so it can be really, really good still. Really, really useful. We then have the 3 add-ons, the necklets, that increase the speed at which you set up traps by a little bit less, and if we go down, by a little bit less still. Even the brown one is still really, really good. These add-ons used to be even better. Now they've been nerfed because the base kit has been bought, but they're still super good. Being able to set up traps faster saves you time in general, and it also allows you to do a very common strategy with hack, which is to immediately set up again. Say a survivor, say that you have a very careful net, like web of traps, and a survivor is in the middle of them and triggers one. You teleport, you hit them, and then you immediately set up your trap again. And because you recover faster, because you set it down quicker, you are then ready to teleport to the next trap that he or someone else triggers immediately. So yeah, that's very, 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 very good in all of its variants. We then have add-ons that increase the distance at which you can teleport. By default, this distance has been increased to, I believe, 48 meters now. It used to be 40. So your distance is already very, very generous. But with this add-on, you make it even bigger. That means that you can have a trap that is genuinely halfway across the map. And if you use one or multiple of these add-ons, the cicada, the wings, and the dead fly mud, either of these add-ons, you will be able to teleport even further. Even the brown one is already decent. It adds a significant amount already, but the other ones are even better. So these add-ons are good. They allow you to extend your web of traps even further in some extreme situation where you need to defend two gates that are really far. It can be really helpful as well. And it's generally amazing. Now, there's two considerations to talk about briefly about these add-ons. Number one, in some small maps, you generally do not need them. In some small maps, if you're somewhere around the middle, you can teleport to any trap anywhere with or without these add-ons. So it might be a bit redundant then. And another one is your own mindset. If you have these add-ons, you might be tempted to set traps everywhere on the map. This is not ideal. Your traps are often stronger when they are concentrated on a half or a third of the map where the action is really happening. You do not have the time or luxury to set up your traps too far. If you do, and survivors start messing with them, you will simply not have the presence and the pressure to actually defend them, right? It will be like a war general spreading its troops too thinly across a vast land. It's not a good idea. They're not as good individually, right? They want to be a bit in comfort of, within good range of each other. Not too close, but not too far either. So do not fall into this trap. But other than that, incredible add-ons. Then we have the 3 egg add-ons. The cracked turtle egg, the half eggshell, and the powdered eggshell. These add-ons all do the same to varying degrees. It makes it so that whenever a trap gets triggered, the phantasm that appears stays on longer. They have buffed these numbers, and the add-ons themselves got buffed at some point as well. It's not bad. In many situations, it is unnecessary. In many situations, you will never teleport because you're too busy, or you will teleport immediately and hit them. But there are some times when a survivor can trigger a trap, and you can just let it be, and then chase them around the loop. And now they have this problem where if they run into you, they get hit. And if they stay there, they are next to the trap and they get hit. So you can put survivors in this difficult catch-22 where no matter what they do, it's a lose-lose situation, right? So with this add-on, that helps a lot. If you are ever busy and recovering from a stun or hooking someone, this add-on can also give you the opportunity to still be able to teleport. Say that you're going down the basement, which is a really good idea with hack, right? And someone triggers a trap and you want to teleport out, but you're still carrying the survivor. With this add-on, you have a slightly better chance to still make it. It adds about a second or so on average. Not bad at all. Although the other add-ons are a little bit more consistent. Unfortunately, that's as far as we go in terms of really useful add-ons. The add-ons definitely start to get worse from here. Grandma's Heart is just weird. It creates a fake terror radius on the Phantasm mod. This terror radius does not apply any perks, but it also removes your own terror radius for a bit. So basically with this add-on, the best thing that can happen is that every now and then you become a bit more unpredictable and you catch them off guard or something. A genuine, mediocre, easy to forget, really hard to get value out of add-on. Let's talk about the disfigured ear because it has a similar effect. Whenever a survivor triggers a trap, they get hit by like a flashbang effect. You know when you get flashbang in Call of Duty or other shooter games where you go dim? It does a similar thing. It's useless. It's basically useless. Even if that happens to a survivor in chase, they can still hear you just fine. Like, I don't know. It's like, it doesn't really do that much. Yeah, it's a really strange add-on. We then have several add-ons, the water type add-ons, right? That make the trap radius smaller. Now, this is a bit unintuitive at first. Wouldn't you want your traps to be as big as possible so that they cover more ground? Yes, but if they're very big and you teleport, you'll be away from the survivor. With these add-ons, which you can stack if you want, all of these add-ons, by the way, can be stacked. You can teleport, and because the survivor is closer to you, they will have a harder time escaping you. I have found that if a survivor is really good at baiting the trap, these add-ons don't help enough. And I would sometimes recommend trying one if you want, but they're just not that necessary. It is a personal choice. If you want to make your trap smaller so that when they teleport, they are deadlier, that's completely fine and up to you. But I don't think it's extremely good or something I would recommend in general. We then have two add-ons that are detrimental, which means they are worse than nothing, but they are kind of fun. So it's not too terrible. The first one is the Waterlogged Shrew. This gives Hack the unique ability in the entire game to be faster than the average killer. Her normal movement speed will be 117.5, which is like 2.5% higher than 115, which is the normal speed killer for killers like Trapper, Myers, whatever, right? So yeah, it makes you like a slightly better Trapper. Your traps do not allow you to teleport to them anymore, but they slow down survivors a bit. Okay. You typically want to use this with the Scarred Hand, which makes your traps have collision. So now your traps can be used like basically body blocking pillars. With these two things together, you can have a fun killer. Let's say that you want to play Hag for a daily or something, but you hate setting traps and you hate the playstyle of setting up, then you could use these two add-ons. But overall, it is a downgrade, as you can imagine, since the teleporting is the real strength of the Hag. I hope this gave you a good overview of what you might want to run. So we have arrived at the Doctor, and he easily has the most complex and difficult to understand set of add-ons in the entire game. I highly recommend that on top of watching this video, you read carefully what they do. What you need to understand is that the Doctor puts survivors into different levels of madness. They start at 0, and then they go into 1, and then 2, and then 3, where they can't do anything, and then back to 1, and they cannot ever leave madness. At different levels of madness, there are different effects, and these add-ons add effects on top of that. The majority of their add-ons, the nodes and books, they have two effects. One of them is the main effect, which can be stacked on top of itself with other add-ons that are similar. And then there's a passive effect that cannot be stacked. So the add-on design encourages you to mess with different add-ons, because if you use two add-ons of the same type, their passives do not stack together. Let's get into it. If you don't want to think too hard and want to run the best combo, you're probably looking at the Iridescent Queen or King at lower levels, and then Discipline. So Discipline just makes your shocks better in chase. That's all you need to know for now. A really solid combo is to pair two Disciplines together. Even though the passives don't stack, they're still really good. Or Discipline and Range. That's what I would recommend if you don't have a lot of high rarity add-ons. You could run Yellow Range and Yellow Discipline, and that would already be pretty good. Fun combo, I highly recommend you run two Calm add-ons, because it makes your turret radius very, very small, especially with Monitor and Abuse. You can be like an almost stealth killer, which is really fun on Doctor. Anyway, time to break down the add-ons. The Iridescent Queen is a very unique add-on. Anytime you shock a survivor directly with your blast, with your shock, or blast them with your terror radius wide effect, you give them a spark. If they're not close to another survivor, they get a spark that they carry with them. And then when they come in contact with another survivor to heal, unhook, or do anything like that, then they shock each other and apply madness to each other. The effect of this is that survivors that want to heal will often reveal themselves. Survivors that want to unhook each other will often bring each other into high levels of madness. And overall, this just means more slowdown, more effects, more good stuff for you. It's not a bad idea to run both Eerie add-ons if you're also a beginner and you don't care too much about shocks. It's a good effect that just overall contributes to more good things happening. The other Iridescent is a bit weird. What it does is it takes the passive effects of all of the families of add-ons and they apply it randomly. They apply all at the same time on survivors that have madness. So it's the kind of add-on that you put on and you kind of forget and you hope that it messes with survivors. Not amazing at high level, but very devastating at lower and intermediate levels. So yeah, this is an add-on you can put on and kind of forget about. Now, let's also talk about let's talk first about the range add-ons, and then we'll get into the real meat and bones. The range add-ons are the Electrode, the Polish Electrode, and the Moldy Electrode, so they obviously get better. You already have decent range, but if you want to use one of these, this allows you to hit survivors that are unhooking, doing totems, doing gens from even further, and that can be useful sometimes in some critical scenarios. Not bad. It's almost always decent to have one of these if you don't know what to run. But now we get into the main group of add-ons, which are all of the notes and books. Let's talk about Discipline. There are 3 disciplines, the purple, the green, and there is a yellow one as well. Discipline is the best set of add-ons for the Doctor. The main effect of Discipline is that your shocks hit survivors sooner. Not extremely sooner, but a bit sooner. That means that in chase, your power is just better, and that is possibly the single most important effect in all of these add-ons. When a survivor is in chase and you shock them as a Doctor, they have a period of 2.5 seconds-ish where they cannot do anything. But if you're too late, then it's useless. Say you're chasing a survivor and they reach, Shack Pallet. If you shock them before they can drop it, you will be able to go through it and hit them. If you shock them a second too late, then they drop it and they're safe. With this add-on, it is even more guaranteed that you will be able to shock them sooner and not let them vault, drop the pallet, or do whatever they want to do. Very, very useful. You can stack them together or use range with them or pair them with anything else. They are just generally super, super good. Obviously, the higher rarity ones are better, but they're all really, really decent. The next family of add-ons are the... Oh, I forgot to say. They also have a passive effect. In Madness Tier 2, survivors do not see your red stain, which is huge, and instead they see the red stain behind their back constantly. So anytime they get chased, they see a red stain behind them. Dun, 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 dun. Like, it's very overwhelming. And this is constant in Madness Tier 3. This is huge, by the way. Let's say that you have a survivor that is in Madness Tier 3 and they want to heal. So they go to a corner of the map and they try to snap out of Madness Tier 3, or they're being healed by a teammate. Because they have these massive terror radios and chase music going on next to them, if you approach them, they don't even know you're there. And they cannot use your red stain in chase and stuff like that. So yeah, the passive effect doesn't stack with itself, but it is very, very good. Moving on, we have the Restrain family. We have Restrain Purple, Restrain Green, and Restrain Yellow. Unfortunately, the yellow one has a rarity that is a little bit less good. So obviously the high rarity ones are better. Anytime someone goes into the next level of madness, you see their aura briefly. This happens when you shock them twice or when you blast them with your terror radius wide. This is really, really good. This makes it like when you shock a lot of people or blast a lot of people and you have a general idea of where they are, that's good. But when you actually see them and you see exactly where they're running, exactly which direction they're running, that doesn't just confirm that they're there. It also makes it much easier for you to plan where you're going to go to cut them off. So it is really, really, really useful. It also has a secondary effect, which you cannot stack on. Oh, by the way, these add-ons, they do not, it doesn't seem to stack with itself, by the way. Even the main effect doesn't seem to stack. So yeah, you should never run like 2 restraint add-ons together. I don't know if that's a bug. I imagine it is, but yeah, just so you know, we tested this. Do not run 2 restraints. Run it with Lethal Pursuer if you want it to be longer, which is a good idea. So yeah, restraint is awesome, and it has the side effect that you see Doctor Illusions for longer at all levels of madness. Say that you have a survivor that is at madness level 2 and they're across the map. Normally, it would be you would only see that in like madness level 3, but now you can see those illusions in white aura to know where almost everyone is. This, believe it or not, comes in clutch very often. Many times you will be looking for people and you see a doctor behind some obstacle in the middle of nowhere and you'll be like, oh, that's where the person that's going for the rescue is. And you will be able to make a lot of good decisions and basically flush out people out of hiding thanks to this passive ability. Do not sleep on that. It's actually really, really decent. We then have the Calm family of add-ons. I believe, yeah, they jump rarities a bit more strangely. They go from purple to yellow to brown, with the purple and yellow being the better ones. The Calm add-ons are interesting. Whenever you are ready to blast survivors, you have a bigger terror radius, which means that if you have perks to inflict terror radius effects, that's good for you. You just don't blast and you'll have a massive terror radius. You compare this with distressing, agitation, so on and so forth. But when you use your power and your power is on cooldown, your terror radius shrinks. It's like a monitor and abuse effect. And it shrinks a lot. If you have 2 Calm with monitor and abuse, your terror radius, I think, goes to like, what, 12 meters? Ridiculously small. It's not a bad effect, especially with the build around it. And it also has the side effect of sometimes giving survivors a random terror radius noise that can really be a bit confusing. However, the problem with this family of add-ons is that in some maps, survivors will just see you from afar. They will have no fear because they have perfect visibility. And they might also have some perks or teamwork to just call out where you are at any given time. So if they constantly call you out, having a smaller terror radius is a little bit gimmicky and ultimately not that incredible. Now, we've already covered almost everything. Let's cover the final set of node-type main add-ons. Order. Reduces the cooldown of your blast by very little, allowing you to shock with your blast more frequently to find people and keep them in madness. This is just not that good. It makes it go down by just a few seconds. It's not like it halves it or anything like that. It doesn't let you blast constantly. So the main effect is pretty pathetic. The secondary effect is more interesting. It creates fake pallets that people with madness can see. And you can sometimes, see them yourself, so you know that they might fall for it. It's not that good. It's really not that good. It takes a long time for it to happen. The pallets are very easy to tell that it's fake because you see the rubble of the real pallet underneath it. It's incredibly gimmicky, and I just don't think it's that amazing. So all of these add-ons, even from the highest to the lowest rarity, I just don't think they're that amazing. You might have a different opinion. I imagine at lower levels and against intermediate survivors, they probably are a lot nicer. So yeah, feel free. I do think they are the weaker type of add-on, however. And that leaves us with two types of add-ons left. The first ones are the tape, the interview tape and the scrap tape. The interview tape is actually fairly interesting. Normally, when you shock a survivor manually with your attack, you have a little cone like this. A little cone. It's a little bit wider at the front and it starts out smaller. This is useful and nice, but it doesn't have a lot of range unless you use one of these add-ons. With the interview tape, this cone instead turns into a beam, like a much longer beam that you can also increase with the range of with add-ons. It is a bit strange, and it makes hitting survivors close to you harder because it's thinner, but it also gives you free range. So if you use the interview tape and you're very, very accurate, you can actually snipe people relatively often and check on gens, check on totems, and deny on hooks from a distance. You can do some nasty things with this if you are inclined to get good at it, but it does come with the difficulty of doing that. Now, on the contrary, the scrap tape is just horrible. It takes this is really hard to explain. It sounds so stupid, but it generally is stupid. It takes your cone and turns it into a ring, but the ring is hollow. So it turns it into like an onion ring. And it's super weird. It's super weird. You basically have a circle in front of you, hollow in the middle, and you hit around that. That's horrible. It's terrible. I don't know why this add-on is still in the game. It's just literally worse than nothing. Your normal shock is much better. Now, one fun thing that you can do, however, and this could be one of the fun combos, is to run both of these add-ons. If you run both of these add-ons, you will have both a circle and a beam. It will almost look like a, phallic object. Yeah. And you will actually hit fairly good around you and have a bit of range. So you could do that if you want to have a quirky little shock range. If you are new to Doctor and you want to test how these shapes look, you might also want to run the Maple Knight. The Maple Knight is a brown add-on that is intended for beginners. When you put it on, the game shows you a preview of what your shock will look like. You can go into a private game, play with some bots, try the range, try the tapes, try both tapes, and see what they look like. But when you play real games, you don't really need this preview. It kind of gets in your way and it's distracting. So you definitely do not want to use this. It's just a distraction otherwise. So yeah, eventually you take that off. And that's the Doctor. I hope that you understand it and that you take some time to test some of these things yourself. Moving on, we arrive at the Huntress, and unlike the Doctor that we just covered, she is a lot more straightforward and has, as you can see, a lot of very decent add-ons and no add-ons that are worse than nothing, basically. So that's kind of nice. The best combo on this killer, easily, at almost any level, is faster cooldown, the yellow one, and faster wind-up. You can also go faster cooldown and auto beating, which is pretty popular. You could go faster cooldown with faster cooldown, which is ridiculous. And you're seeing a trend, right? Faster cooldown is just really good. But so is almost everything else if you know what you're doing. So yeah, a really fun combo that I recommend you try at least once is the insta-down hatchet with the Fox, which makes you a little bit stealthier. It doesn't remove your humming, but it can be kind of fun. Now, let's begin to break down what makes some of these add-ons so good. The first family of add-ons that you need to be aware of, even if you don't play Huntress and you just play against her, are the hafts. The Oak Haft and the Bandage Haft. These two add-ons are incredibly good. They take the time that the Huntress needs to recover after throwing a hatchet. This time is already very short, and they reduce it by 0.2 and 0.1. Now, in paper, this might sound really small and sounds like a really mediocre add-on. Let me tell you, it is easily her best add-on. It is just so good. One of the things that you want to do as Huntress, right, is throw a hatchet and then throw another hatchet immediately again. Or throw a hatchet, and because the survivor doesn't make much distance, immediately, hit them with your main hatchet, with your main axe. You can also just throw a hatchet and just begin to move at normal speed sooner. The faster recovery is good in almost every situation. It helps in almost every single scenario. It is just incredible. You down someone and you want to pick them up a bit sooner, you can do that to make the pallet rescue faster, harder, for example. But there are a few situations where this add-on isn't just good, it's just downright diabolical. Say that, for example, that you have multiple survivors coming out of the basement, and you need to, you know, they're coming out with borrowed time, you need to hit them multiple times, maybe one of them is healthy, right? With the Oak Half, you can generally go boom, 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 and possibly prevent 2 people from coming out even at full health. It is absolutely ridiculous how good this is. It stacks with its brown counterpart. Especially if you run the yellow one, there's also something else you can do, which is to prevent unhooks entirely. The Huntress is one of the only killers that doesn't have an insta-down that can straight up prevent an unhook. With most other killers, you go to the hook, they hit you, you unhook, they hit you, and it's a trade. With the Huntress, if she has this add-on, she hits you with her hatchet, you begin to unhook, and then she well, you cannot be grabbed anymore, but she can hit you immediately after. So basically, against a Huntress with this add-on, you can never ever trade hooks, and it's a lost cause unless she runs out of ammo, which is very difficult. For all of these reasons, and probably others that I'm forgetting, these 2 add-ons are just incredible. A close second, however, is the Flower Babushka, which is a add-on that has another counterpart, the Mana Grass Braid. They are both very, very similar. They save, they make you prepare your hatchet a little bit sooner by 0.12 and 0.8. If you run them both together, that's a fifth of a second that you're faster. This means that if you need to fully charge a hatchet, you can do it faster. And if you need to throw a hatchet at the soonest, earliest possible time, this add-on is incredibly good for that. You might think that 0.112 seems like a very small number, but again, this is a killer that is already very, 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 very strong and very deadly. And being even a little bit stronger allows you to deal with a lot more loops. Yeah, on the hands of an experienced player, this is just lethal. She becomes even harder to loop around anything. Now, I will warn you, because this add-on changes the way you can throw a hatchet early, it messes with your muscle memory. If you are a beginner, I don't recommend too much that you get used to this add-on and then take it off, because you're gonna be confused. You're gonna be preparing hatchets that you shouldn't be preparing, or throwing hatchets earlier than you should. You understand? So this comes with a bit of a warning, but other than that, they are generally incredible. Even a single one of these is really, really good. Now, the Glowing Concoction is a different type of add-on altogether. When you hit a survivor with your hatchet, their aura becomes revealed. This is not useful when you down them, but it is useful for a follow-up hit. Many times what you can do with this add-on is you hit a survivor, they go through the cornfield or go through something where they expect to be safe, but because you see their exact location, you can ready up another hatchet and hit them through a gap, or hit them through the corn, or hit them over some obstacle that they didn't even know you could hit over. It allows many, many nasty ideas. In the worst case scenario, you can also just keep an eye on where they're going and just keep mental note of where you're going to find them later. It does get countered by perks like Distortion and other things that can hide auras, but it's still a really, really powerful effect, and it's quite free. So yeah, pretty damn powerful. We then have the Shiny Pin, little gem of an add-on that is really, really easy to underestimate. So the Huntress, when she holds her hatchet, moves very slowly. You don't want to walk around with your hatchet like you are a police officer patrolling the map. That doesn't work. You're very, very slow, right? The moment you begin to hold your hatchet, not like after a while, but like the exact moment that you start to hold your hatchet, you get dropped down to a speed that is slower than a survivor running. This add-on changes this to the point where you're not that much slower than a survivor anymore, and you can actually somewhat keep up. So you can begin to ready your hatchet as you go around the corner and still manage to have enough speed to release your hatchet and hit them before they make it to a window or pallet or whatever. On the hands of an experienced player, this is really, really good. I think beginners will see the utility of this add-on less because survivors are just less optimal and you don't really need it. If they're in the open, right? If they're just being really goofy and really careless in the open, this add-on is completely unnecessary. But on the higher levels, you will see its utility. And if you play a lot without it and you put it on, oh boy, you will notice it. Not bad at all. We then have the Iridescent Head. This add-on comes with a significant downside. It takes your 7 hatchets and limits it to just 1. You will only ever be able to carry 1 hatchet. That is a significant downgrade. And generally speaking, this add-on is, I would say, generally speaking, this add-on is worse than nothing. You generally do not want to do this. However, it comes with the effect that your hatchet insta-downs, which means that rescuing, taking hits for each other without going down, any kind of altruism, like you can punish that ravenously. And this has such an emotional impact on survivors. Survivors are so willing to give up and just for that alone, this add-on has a lot of power. And if you get good at using that one hatchet, oh boy, you can make your chases very, very short. Not to mention that the first time that you use this add-on, they're not going to expect it, so it's going to be a big surprise. Keep in mind that because you can only carry one hatchet, you probably want to be interested in running other add-ons to complement this, right? You don't need the cooldown add-on for this, for example. You might want to run the wooden fox to make yourself a bit stealthier and so on. Next, we have the two add-ons that increase the flight speed of the hatchet. They are the rose root and the yellowed cloth. Now, I do believe that you probably do not want to use both of these add-ons. They do stack, but you're probably better off just using one and then pairing it with, say, Babushka or something like that. So because there's not too many reasons to run two, and the green one is better, the green one I think has more value than the brown one. So what does it mean that the hatchet flies faster? It has two effects. The first one and most obvious is that because it flies faster, it hits its target sooner. So if you combine this with the ability to wind up your hatchet sooner, you become even deadlier and harder to avoid. You will never have this problem where you throw a hatchet and the survivor has time to crouch or something. They will have a harder time dodging and reacting. It also really, really helps for long distance shots. Because your flight path is faster, the hatchet itself also travels down less. So this add-ons unfortunately mess a bit with your muscle memory. If you are used to playing normal Huntress, you sometimes need to aim a little bit above a target to compensate for the fact that the hatchet goes down over time. With these add-ons, you have to aim less above because they fly straighter. And yeah, they're not bad if you want to get used to this. If you want to specialize in long distance shots and go for this thing, these add-ons are pretty good for that. And it overall removes a bit of reaction time from survivors. When they're fully charged, the hatchets fly really, really fast. And with this, even faster. So yeah, they're not too bad. Try them, see if you like them. We then have the Venomous Concoction. Whenever you hit a survivor with your hatchet, they become exhausted. This is not bad at all. It's really easy to tell when it's worked. And you will have to not worry about perks that can trigger mid-chase, such as Lithe, such as Balanced Landing, Dead Hard. It can be quite cruel. These perks are actually all fairly popular. So being able to have the certainty that a survivor will not have some burst of speed is pretty good. Say that you're chasing a Jonah that has the perk Overcome, his own perk, you completely nullify it. If you hit them, they're exhausted, they cannot use Overcome, they cannot use Sprint Burst if they haven't already. So yeah, not a bad add-on at all, even though it depends on the survivor perks. Then we have the Wooden Fox. It makes you completely undetectable, unable to be seen by auto perks and no terror radius, no red stain, blah, blah, blah. It does not remove your lullaby. Na, 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 na. That thing still goes in the background, sadly. But you would be surprised how effective this is. Many survivors hear the lullaby and they still wait for the terror radius to begin running. With this, you will catch them off guard. Pairs pretty well with the iridescent head, but it's also just good in general. We then have the two heads. Inflicts mangled and hemorrhage. You do not want to stack them. They do not stack their duration. You only pick whichever. This add-on it doesn't help you land the hatchet, but once you land the hatchet, I mean, it makes healing harder, and healing against hunters is a pretty good idea. So it's not a terrible effect. Generally not a terrible effect. It's just not that incredibly impactful. It's like a sloppy butcher, but in add-on form. We then have the Amanita Toxin, which basically makes them blind for a little while. Not incredibly powerful, but it will come into play pretty often, and it can remove things like Windows of Opportunity and other information perks from the survivor's repertoire. So hey, it's not too bad. Yeah. Now, this add-on, the Core Stone, is actually surprisingly pretty good. Whenever you hit a survivor, that survivor will be permanently louder until they heal. If you hook them and then they come out of the hook, they still have this add-on effect. It's a bit unusual compared to other add-ons of its type in the fact that it lasts forever. And it makes the survivor much easier to track, which is always a good thing because, you know, the Huntress is not particularly good at tracking. She is not super stealthy normally. So it's not a bad effect at all. So the fact that this is one of her worst add-ons is still a great sign in my mind. Unfortunately, the next add-ons that we're going to talk about are just not that amazing anymore. We have the Yellow Cloth, which we said makes the flight speed a bit faster. The Weighted Head is a very unique add-on. It inflicts survivors with the extremely rare status effect of incapacitation. An incapacitated survivor can still do things in chase, such as dropping pallets or going into a locker or vaulting, but they cannot do objective things. They can open exit gates, but they can unhook, but they cannot do gens. They cannot use items. They cannot do totems or pick up someone from the ground, heal them. So this can actually be quite good sometimes. In some extremely situational scenarios, you might find that this add-on actually saves your life. Say there's a generator that's like 99.9%, and you hit them with a hatchet from afar. They can't finish it. Say that there's a survivor that's trying to pick up another survivor from the ground, and you hit them with a hatchet. For these very short seconds, they cannot do it. Say that a survivor has a styptic agent or a syringe or some other medkit thing that they want to use right away. You hit them with this, they cannot pop it. So it does have some utility. It's just quite a bit situational. We then have the two add-ons that increase your movement speed slightly when hitting a hatchet. They are the belt, which is 3%, I believe, and the leather loop, which is 2%. This is dumb. This is dumb. It's so stupid. Like, you hit them with a hatchet and you move a bit faster, which might help you in a loop. But you know what would also help you? Just having the oak haft. Having the oak haft has a very similar effect in that you start to move sooner, faster, so you're faster. But it's far less situational than either of these add-ons. So use either of the halves instead of these. But if you want to, I mean, it's kind of cute. You can also stack them together. But yeah, it's just a very small effect. The deerskin gloves saves you 0.6 seconds or so every time you reload. You have 7 hatchets. You're not going to be reloading that often. Saving half a second-ish on each reload is honestly not that big of a deal for a green add-on. This could be a brown add-on. But hey, it's not too bad. The Soldier's Putty is also interesting. Whenever you are out of hatchets, you move at the normal movement speed as a normal killer instead of a slightly slower one. Interesting. It goes well with the iridescent head, so that anytime you throw it and miss, now you can use this, I guess. Normally you have 7 hatchets. You almost never want to be chasing around for extended periods of time without hatchets. That's just not a good idea in general. So this add-on protects you from a situation that you should be avoiding in the first place. So for that reason, not better than nothing, but not very good. Moving on. Moving on, we arrive at the Cannibal. I used to really, unfortunately, have to say in videos like this that the Cannibal was very add-on dependent. Some of these add-ons did really important things, and playing this killer without add-ons used to feel really, really bad. But they've changed him a lot since, and I now can announce that even though these add-ons are still pretty good, you don't need them as much. If you want to go with the strongest possible combo, we're probably looking at the combination of greater speed, the green engravings, and faster recharge. Faster recharge is just really good. I also like it with the chassis to see auras. I personally like that. And it also goes really well with the other recharge to be, even more relentless and constantly use your chainsaw if you want to go for low rarities. It's always a lot of fun to go with the spit limiter and just hit survivors multiple times, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So the best set of add-ons are probably the beast marks and the knife scratches. These are basically the engraving type add-ons. These two add-ons have the same downside. One of them greater than the other. They make the chainsaw take a little bit longer to charge. This can be a little bit annoying, and sometimes, you might miss a hit because of it, but the upside that they have is very significant. They immediately increase the speed of your chainsaw sweep, and this allows you to be more unpredictable, cover a larger ground, and overall just be deadlier. It is very worth the trade-off, and you can run them together if you're so inclined. We then have the recharge add-ons. These add-ons make it so that when you use chainsaw tokens, which you normally have 3, they come back to you faster. So say that you use all of your chainsaw, or that you bump and you lose them all. With these add-ons, you are able to use your chainsaw for long sweeps sooner. So the primer bulb is amazing, and the spark plug is half as good, but still very, very decent. These add-ons you can put on any combination. They will almost always be very, very good. You don't want to combine them with the flesh, but we'll talk about that in a second. The flesh is a different type of recharge add-on. When you hit a survivor, it allows you to refresh all of your charges immediately. It's almost like almost like an alchemist ring for the old Blight. You basically get your power back. So say that you down a survivor, you get immediately the ability to keep going. And then you down another survivor, you keep going. You hit a survivor that has borrowed time or something like that, you keep going and you hit them twice. So it is pretty nasty. It means that you can do a lot of multi-hits, and anytime there's a crowd of survivors, you will be going around like a train mowing them all down. It's pretty good and pretty fun. It also goes really well with the meme add-on, the speed limiter, that makes you not insta-down so that you can double tap people. It's actually quite fun. The depth gauge rake used to be a really dumb add-on. It has the downside of lowering your speed slightly, but it gives you a 4th charge so that your chainsaw goes for a very long time. This used to be a really bad trade-off, but now that your chainsaw is actually fast, it's not too bad, and it pairs well with the marks and so on to undo its downside a little bit. It's actually not bad at all, but it is, I think, quite a high level add-on, because you need to manage this for charges perfectly if you want to get value out of it. If you want to get longer saws for a bit less effort, the chilies, which used to be his best add-ons, are now okay at doing that. We'll talk about them in a second. The light chassis is a very unique add-on. Whenever you're charging your chainsaw, you see the auto of survivors. This makes it a bit easier to follow them around stuff. And you can also just charge your chainsaw like for a fraction of a second just to check behind walls. It does not benefit from lethal pursuer because it's not a timed effect, but it is nice even just for mind games. You can use this for mind games. Just wrap your chainsaw around loops to see where a survivor is staying, to know perfectly where they're going, and then hit them around the corner and stuff like that. Not a bad effect, but it doesn't help your chainsaw be much deadlier. It just helps you be more aware. The chilies extend the time that your sweep lasts. Unfortunately, this comes with a slight downside. Because they extend the time, they also extend the time that you're building up the speed. You don't begin your chainsaw at full speed, you build up over time. Because these add-ons extend that, it also means that you take a little bit longer to reach full speed. This is a bit of a downside. The extra range is nice, however, if you want to use it. The vegetable oil is an interesting one. Whenever you whiff and the chainsaw without hitting someone or successfully hit someone, this add-on saves you a bit of time. It's a very small effect, it's not a huge deal, but it can sometimes come in clutch, and doing things faster is almost always a good thing. So yeah, not too bad at all. The effect is more noticeable when you hit a survivor. We then have 3 different chains: Begrimed, Rusted, and Grisly. Rusted breaks the survivor, gives them the broken status effect. Grisly makes them mangle, which is harder to heal. And Begrimed makes them drop their items. Dropping their items can be useful if you have perks like Weave Attunement or some other build, for example, Hoarder, some other build that revolves around survivors picking up items and so on. So it's not bad. It also removes their ability to immediately use a medkit when they get unhooked. The broken one is actually quite good since, you know, they will not be able to heal at all. But keep in mind that sometimes it's okay if they heal. You don't necessarily always benefit from this. Sometimes it is a little bit of a good thing that survivors take a while to heal or waste time. There is nothing scarier than survivors that are comfortable being injured. They play around your chainsaw well, they play around your basic attacks well, they just stay injured and just hammer on the gens. You don't always want this. These add-ons make your chainsaw hits have effects, but they don't make your chainsaw better, per se. We then have the 2 add-ons that reduce your tantrum. Luckily, after the recent buff, the Cannibal has a much shorter tantrum. These add-ons are generally not that necessary at all. You already recover pretty fast. But if you ever bump into a locker while someone goes into it or something like that, it makes that even deadlier for survivors. So it's not too bad. Now we get to the add-ons that are generally really, really, really bad. The first one is the Shop Lubricant. What this add-on does is if you down a survivor and there is no one around them, that survivor becomes invisible to their teammates from afar. It's like a knockout effect from the perk, but built into your chainsaw. Unfortunately, there are 2 things that you never know about this add-on. Number 1, is there someone near? Most of the times, when you down a survivor, you don't really know where everyone else is. For all you know, there might be a survivor hiding behind a tree 3 feet away from you, ready to flashlight save. You generally don't know if someone's nearby in most scenarios. In some scenarios, you can guess, but you don't really know. And the second one is they could be in communications. When you down a survivor and they are invisible to their teammates, if they are on Discord chatting with each other, this effect is completely useless. Oh, Jeremy, where are you? I don't see you. I'm by the shack. He downed me here. Oh, okay, I'm on my way. Done. Useless add-on. So it is extremely weird. It doesn't tell you when it's active. If it told you when it's active, then you could use that to reverse engineer where survivors might be and know if someone's near for a flashy save or a pallet save. It doesn't tell you. So this add-on is really, really weird. Then we have 2 add-ons that are arguably even worse. The Grease and the Long Guide Bar. These 2 add-ons do the same, but with the green one being a little bit better. So the Cannibal can hold his chainsaw and 99 it, like hold it without actually using it, and then just threaten to use the Chainsaw, right? You can just like hold it like this. Blah, 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 blah. If you do this for a long period of time, I don't know why you would, but if you do, the Chainsaw overheats, so to speak, and then he goes into tantrum and goes, rah, rah, rah. You should never do this. This will never, ever, 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 I promise you, ever happen in your normal gameplay. If you are, let's say that you are camping in the end game, you're camping someone on the hook. All you need to do is, if a survivor comes, hold your Chainsaw. If they walk away, you put it down. If they keep going, you kill them. That's it. That's it. You don't ever need to like hold it and 99 it. You're not a Huntress that walks around with her hatchets up. So for this reason, these add-ons improve something that frankly doesn't need to be improved because you will never use that. Completely useless. Don't ever use them. They might sound useful, they're not. We then have the Carburetor Tuning Guide, an interesting add-on that takes all of your charges for your Chainsaw, and instead of having to use each of them individually, it merges them into a single one. So you don't have to time it to do the longer Chainsaw. You don't need to do 1, 2, 3. Instead, they all become a big one. This kind of sucks. If you break a pallet, now you have the whole charge is gone and you have to wait for the whole thing to come back. But it also simplifies him and makes him easier for beginners. So for example, if you use the Eerie Flesh and the Tuning Guide and you down a survivor and then you use it again, now you have a super long sweep and it's very easy and it kind of simplifies the killer. It also reduces your speed a little bit to compensate for this simplifying. It's not bad for beginners if you want to try it and see if you like it, but overall it is a downgrade to the normal Cannibal. And then we have the speed limiter, as we explained earlier. The speed limiter makes the Chainsaw, instead of insta-down, it just hits for 1 damage state, like a normal attack. So you will need to hit survivors twice. You can use it with the Eerie Flesh. It's actually really fun because you hit them and then you keep going and you hit them again and it's kind of funny and you get a lot of points. But obviously it's worse than nothing. It's just if you want to challenge yourself with a bit of a meme. Next up, we have Freddy, a downright depressing killer. His add-ons, even his best add-ons, are generally still really, really bad. Believe it or not, his best combination of add-ons is probably the Eerie Brush, which is the best by far, and probably the Eerie Box, just because it has the potential to give you a kill at the end of the game. Some solid combinations: Eerie Brush and the block to see killer instinct around you. You could also use the Green Blindness. You could also use the Dress if you have some skill checks in your build, or the faster recovery, that would be okay. If you're going to go for lower rarity, you can go for faster teleport recovery and also the weaker of the cubes that lets you hear Killer Instinct when you teleport. But yeah, fun combo. You could have, I don't know, like the class photo to pretend that you're teleporting, or use the pallets. Some people really like the pallets. At lower levels, the pallets are pretty good because it confuses survivors. At higher levels, I do not recommend them. But yeah, let's get into this mess. Why are these add-ons so bad? So Freddy himself is pretty weak, and some of his abilities only work when survivors are asleep. So the best add-on by far is the Red Paintbrush. The Red Paintbrush makes everyone start the game asleep. This does not make you have your power come back sooner, but it does allow you to immediately engage with any survivor, and these survivors will immediately be vulnerable to snares to slow them down, or pallets to mess with them. So this is really, 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 really good. It also means that because they're asleep, they have to waste time going to a clock, they might not hear your terror radius and get a bit surprised. It's really, really good. It also removes the ability of survivors from waking up with skill checks. This is huge. If you ever have a skill check built, and Freddy can have them with some other add-ons, this is a must-have. It's really, really nice. Because it means that they cannot use that as a way to wake up, which they might want to, or they might do it accidentally sometimes. So this add-on is, and I don't mean this lightly, it is by far his best add-on. Every other add-on is garbage in comparison. The black box is interesting, okay? Whenever a gate, either of the two gates, is open, anyone that is asleep will have a mini blood warden that will block the thing. Believe it or not, even experienced survivors forget that this add-on exists and often find themselves in situations where they can be caught by it. If you then catch that survivor, maybe you do have blood warden and then you block everyone else. This add-on only comes into clutch at the very end of the game. It doesn't do anything else, but it does have the ability to turn a 0-kill game into a 1-kill game, a 1-kill game into a 2-kill game, a 3-kill game into a 4-kill game, and so on. For that reason, I do think it's one of his best. We then have the two blocks that are very, 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 very similar. Whenever you teleport to a generator, you will have a radius around you where you detect survivors, and they are highlighted by the heartbeat killer instinct. This is unavoidable. No matter what perk survivors have, this always works. So if you teleport and you don't hear anything, that means that at least your immediate proximity has no survivors whatsoever. That is a really, really nice effect. It's pretty consistent. You're going to get to use it 1 or twice or thrice per game at least. So they're not too bad. They do not stack together. If you use them together, they don't actually last longer. So pick one of the two, ideally the purple, but the yellow one is almost as good. Not bad at all. It just lasts a little bit longer, but it's almost the same. We then have 2 other cubes, which are also pretty decent, by the way. The unicorn block and the sheep block. Both of these add-ons induce blindness into survivors when they interact with your traps, either the fake pallets or the snares. This blindness lasts for, I think, 60 seconds and 90 seconds. They don't stack together either, so you don't want to use them together. But 90 seconds of blindness is actually quite nasty. That is such a long duration that, let's say that a survivor is in chase, right? You down them eventually, you put them on the hook. Because they have blindness, they don't see their teammates. So when eventually someone comes for the rescue, they don't know where the other people are. They don't know which gens have been done. If they don't have great communication, they're going to be a bit confused about where their team's plan is. They don't get to use windows of opportunity. You know, it's such a long duration that it's actually somewhat decent. But, I mean, it's still blindness that we're talking about, so they're not insane. We then have the blue dress and the green dress. The green dress is yellow and the blue dress is green. This is infuriating. I know this is unrelated to gameplay, but I don't know why the blue is green and why the green is yellow. It's just, you know. Anyway, these 2 add-ons are almost the exact same. Whenever a survivor is asleep and misses a skill check, you will see their aura. This one lasts a bit less, I believe. And they will lose more progress from the skill check. This can mean that if they miss a skill check, which is normally like, say, 10%, then they get the penalty from this. Then you can have the penalty from overcharge, if that was what they missed. Then they can have the penalty from Huntress Lullaby. You can actually make a gen lose more than 20% progress from one missed skill check. That is pretty mean. If you pair this with Red Paintbrush and some skill check perks, that can be quite mean, especially against survivors that are intermediate and beginners. Against the higher level survivors, skill checks are not that incredibly good. So it's not a bad add-on, but you know, against good survivors, I've gone entire games without them missing a single skill check, sadly. But they're not too bad otherwise. The wool shirt is exactly the same as these add-ons, but it does not have the auto reading. So yeah, I mean, you can stack them together if you want, although I think they're always best paired with Red Paintbrush so that if they miss a skill check, they stay asleep and they don't wake up, and then the next one has the same effect. But yeah, the wool shirt is basically the same. We then have the 2 most overrated add-ons in the game, Nancy's Masterpiece and Nancy's Sketch. They're both very, very similar. For like, the thing that you need to understand is that for each person that is asleep, Freddy gains his teleporting power, more and more frequently. So say that everyone is awake, it will take you like close to a minute, right? It will take you like a long time, I think about 45 or so seconds, right? But if everyone is asleep, then your teleport can be done much more frequently. It builds up faster. These add-ons change, like they increase this effect. For each person that is asleep, you can teleport even sooner. What does this translate to in practice? In practice, if everyone is asleep, you will be able to teleport a couple seconds sooner. That's it. If everyone is asleep, 2 seconds sooner, 3 seconds sooner. If a couple people are asleep, which is the average, 1 second sooner, 2 seconds sooner. It is not that good. It is not that good. Having the teleport available is good, but it's not something that you spam all the time. Some people think that these add-ons have this amazing effect, and it sounds really useful, but in reality, having a teleport 1 second sooner, instead of waiting 33, you wait 32 seconds. That's just not that good. The effect is just not that good. They could buff these add-ons a lot and they still would be fine. But yeah, it only gets worse from here. First, the class photo. The class photo removes an incredibly important ability, but it also makes every generator in the map spew blood. So when you teleport to one generator, all of the generators will look like you're being teleporting there. This will freak out every survivor and might make them get off the gen and trigger perks like Deadman Switch and make them waste time overall, or miss a skill check or something. It's not too bad. if you want to just mess with survivors, just run Grim Embrace in the current meta, and you'd be better off than running this add-on. But the problem with this add-on is that you cannot cancel the teleport. Once you've picked a gen to teleport, you cannot cancel it. This means that you cannot do a very important thing to do as Freddy, which is to constantly fake teleports. Since teleporting doesn't slow you down and only has a small cooldown, if you're in chase or you're just wasting time, you constantly want to fake teleports everywhere to see if a survivor misses a skill check, to fake them out, to mess with them, to play with their expectations, to pretend that you're faking it but then doing it for real. You know, you want to be doing this constantly. And this add-on just removes that. For that reason, it is not always worth running and very, very dangerous. We then have the jump rope, the swing chains, and the outdoor rope. Let's call them the rope add-ons. This makes people that are asleep have different effects. With the jump rope, survivors that are asleep and injured will be louder. They'll be like, their cries of pain will be louder. If they have a perk like Iron Will or Off the Record, they'll still be completely quiet, so it's useless. If they are injured but awake, it doesn't work. If they are asleep but healthy, it doesn't work. This add-on is so conditional, and the effect itself is not even that good. It's just really, like, I want to like it, but it's garbage. The string chains is interesting. It makes any survivor that is asleep have louder footsteps. There's not a lot of things in the game that make footsteps louder. In fact, I don't think there's any other add-on that does this. So this is actually pretty good. The problem is that in almost every situation where this helps, you don't really need it. I've tested this quite extensively, and even though you can kind of tell a difference, it's not worth an add-on slot. Don't forget that if the survivor is asleep, it works. If the survivor is awake, it doesn't. So, yeah. This add-on is actually also really conditional. It makes survivor repair sounds audible from further. I think an extra 8 meters, if I remember correctly, or 6 meters. Now, there are two sounds that happen when a survivor is on a generator. The first one is the generator itself, which goes the little pistons and all the stuff. But then there's also the noise that the survivors themselves make. When they are on the cable side, they go like sparks, and when they are on the side, they move the levers, which make this clanking sound. That sound, the clanking and the sparky sound, can be heard from further. This is a very similar effect to the perk from the pick called Surveillance, which also allows you to hear things from further. You can stack this with Surveillance, and you will be able to tell accurately that a survivor is on a gen very far away from you and know exactly where they are. It is actually not bad. However, unlike Surveillance, this is conditional to them being asleep. It's just not that. It's just so situational. Having two conditions is just too much. They need to be on a gen, you need to be on a specific range, and they need to be asleep. It almost never lines up, so not that useful. We then have the pill bottle. You're going to pardon the break. This add-on is just embarrassing. I don't even know what they were thinking. Normally, Freddy has this thing that when a survivor is asleep, right? Sorry, when a survivor is awake, they don't see you from afar, right? They don't see exactly where you are, and then they see you on and off, and then they see you. With this add-on, that range is decreased. So if you have, for example, Monitor and Abuse, they will not see you from a distance. You'll be invisible from a certain distance. This is almost entirely, and I mean entirely useless. Survivors are still going to hear your terror radios or your lullaby. They're still going to react to you. In half the maps, they hear you coming anyway. The visual part is not that important. It also makes you invisible when you pick up a survivor to other survivors that are asleep. And you might be like, wow, does that mean that they cannot flashlight save or pallet save? No, they can still do it. In fact, most survivors know how to pallet save based on the animation of the survivor being picked up. So it doesn't really help with that either, as far as I can tell, at least from my experience. So yeah, unbelievably complex or unbelievably intricate add-on that generally does basically nothing. Now, the same cannot be said for the next three add-ons: the Pain Thinner, the Protoplast, and the Garden Rake. All of these add-ons do the same thing. They don't stack really, so you don't want to run them together. You just want to pick the strongest one you can. It replaces your ability to put blood pools on the ground, which slow down survivors, with the ability to put pallets around. Now, for beginners, this is okay. It's a very simple ability. You just go around casting pallets everywhere. And for intermediate players and people that haven't played a lot of Freddy, it's fun. It's really fun. It feels really satisfying to chase a survivor that goes into a corner of the map with one pallet. They drop it, and it's a fake pallet, and you just hit them. But think about it this way. If they go to a corner with no pallet and they drop it and they die, if you didn't have this add-on, they would have died still. They wouldn't have the pallet anyway, you know? This doesn't trick survivors that much. Smart survivors, they can easily play around this. They can stay awake very often, which means that they don't see the fake pallets anymore. And even beginners, it's just not that good. I genuinely don't think it's that good. The snares to slow down survivors are much more consistent at higher level. So eventually you will probably want to stop using these add-ons, but as long as you have fun, go for it. Then we have Kids Drawing, which is a meme add-on. It makes the slowdown from your pools of blood much less severe, to the point where it's basically useless, but you get more blood points. Completely worthless. Don't ever run this. If you want more blood points, this add-on doesn't even help, because you're not going to get any kills, because your power is garbage, so even then, it really doesn't help. Absolute garbage, much like some of the other add-ons. Yeah, just stick to what works on Freddy, and yeah, there's a couple things, but his add-ons really are quite sad. Moving on to, the pig. Let me change the title real quick. The pig, I forgot to do that. We have an actual fairly wide assortment of decent add-ons based on your playstyle. I do think the best add-on combination still right now is probably the Gears and the Tamper Timer. These two add-ons make it so that survivors have a real possibility of dying to their trap if they're a bit careless, and that happens so often that I think this add-on is very easy to use and very hard to deal with for survivors. You can also use add-ons to make everyone start with traps on their head and still have one trap on you, which is this combo, what is it called? The sketch and the videotape. Or you could also just, there's a lot. We're going to go into it. Do not sleep on the add-ons that make your ambush better. For low rarity, you could use the Workshop Grease and the Last Will, and that makes your ambush a little bit better without much downside. And I also like the add-on that lets you see the autos of survivors and you can move a bit faster while crouched. That's a fun one, but, maybe not the absolute most solid. Now, it's very, very subjective, and if you ask each pick main, they all have a different opinion based on their experience and preferences. So let me preface this whole thing by saying that. I'll give you my opinion. I've tried to gather as much information as possible for this. The Jigsaw Sketch, and to a lesser degree, the Jigsaw Annotated Plan are some of the best add-ons for Amanda. Amanda, by default, has 4 traps that she can put on survivors, and the survivors cannot ignore these traps forever. These traps, if activated when a gen gets completed, will eventually kill the survivor. They cannot escape through the gates with them if they're active. So having these traps slow down the game a lot. On average, each trap will take 3 attempts to remove. Which means that if you have 4 traps, 4 times 3, it will take 12 attempts total. It is distributed differently, but in the end, it will be 12 attempts. If you run one of these add-ons, it will now be 15. So that means that if you run this add-on and you have 1 extra trap, you now will force survivors, as long as you're getting downs, obviously if you fail to catch anyone, then not so much, you will force survivors to do 15 searches. Each search, it takes a bit over 10 seconds, but you need to get to the place and you expose yourself. Let's say on average, this search is about 15 seconds or a bit longer. 11 times 15 seconds is a lot of slowdown over the course of a game. So that is really, really good. Now, the difference between these two add-ons is pretty small. This add-on alerts you when a survivor is doing a generator with their head, with their trap on their head. Not too bad. This add-on simply has an effect where if the survivors pop multiple gens, the timer goes down a little bit. But it also has a bigger timer by default. So it kind of evens itself out. It doesn't really do a lot. If you want to make the timer lower, the Tamper Timer is for you. Now, 2 other add-ons that also buy a lot of time are the Crate of Gears and the Bag of Gears. They are very, very similar, with the Crate just being slightly stronger in effect. The Crate of Gears takes every search that survivors must perform. By default, it will be 12. As we said earlier, it could be up to 15, and adds a few seconds to it. Those seconds add up. And it also means that if a survivor is in a desperate situation and they need to remove the trap because they're about to die, this makes it even harder to do that in time. Keep in mind that doing a trap is like doing a totem. You cannot interrupt it. You lose all of your progress. If you do a trap to 90%, and then you scream from a perk or the killer interrupts you, you go back to 0. So with this add-on, it's even easier to interrupt survivors, even more likely that they'll be interrupted and have to do the search multiple times, which can be really, really cruel. This add-on is extremely easy to use. You put it on and you just forget about it, and either survivors will be slower or they'll straight up die sometimes if they're a bit careless. You can also stack both of them if you'd like. Survivors can tell that you have this add-on because you also place a trap a little bit faster on their head. Then we have the tamper timer. This add-on only reduces the timer by a little bit, but this little bit can be crucial, especially when paired with creative gears or similar. Since survivors will have to search boxes on average 3 times, some of them might have to search it 4 times. On some maps, if you don't get a really good head start, and by the time you come out of the hook, your trap is active, you can literally die before you can do 4 searches. Let alone if the killer bothers you and interrupts you a few times. That is a really scary thing. If you run these 2 add-ons, I don't think the last time I checked this, on average, almost 1 person dies per game. It's actually quite disgusting. Even though they've been nerfed a little bit, they are still quite powerful. This is not a very fun playstyle. It doesn't make you better at playing the pig. So I do not recommend these if you want to get better in chase, but hey, I have to explain what they do. Now, Amanda's Secret is a completely different add-on. What this add-on does is anytime a survivor removes their head trap, you get a notification and you see their aura. This is a really nice effect. Typically, you do not want to chase a survivor that has a trap on their head. Think about it, right? Let's say that this survivor has a trap on their head and these 3 survivors do not, so they're doing gens. If I chase this survivor, that's 3 guys doing gens. I don't want that. I'm going to lose the game very quickly. Meanwhile, if I chase one of them, that's 2 people doing gens. This guy is searching for the box, and maybe I can run into 2 of them at once. So that's maybe 1 person doing gens. Maybe. That's huge. I want to bother the people doing objectives, right? But then again, you also want to kill people quick. So you want to go for people that have already been hooked. So when this guy removes his box, I now have a notification thanks to this add-on that lets me know, hey, this mech that is vulnerable and maybe hasn't even healed, she just started healing next to the box. Go kill her. And this can be super, super useful to find that 1 person that is dead on hook. A really, really nice and underrated add-on that isn't super obvious to survivors. The videotape has a completely different effect. The videotape takes the traps that you start with and it gives them to survivors at the start of the game. So if you start with, say, 4, you will give 1 to each. If you start with 5, you will give 4 and have 1 in your inventory. This is huge. This is huge. All survivors starting with traps means that they will fight for the same boxes. They cannot be super efficient. In some maps, the boxes are hard to find, especially if you pair it with the rule set number 2, which we'll get into. So they can be extremely inefficient. This basically makes it so that the first minute or 2 is completely wasted by survivors. And if you have a good start during that 1 or 2 minutes, you can set them up for a losing game. Not a bad effect, very easy to use as well. We're now walking into add-ons that increase the effectiveness of the ambush, which you can use in chase. The Workshop Grease just has a very, very nice a very nice set of effects. It has 2 effects. It makes you charge your ambush sooner, and it also makes you have a slightly better cooldown if you miss, which is good to catch up. The second part is not too important. It's the same as the syringe, but hey, it's nice that it's there. The faster charge makes you less predictable and a little bit deadlier when you use your ambush. The last will is kind of like the engravings for Billy or for Bubba. They make your charge ambush take a bit longer, but in return, they make you a bit faster. It's only a bit faster, but because the speed is very high, it's actually quite noticeable. So this makes you a bit of like a tank. You're a bit slower, but once you get going, my goodness, that is actually really, really fast and covers a lot of ground. These 2 add-ons are really good combined together if you want to have a nice combination of add-ons to make your ambush better, because they kind of this kind of removes the downside of this other add-on and then makes it still a bit faster. Not bad at all if you're into ambushing. The rule set number 2 is an interesting add-on. I think it can be really good or really bad. This add-on makes it so that survivors do not see the auras of the boxes that they have to search unless their trap is already taken. So yeah, what this means sometimes is that survivors that have inactive traps will simply just sit on gens, and that actually might backfire for you. So you don't really want this add-on always. but I do think it shines when you bring it together with the videotape. Say that you bring the videotape, so that means that every survivor starts with a trap, and you bring the rule set number 2, which means that every survivor starts with a trap and they don't know where to search. And then let's say that you get lucky or you use a map offering and you go to Midwich. That's a disaster. They have to go room by room. They don't know where the traps, where the jigsaw boxes are. When they find them, they might see other teammates and they have to waste time waiting for each other. And then you are also maybe sneaking up on them and attacking them. Yeah, it can be quite chaotic, especially against beginner survivors. The combat straps used to be one of her best add-ons because it made her crouch and uncrouch much faster. Luckily, this add-on has been nerfed and her default speed is now better. So this add-on isn't as necessary, but it's still really, really decent. It makes you crouch a little bit faster and uncrouch a little bit faster as well. The uncrouching part is actually quite useful because many times when you crouch, a survivor will be like, okay, I'm gonna get hit, so I'm just gonna run to the next loop, and then you can uncrouch and catch them. So it helps a little bit. Not a terrible effect, not super strong either. We then have several add-ons that inflict effects based on when you put a trap on the survivor. There's 4 of them. The face mask, which makes every survivor with a trap on their head blind. The rusty attachments, which makes them mangled. The toxin, which makes them exhausted. And the utility blaze, which makes them hemorrhage, which means that if you interrupt them healing, they lose progress. The blindness is actually the best one, by far. Blindness is actually super brutal. You put it on, you hook a survivor, that survivor does not see their teammate when they're on the hook, so they cannot see what everyone is doing. If they need help from someone, they don't see it. They do see the auras of the boxes, unless you have this one. Keep in mind that blind survivors still see the power items or the power props around the map. If those white auras exist there, like plague fountains, they still see that. So it doesn't, make them useless, but it does remove a lot of information from a vulnerable survivor that might very well need it. So yeah, it's not bad at all. Sometimes you can down a survivor, put a trap on them, and just leave them on the ground, and they will have no idea where everybody is. It can be quite cruel. The mangled one is not so good. Survivors sometimes don't even heal upon being unhooked, and if they do heal, it's not that big of a deal. It's not that important. For that reason, the mangle one, the hemorrhage one is not very good. You should not necessarily be harassing people with traps on their head. If you do, these add-ons might do something for you, but it's not a huge deal. As we explained earlier, you do not necessarily want to chase people with a trap on their head. They are not doing objectives. Most of the times you want to go for other people, normally. So having this add-on that makes them exhausted, the toxin, is also not a great idea. You shouldn't be chasing people, and if they're exhausted, who cares, right? Sometimes you can run it with a videotape to make sure that your first chase, that person will not have any exhaustion perks. And sometimes you do need to tunnel a person out of the game, like kill them, focus on them. And it's kind of good to remove their life, their balanced landing, their dead heart. So it's not terrible, but it's not ideal either. We then have Amanda's Letter. Amanda's Letter is very interesting. It removes 2 of your traps. So instead of starting with 4, you start with 2. Not amazing. That part kind of sucks. You can make it 3 if you have the jigsaw sketch. If you pair with the videotape, then 2 survivors would start with traps, but not all 4 of them. So it has a big downside, but it comes with the nice advantage of being able to see auras around you when you crouch. This makes your ambush 3 times as deadly. It makes mind games from the survivors impossible. You will literally just see them. It's true that some survivors might run distortion or off the record or other perks to hide their aura, but eventually there should be someone that you can use this against, and it's not bad. The downside holds it back a little bit, but it's a fun add-on. I personally like it. A really good add-on to pair with this is John's medical file. When you are on the ground, crouch and ambushing, you move faster. So if you need to crouch for a little bit in a loop or check an area looking for auras with Amanda's Letter, you can use this to be a little bit faster. Now, keep in mind, you are slower than survivors when you are crouched, and you also don't see very much because your camera is so close to the ground. You do not, as a beginner player, you do not want to go around the entire map crouched. Survivors might see you and just avoid you, and you might embarrass yourself, and it's not efficient, okay? Do not use your stealth just in general. Use it when you know where you're going. You have a perk that tells you that 2 survivors are here, then go there, crouch, right? And this add-on helps. But do not use this add-on and crouch everywhere. That is a mistake with or without this add-on. And just like that, we're almost completely out of add-ons. We have the razor wires and the interlocking razor. These 2 add-ons are very, very similar. When survivors are searching, putting their hands in the box, trying to remove it, they have skill checks. These skill checks are very easy. They cannot really be made harder with perks, I believe, unless it's bugged. So these skills are very easy. But every now and then, survivors will miss them. If they miss them while healthy, this add-on makes them injured. Which, I mean, a free injury, if it happens once or twice, is already pretty big. And if they're injured and they miss this, they become deep wounded. With deep wound, that means that they probably have to remove it because they can't keep searching. They might bleed out, so this will slow them down. So these two add-ons have a bit of a problem, right? If you have this add-on and they're injured, it can do nothing. If you have this add-on and they're healthy, it can do nothing. If you have both of these add-ons, they probably will do nothing because survivors on average miss not many skill checks doing boxes. I think these add-ons are generally pretty garbage. Even if they work once, it's not too bad. The best, absolute best use that I've ever seen from this add-on is to run it with the videotape. You run it with the videotape, and everyone at the start is searching for boxes, and what you're trying to do is running to as many people as possible. If you get lucky, you might interrupt the survivor while they're doing a skill check. When they let go, they will automatically miss it, and then they get injured, and now maybe you can down them. So that could work, but I am basically grasping at straws. It's a really, really bad effect. But probably still better than the Shattered Syringe. The Shattered Syringe makes it so that if you use your ambush and you whiff into the air, you recover like very, very slightly sooner. I think it's 0.25. So it's pathetic. It's very, very small. Also, fun fact, if you hit a wall, you recover faster than even with this add-on. I don't know why, but hitting the wall, like hitting, let's say that you miss and you're next to a wall anyway, you might as well like turn a bit and be like, you know, fist bump the wall, because you actually recover sooner than whiffing, even with this add-on. So it's really, really useless. The effect is just tiny and doesn't come into play that often. That's the pick though. Experiment, see if you need more passive slowdown, if you want a head pop, or if you want to go for more ambush oriented, and play whatever's more fun for you. So next up is the Clown. There are different playstyles, and depending on how much you want to use both bottles, the best and most appropriate combos for you might be different. At the highest level, it is arguable that running these two add-ons is probably the best. Extends the duration of the speed boost that you get from the yellow bottles. That's the Garish Makeup Kit. And then also allows you to see auras of survivors as you go around the map while invigorated. That's the Cigar Box. These are probably some of the strongest. You can also go for something a bit more balanced. The Bleach here will slow down survivors additionally. And the... what's it called? The whiskey bottle? Is the whiskey bottle? The cheap gym bottle increases your own speed boost. So you slow them down more, you speed yourself up more. If you want to focus entirely on slowing them down, the best combo is probably the Ether 15 ball % and the Flask of Bleach. So for beginners, these two could be quite appropriate. If you want to stay on lower values, that's fine. You still have versions of the stronger add-ons that are pretty good, like the Sticky Soda bottle, and what is it called? The Solvent Jug. Yeah, these two increase your duration a little bit and give you a bit of a speed boost. These are not bad for like low rarity. There's also add-ons that change the color of the bottles, and some party ones that don't do anything. And this one shows auras, which is fun. There's also some combos like the fingerless parade gloves, which I made a video about if you want to look up. It's a very unique add-on. So some fun things to be done. Now let's break everything down. So as we mentioned, the Cigar Box allows you to see the auras of survivors whenever you're invigorated. This is super useful in Chase and also outside of Chase to just find people around the map. Be careful, because if survivors step on your yellow bottles, they also see your aura, so it could turn on you. It's true that survivors have perks like Distortion and Off the Record to hide their auras, but you're gonna get value out of this at one point or another. It's just really, really powerful for almost everything. Really, really good. The Flask of Bleach shines for its simplicity. It simply makes the slowdown that survivors get, which is minus 15% speed, even bigger, now being minus 19% speed. It just makes your slowdown more pronounced, which is just good, solid value. Not much else to say about it. It pairs very well with the next add-on, the Ether 15. Ether 15 makes it so that when a survivor outlasts the effect or steps out of the cloud, it lasts an extra 1 second. So say that they drop a pallet and you hit them with a bottle, and then you start breaking the pallet. By the time you're done breaking the pallet, they are still suffering from the slowdown because it lasts a bit longer. It doesn't make a big difference when you slow them down and hit them right away, or slow them down in a loop that's short and hit them, but in situations where they try to break away, this one's quite strong. Then we have two versions of the same add-on. The Makeup Kit and the Solvent Jug. Wait, no. Did I say that right? Please tell me I got that right. Yeah, exactly. The makeup kit, sorry, they did get changed recently. The Garish makeup kit increases the time that you are invigorated, that you are sped up by your own yellow bottles. And the Solvent Jug does the same, but a little bit weaker. You could stack them both if you wanted to. This is more for advanced players. Beginners, they typically have a harder time using the whole yellow bottle duration, but it is very, very, very good. Being sped up for longer means you catch up much sooner. It's easy to set up once you get a bit of experience, and it also extends the time that you can use a cigar box to see survivors for even longer. Not bad at all. The Tattoo's middle finger is like a reverse cigar box. Instead of seeing survivors when you're invigorated, it's a little bit worse. You see their auras when they step on a purple cloud when they're slowed down. This is not as useful, but it's still really, really decent. You throw a purple bottle, slow them down on a loop, and then you see how they react. They try to run away, you see it immediately. They try to hide behind a corner or wait on the pallet on the wrong side. You have an easy time getting a nasty surprise attack because you see exactly where they are. Not too bad at all. We then have the Chip Gin bottle and the Sticky Soda bottle. These two add-ons are almost the same. It's just that the purple one is a bit stronger. They can be stacked together if you're crazy. So basically, instead of giving yourself a 10% speed boost, which is already really good, it's now a 13% or a 12% or a 15% if you use them both. This is actually really, really, really strong. That extra 3% combined with the flask of bleach or combined with the ether or stacked together, they're just so good. You're going to slow down a survivor on a loop. You're going to speed yourself up. And between your extra speed and the extra slowdown that they have, it's going to be so impossible for them to generally do anything. You have guaranteed hits if you know how to use your bottles. A bit more suited for advanced players that know how to use the yellow bottle. Not so easy for beginners, but still pretty good. We already explained what this one does, and now we're getting to the family of add-ons that is not as useful. The first one is the bottle of chloroform. This makes, like, the way bottles work on Clown is that you throw them, right? And they spread into like little balls of gas. If you throw them all really close, it will just be a big bubble of gas. If you throw them somewhere up in the air and they spread out, you'll see the individual clouds. This makes these clouds slightly bigger. It also makes them fall on the ground slightly faster, which isn't always super noticeable, but it is a bit of an effect as well. It's an indirect effect of this add-on. It's not terrible. It's not awful. It makes your bottles a little bit more consistent, but the sad part about this add-on is that you could just run Flask of Bleach or Ether or any of these add-ons to make your bottles better. Out of all the add-ons that improve the bottle's effectiveness, this one is the least important. In some situations, however, you might find that throwing a bottle higher up with this add-on covers a very large area very consistently. So it helps with that. It helps to make sure that the bottle clouds cover basically everything and there's no gaps for survivors to like sneak their way through. The Sulfuric Vial is a very interesting add-on. It puts Mangled when you hit a survivor with a bottle. And this should happen fairly often, but unlike some of the other killers that we talked about earlier, the Clown is not a super fast hit and run killer. She's not a super intense killer that goes around the map injuring people. If people have Mangled, like, it's not like you can pressure all of them at once. They will still manage to get the heal if they need to. It's not a huge effect, but it's also not too bad. Then we have the Fingerless Parade Gloves. This is a fascinating add-on that at first glance should be avoided. And honestly, for beginners, it should be avoided. So the way it works, right, is that Clown, when he throws a bottle, the bottles have a bit of an arc. They go up a little bit and then down a little bit. With this add-on, obviously, if you want to throw them straight away, right, you simply look down and then you kind of like throw them straight in front of you. What this add-on does is it changes the angle to be more straight. So instead of throwing them with a bit of an arc up and down, they go more like a Hunter's Hatchet. This basically makes your bottles be thrown a bit closer to what a Hunter's Hatchet would be in front of you. It also, and here's the important part, it also increases the speed throw of the bottle by a little bit. And that actually makes this add-on a little bit good, because it means that when you're chasing a survivor around a corner and you have a very short moment to throw a bottle and slow them down, Since your bottle hits them sooner, it means that they begin to be slowed down earlier and you are more likely to catch them. I actually made a video about this if you want to look it up, fingerless parade glove, clown, Otzdarva, or some other keyword, and you will find it. I think it pairs well with the flask of bleach so that the slowdown gets applied as soon as possible and it is as strong as possible. Not a bad add-on, but I think it requires, it kind of changes the way you play clown, so either you like this add-on and you run it, or you want to avoid it at all costs. We then have the two feathers. The Starling Feather and the Robin Feather. These two add-ons, despite being different rarities, are almost exactly the same. They almost have the exact same values, so they're very interchangeable. You can also run them both. They basically cut a bit of the time that the clown needs to recover when throwing a bottle. So say that a survivor, I don't know, is in front of you and you throw a bottle and you miss and now they're vaulting a window. Sometimes you might find that because of the 1 second cooldown, you're like, I wanna hit him, I wanna grab him, but I can't, I messed up. These situations happen. With one of these add-ons, or both of them, if you are absolutely insane, you can throw a bottle and recover in like half the time, so that you can throw another bottle faster if you miss, or grab them, or hit them, or do whatever. So it is a great add-on to minimize mistakes. It's good for beginners, and to make it easier to spam bottles. Now, one word of warning, there's not a lot of reason to spam bottles. If you are right behind a survivor and you already have a guaranteed hit, if you throw a bottle and then hit them, it doesn't really do anything. Like the purple bottle effects go away. Although you could throw a yellow bottle, hit them, and then they get a speed boost, and then you get the yellow bottle to catch up. That's something you could do, and these add-ons help with that. Not bad, not bad. They're just not as impactful as the ones above. We then have the two reload add-ons. They each do a different thing, but both contribute towards the same thing. The Smelly Inner Souls make it so that when you reload, you move faster. And the Thick Cork Stopper makes the reload itself slower. Both of these add-ons feel good to use, and you can run them both together if you want to be the super fast reload clown. And each of them shines in a slightly different situation. Say that a survivor is running away from you, and you want to chase them, but you desperately need to reload. Or maybe you're going around the map and you need to reload. In that situation, the Smelly Inner Souls is better, because while you move and you reload, you don't lose much speed, and it's almost like you're not slowing down at all. That's really good. But then there's also other situations when you need a bottle as quickly as possible, but you don't really care about moving because the survivor that you're chasing is already like trapped. You're basically standing still waiting in a loop. In that situation, then the Cork Stopper is a little bit better because it just speeds it up. If you're not moving while reloading, then this add-on's a bit better. If you are moving while reloading, then this add-on's a bit better. Both of them are very similar. Both of them are pretty good. Unfortunately, the next add-ons are just not as good as that. The first one is the kerosene can. Whenever you hit someone with one of your bottles, the purple ones, they will be blind for a little bit. I mean, there's a lot of information perks that survivors use, like Windows of Opportunity, and this can kind of help you a bit with that, but it's very inconsistent. Blindness on its own is just not that strong. We then have the VHS tape add-on, which makes it so that the bottle colors are switched. So when you throw a purple, it will look yellow. When you throw a yellow, it will look purple. And some survivors might sometimes make the mistake of running into a yellow thinking they're going to get a speed boost, and then, oops, surprise. I'm going to tell you right now, if a survivor is smart, they will never fall for this add-on, and I'm going to explain to you why. When you throw a bottle, if the bottle takes the color immediately, that's a slowdown. And if the bottle becomes white and then switches to a color, that's the speed up. So you don't need to see if it's golden or yellow or purple, pink, because you can just know. If you see a bottle immediately go into a color, that's slowdown. And if it goes white first, that's the speed up. It's just that simple. So yeah, maybe against beginners and for a bit of a laugh, this can be okay. The party bottle gives you extra points, and it just goes a little, there's like a little confetti. It's funny, but it doesn't do anything. I mean, if you don't care, go for it. The Spirit of Hearthstone is the equivalent of the bottle of chloroform. Instead of making your purple slowdown bottles bigger, it makes your yellow slowdown, your yellow speed up bottles larger, the clouds. This is not good though. This is actually kind of bad. You want your yellow bottles to be small for you to use, and if they're too big and they spill to the other side of the loop, it's possible that a survivor might actually step on it and get a big speed boost. You don't want that. So making them bigger is normally not super good. It can help sometimes, but it's just, I don't think it's super good. You could make the argument that bigger yellow bottles means it's easier for you to like not miss it if you walk by it, but I personally don't don't think that's worth it. It can backfire. I wouldn't run this add-on. Then the last add-on is the Redhead Pinky Finger. Now this add-on used to be very, very annoying. It allowed you to throw a bottle, and if the bottle itself hit a survivor directly, like if you hit them with the actual physical bottle, direct hit, then you could insta-down them. And that was really, really strong. But now it has a massive downside. It reduces all of your bottles to just one. Just one. They nerfed it, then they nerfed it again, and now they nerfed it one more time. Now it's just one. Now, this is really good in situations where a survivor is in the open. You can just insta-down them. If you miss, you're screwed, but yeah. And it also makes it impossible to rescue from the hook. So in the late game, this add-on will guarantee that you get at least one kill, probably. Probably. Not even guaranteed, but probably. But other than that, it's not worth it. The insta-down is just not worth losing so many bottles. And after every bottle, you have to reload. It's horrible. Absolutely horrible. This add-on is straight up not worth it. It's a bit of a challenge or a fun thing if you want to try it, but I do not recommend it. Let's get to the next killer. Next up is the Spirit. All of her good add-ons are fairly simple, and some of the more complex ones are really not that good. We'll get into them. If you want to not think too hard, it's almost always a good idea to pair Recovery, the best recovery add-on that you can have, and either speed or activation speed. This combo is universally really, really good. You can also go for more advanced things like a lot of speed from the Mother Ring and detection from the Cherry Blossom. This can be pretty good and has a difficult counterplay, but nothing wrong with going with the simpler ones. Her basic add-ons are just really, really good as well. She has good yellow recovery, good yellow activation, good yellow speed, and even the brown activation speed can be stacked with the yellow one. This is still really, really good. She also has an add-on that gives her back her power immediately when she gets stunned, and it's kind of cute with activation, but she's got a few fun ones. We'll see. So, the best add-on on Spirit, universally, one that you can almost always pair with anything, the recovery add-ons. The best recovery add-on is the Rusty Flute. It gives you your power back much, much sooner. As a Spirit, if you have your power up, you have a chance to down, you have a chance to catch up, you have a chance to get a lucky hit, or make a survivor make a huge mistake. Like, getting your power sooner is almost always good. Being able to break a pallet and then being able to use it immediately is great. It allows you to use your power in bursts constantly and even use it in extended times and not have too much downtime. The Rusty Flute is the best and goes well with almost anything else. Can be stacked with others. The Broken Watch is almost as good, but not quite. And then there is the Brown Crane, which is a bit of a step down, but hey, I mean, for its rarity, it's not bad. These three are the recovery add-ons. We then have several speed add-ons that make her move faster. The most powerful one of them all is the Mother-Daughter Ring. It increases your speed not by as much as it used to. It used to be really, really strong, but still by a significant amount, to the point where you become your mobility becomes really crazy because you can go so fast, and you're very unpredictable in chase. However, it comes with the downside of completely removing scratch marks. That means that you'll have to go by visual cues like dust and plants moving and audio cues. You don't have the main visual cue of following the scratch marks, but that's okay. For that reason, it pairs well with the Cherry Blossom, but we'll talk about that in a minute. The other speed add-ons are adequate. It's the Muddy Cap and the Zori. These are, I think, 10 and 5%, if I remember correctly. It's not bad. It's not bad. It doesn't give you as quick of an advantage as the ribbon and the activation ones, as we'll see in a second, but it's still really, really good. Gives you mobility and gives you unpredictability in chase. They're not bad. The add-ons that really stand out, though, for the rarity are the activation speeds. These are similar to the charge add-ons for Billy, where he uses his Genso sooner. This is the same. You begin to use your power sooner. Do not be fooled by their rarity. Even the brown one is very decent. When you're chasing a survivor, you have to do this animation, and then you begin to move, right, in spirit form. Being able to finish the animation sooner means that the survivor has less time to run away, and there's less guesswork. You know where they were a few seconds ago, so it's easier to track them and harder for them to get away. Really, really, really good add-ons. Both of them together can be used as well. Then we have the Cherry Blossom. This is a very unique add-on. It has a similar downside to the Mother-Daughter Ring, where you completely lose the ability to see scratch marks. You also don't see blood, obviously, so it's really hard to track by that through that. But it also gives you a heartbeat. a killer instinct whenever a survivor is basically on top of you. You can use these two add-ons together since they have the same downside. And what this allows you to do is to use your power, go through a survivor, and if a survivor is trying to do something cheeky, like crouch or go quiet and try to sneak past you, you will always detect them. So it completely shuts down that kind of juke, and it has no counterplay because survivors cannot avoid this detection ever. More experienced spirits do not need this kind of help. They are happy to listen to audio cues and stuff like that. Then again, keep in mind that even good spirits will have a hard time when survivors have perks like Iron Will, which is getting a buff soon, or Off the Record, which makes survivors completely quiet. So yeah, it's not bad, but it's not for everybody. We've already talked about all of these add-ons. Let's go to the Uchiwa. The Uchiwa and the Kintsugi Teacup are essentially the same add-on, but with a different trigger condition. With the Uchiwa, you get your power completely back immediately when being stunned. Normally, the spirit can use her power for 5 seconds. And for each second use, you get 3 seconds of recovery. So if you use 1 second, you get 3 seconds to wait. If you use 2 seconds, you get 6 seconds of wait. If you use all of your power, you need to wait 15 seconds to get it back, which is a relatively long time. But if you get stunned, bam. With this add-on, you get it back immediately, which could allow you to make a really big play. You need to make a build a bit around them, maybe run the perk Enduring from the Hillbilly to recover from the stun faster, but it's interesting. It's not bad. It actually allows you to... It's like an alternative to the more consistent recovery add-ons, if you want to try it. It's kind of fun. The Kintsugi Teacup is the same idea, but it doesn't trigger when you get stunned. It gets triggered when you break a pallet or a breakable wall. It actually is quite useful in maps like Dead Dog Saloon that have a lot of breakable walls. You use your power across the entire map to cover the entire map almost, and then you immediately break a breakable wall, and bam, you can use it again without waiting the 15 seconds. It also helps a lot to just break a pallet quickly and use your power again. Not bad, although ultimately the recovery add-ons are just more consistent. We then have the Katana Suba. This add-on increases a bit of the speed boost that you get when you come out of your power. This helps you in general to increase your mobility a little bit, but it helps you particularly if you swing. If you swing with this add-on, your swing reaches an approximate extra 1 meter of distance. That means that if you're trying to do a big swing into the open to catch up to someone, this add-on helps a little bit. It's not that insane. If you generally do not want to do crazy swing predictions, but you can with this add-on. Ideally, if you want to, you could just run one of the speed add-ons like the Muddy Cop or the Mother-Daughter Ring, and that might honestly be a little bit more consistent, but it's not a terrible effect. The Origami Cream, as we explained, is the weaker version of the Flute. It's not bad for a brown. The Zori, as we explained, is the weaker version of the Cap. Not too bad for a brown. But now we get to the other add-ons that are not as good. We have the 3 duration add-ons. The Kaiun Talisman gives you 1 extra second, and the Shiawase Amulet gives you half a second of extra power duration. The thing is, as a spirit, you don't necessarily want to use all of your power, because then you have to recover, as I explained, for a long time. So there's very few situations where you're going to use 5 seconds of power and think to yourself, oh, I want to have 1 more second. You don't generally want to do that. As a general rule, you use your power in shorter bursts. That being said, there are some situations when you need to be somewhere extremely urgently, and being able to use your power for 1 extra second might be worth it. So these add-ons aren't super bad, but they typically get trumped by the other more useful add-ons. The third duration add-on is the Yakuyoki Amulet. Now, this add-on used to have a side effect that made it really, 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 really powerful. But in order to compensate for that, it also had a downside of reducing your speed by quite a bit. So it had a really strong effect and a downside. But they removed the side effect, and now only the downside remains. So with the Yakuyoki Amulet, you have a much longer duration of your power. It boosts from 5 to 8.5 seconds, so it almost doubles your power duration, which allows you to just like zoom around the map for a long time. But it also reduces your speed and makes you a lot more predictable, and your ability to like juke and fake out where you're going in a loop is greatly diminished. I think overall, this is a really bad trade-off. If you want extra duration, just run the Kayun Talisman, which is decent and has no downside whatsoever. Yakuyoki Amulet is a bit of a mistake. The Juniper Bonsai is an interesting add-on. It takes a part of the spirit and makes it better, but it's a part that you don't control very much. So I'm sure you have noticed that the spirit sometimes flickers. Her body briefly disappears, not for you as the killer, but for the survivors. This is something that happens randomly. It's a passive ability of hers. It's called the passive phasing, where sometimes her body disappears and comes back. With this add-on, the disappearing happens more frequently, and when it does happen, she stays invisible for slightly longer. This means that this doesn't happen while you're using your power, but obviously that doesn't get affected. But while you're just chasing survivors around some loop, the chances for your body to disappear and them to be like confused for like half a second, where it's like, oh, wait a minute, is she coming left? Is she coming right? Is she coming left? Is she coming right? This might help you, big keyword here, might help you mess with them a little bit more. But it's ultimately completely random, and you don't see it, and you can't predict it, and you don't know when it's helped you. So for that reason, it is a bit of a so-so add-on. The next few add-ons are generally really bad. The Wakizai Saya allows you to do a similar thing as the nurse does with her purple add-on. You can teleport back to your starting location. So say, for example, that a survivor is on a pallet, on a very strong pallet, and you use your power, and you go all the way around. And when the survivor hears you, they vault the pallet. Then you can use this add-on to teleport back and immediately hit them. That sounds really cool. And if you run this add-on, maybe once every 3 games, you'll pull that off once. But the reality of playing the Spirit is that in almost every single situation, almost every single scenario, survivors do not run into your husk. It's not like Nurse, where they often run into you to juke you. It's way, way too dangerous to do that against Spirit, because she can stop whenever she wants. She might even detect you with this add-on, right? So survivors, as a general rule, almost always run away from you. So the ability to teleport back is almost entirely wasted. Now you could think, oh, but what if I stay by a hook and I pretend to go away, and then when a survivor comes back, then I teleport back? Well, you're not going to know that that's happening. So that is a really, really wishy-washy, super wide a million scenario that even me, a person that likes to experiment a lot, have struggled to do. So yeah, I do not recommend it. The Senko Hanabi is an interesting add-on. Whenever you end your power, the windows that are very close to your original starting location, your husk, get blocked by a very, very short duration. Now let's imagine some situation where this could be useful. You're in the shack, someone's being unhooked, you use your power, you go down there, you hit them, they come out of the basement, and they try to vault the window, but the window's blocked because you were next to it. This might sound useful, but the duration is very short, and as I just explained, in almost every single scenario, survivors almost always run away from your husk. They do not risk going into it or the area where it was in. So it is incredibly difficult to get value out of this add-on. If the duration was bigger, if the range was larger, you could maybe go to a building and pre-block a second floor window and then mess with them. But it's almost impossible to do this because of its very limited numbers. We then have the Furin. This add-on has fallen from grace. Unfortunately, it got tweaked at one point. So, it's just a bit silly. Whenever you use your power and you're far away from survivors, they will hear a whooshing sound map wide, and they might be like, oh, shoot, she's coming to me. This used to be really, really good, because if you use your power from a distance and then go close to a survivor, they might not know that you're nearby. So they could be on a gen, they hear the whoosh, they're like, probably on someone else, and then suddenly you appear next to them, ready to grab them out of the generator. But this has changed. Whenever you are far away and you get close, survivors now can tell that you are close. It wasn't like that before. Before, it stayed like that. It stayed distant. Now, the moment you get close, they know the exact moment that you're close. So this add-on has lost its old ability. If you want to look up some old videos of mine, you'll see how cool it was. But it has lost its own ability to sneak on survivors. All survivors need to do is simply ignore this add-on until they hear the whooshing from a certain direction, and then they know that you're getting close. So it is a nearly completely useless add-on. The only thing it can do is scare away some these survivors that don't know how this add-on works. Horrible. Really, really bad. What a shame, by the way. Mother's Glasses. Again, if you're using your power and a survivor runs back to your husk or runs by your husk, maybe a different survivor, you get a killer instinct heartbeat to know that they're there. This would, in theory, go well with the Saya, since we explained that you can teleport back. But as I just explained 3 times now, survivors, generally speaking, do not walk into your husk as a general rule. So you could run this add-on 10 games and maybe see a trigger once or twice. It is extremely, extremely situational. A little bit sad. I've already explained how the Yaku Yaku amulet is bad, and that covers the add-ons for the spirit. Honestly, just go for the boring stuff. Yeah, if you want to do something a bit more spicy, try one of these add-ons and make a build around that. That's always fun. Next up is the Legion, and he has good add-ons at almost every rarity, some interesting ones, and only a couple ones that are straight up bad. Let's get to it. The best combo that you can probably run on this guy, you know, not accounting for taste, is the Iridescent button, which immediately breaks pallets that you vault. That's just a strong effect. And the Mischief Lease. Do not sleep on this Mischief Lease. It increases your duration of your power, which gives you more chances to hit someone, to catch up to someone, to get the 4th insta-down hit. It's just really, really good. Do not be deceived by its rarity. You also, honestly, cannot do wrong sometimes with the combination of the Edge Ruler and the Stylish Sunglasses, I think it's called. Yeah, that's right. So these add-ons, what they do is they make survivors oblivious. They don't know exactly where you are when you're hit. There's no counter to this. It always happens, unlike some of the other add-ons, which are conditional. And then you can see them when they mend. So you can sneak up, you can hit a survivor, pretend that you're going somewhere else, and then sneak up to them. A really nice combo. And honestly, even the brown combination of the Mischief Lease and the Friendship Bracelet, is that what it's called? Yep. It is really, really strong still. You have big duration and like a bigger lunge. Super nice. I also like to run the silly add-on that makes you faster at the end of the game, if you're into that. The Mural Sketch and the Never Sleep Pills are also like a fun combo to have a super mega long power and go around the map stabbing people, but it does have its counterplay. So, right off the bat, as we discussed, you'll forgive me, my phone is here. Right off the bat, the Iridescent button just has a very simple effect. You break pallets that you vault. The worse the survivors that you go against, the stronger this add-on is. Survivors that are really bad will preemptively drop pallets that should honestly not be thrown early, and then you can vault them, destroy them, and then still hit them. So you're basically running out of resources as a survivor while still taking damage, which is the worst case scenario. Goes really well with the Julie's mixtape, so that even if you mess up and you get stunned, you can immediately use your power. So a really good combination for beginners is Eerie Bottom and Julie's mixtape. Maybe I should put that in fun combo. Yeah, that would be good. So yeah, really, really good stuff. The Mischief List. I already spoiled a little bit that this add-on is incredibly good. The extra duration is just good in almost every single scenario. And there's very few times when you have this add-on and you don't feel its help. Just really, really good. Keep in mind that you move quite fast, so an extra 2 whole seconds of running allows you to catch survivors that would otherwise be like slightly too far. So yeah, pretty damn good. Now the Female Mixtape is a very similar add-on to the All-Seeing add-on from the Wraith. It makes you able to see generators and see how progress they are based on their color while you're using your power. This means that at the start of the game, you could just, if you haven't found someone in a few seconds, you can just use your power, and when you see a gen that's starting to be a bit more rosy and red than the others, that's where people are. With this add-on, you can completely remove all kinds of information perks from your build, and you will still constantly know where to find multiple survivors, maybe even where to find that one survivor that's been hiding for a long time. Really good stuff. And you cannot go wrong with this, I think, unless you want to trust your own intuition. Not bad at all. Oh, I forgot to mention, it also makes gens regress while you use your power, which stacks with any other regression that they were suffering, such as Ruin. A small thing, but yeah, it also helps to do that. The Filthy Blade is a very strong effect. Anytime a survivor has to mend, either from your power or from other sources that make them mend, interestingly, they have to mend for longer. This, at the end of the game, translates to quite a bit of time wasted, and survivors, as long as you hit them and go for someone else, they have to mend. It's unavoidable. Unless the exit gates are open and they can just leave, right? So it does translate to quite a bit of lost time. If you don't know what to run, you could run these two add-ons together and you could almost never go wrong. The Friendship Bracelet increases your lunge. It makes, when you're in Feral Frenzy, your Feral Slash, it gives you a ridiculous, almost tier 3-like lunge, so that even if a survivor is trying to reach a window, it takes even a little while to get used to because it feels so different. But it allows you to basically lunge at survivors from an obscenely large distance. It's a nice add-on to pair with this one to make sure no one escapes. Not bad at all. You get used to it. We explained already that the Edge Ruler makes survivors oblivious, which contributes a lot to them being confused and you catching them off guard and doing a bit of like guerrilla tactics on them, particularly useful in indoor maps, as you can imagine, since they don't see you from afar. Then we have two add-ons that give you information on what survivors are doing. The sunglasses, which we talked about earlier, show you when a survivor near you is getting rid of their mending so that, you know, you can find them. Normally not a very useful thing. Normally you hit a survivor and you want to go for someone else if possible. But it's not bad and goes really well with the Edge Ruler. The Stab Wound Study is a bit simpler. Whenever they get rid of the deep wound by mending, then you see their aura even across the map. Not too bad. And keep in mind, both of these add-ons can be countered by Distortion and other perks that hide aura. We then have Susie's Mixtape, which makes it so that when you hit a survivor, you detect people from even further. So that maybe after hitting one guy in the middle of the map, you can immediately see where the other three are immediately and hear their heartbeats with Killer Instinct. Now, it's very, very important that even if you get the information that they are somewhere far away, you need to understand that if a survivor is, let's say, 59 meters away from you, you're not going to catch them. What you need to do in that situation is get a bit close, cancel your power, and then just use it again. Do not chase them like a maniac unless they are cornered somewhere, because if they run a straight line, you're not going to catch them. One of the worst things you can do as Legion is chase a survivor with your frenzy, and then you didn't make it. And now you have to wait 20 whole seconds to get your power back. Waste of time. Instead, just when you know and you realize that you're not going to hit them, just get close. See where you are. See where they are. Make sure you have a good that you've tracked them down, and then cancel power. Then you get your power back sooner, and then you can use it again, and then maybe you hit a bunch of people. So yeah, not bad. The information is quite useful, and it has some interesting gimmicks as well. The Mural Sketch is an interesting add-on. It seems really, really strong, but it's not as crazy as you might think. When you hit a survivor with your Feral Frenzy, you get a speed boost. Right? So the more survivors you hit, you get faster. By the time you've hit 3 survivors, the 4th survivor has a really hard time getting away from you because you're moving faster and faster and faster. This add-on increases that gain by 50%. Instead of gaining 0.2, you gain 0.3 meters per second for each step. This eventually makes you much, much, much faster, and it does scale up nicely. This add-on goes really, really well with the Never Sleep pills, which we'll talk about in a second. But overall, it's kind of outclassed by the Mischief List. The Mischief List just gives you more distance overall. So you can run them both. Nothing wrong with running them both. It's also pretty comfy. But yeah, generally speaking, Mischief List is a little bit better. Now, the Never Sleep pills is one of the most controversial add-ons on Legion. Instead of running your power for 10 seconds, it now lasts 20 seconds, 22 with Mischief List. So you can run around the entire map with your power, but there's a catch. You start very slow. So the idea with this add-on is that instead of being a sprint runner, you're a bit more of a marathon runner. You are slower, but you also last longer, right? So if survivors mess up, you can hit one of them. The first hit is a bit difficult since you're so slow. And then slowly catch up to another. Hit them, then slowly catch up to another. Then by the 3rd hit, you start to be a bit faster, so then you catch up to the last guy, and then you hit them, and then you hit them again, and down. That is awesome. Against lower level survivors and intermediate, I think this add-on is amazing, and as I said, it goes really well with the Mural Sketch, so that you get faster sooner. So in that situation, good stuff. However, what is the problem with this add-on in reality? Yeah, there's so much to discuss, huh? Yeah, look at this. In case you want to, you can see this on the website, but in case you want to have a minute. So the problem with this add-on is that survivors have methods to stop you. A good survivor could blind you while you vault a window and then you lose your power. A good survivor could run in front of a teammate, and if they have deep wound and they body block their teammate, you can't hit them. If you hit them, you lose your power. So they can body block for each other while using Deep Wound, and they will make this very, very difficult. So against top level survivors, I don't think this will hold, but against almost anyone else, it can give you a good time, and it's a fun alternative playstyle. We then have the 3 pins. The Legion pin, which makes survivors broken if they mend themselves. The Deface Smiley pin, which makes them mangled. They can heal, but it takes longer. And the Smiley Face pin, which makes them blind. Now, this can be avoided if survivors group up and touch each other and mend each other. Or 99 they're mending and then someone else finishes it off. But most survivors don't do this. And if they do this, hey, they're together. So you can now go and mess with them again, right? Okay, so let's just address the fact that blindness is not that good of an effect. That's why it's pretty low. Mangled is okay, and being broken is not bad. When survivors are all broken and they can't heal, there are some situations that can be a bit scary. However, this is not as good as it might sound. Against a spirit or a nurse, if survivors cannot heal, they are screwed. But against a Legion, they don't care. Legion, the real power of Legion is to make people injured easily. But then after that, he has to work really hard to get the actual down. So you might find yourself in a situation where you have this pin and a complete anti-healing build, Sloppy Butcher, Chorophobia, Thanos, like all of these things to make survivors impossible, have an impossible time healing. And then you might find that survivors just don't want to heal anyway, and they are comfortable staying injured. So watch out, it can backfire a little. We already explained briefly that Julie's Mixtape completely removes the penalty that you get for being stunned. Pretty much. So it will still reset your power, which means that if you're about to get your 4th hit, you don't want to be stunned. But especially on your first attack, if you get stunned, hey, whatever, just use your power, go over the pallet again, maybe even break it with the button. Not a bad add-on, especially good for beginners. The Stolen Sketchbook is a very simple add-on. It makes survivors drop their items, similar to Franklin's, but the items don't get consumed or disappear. It can be okay with Hoarder or Weave Attunement or some other item-related perk, but it's not that good. The BFFs is one of the most unique add-ons in the game. It is the only add-on in the game that has a number counter on it. If you do a lot of multiple hits, the add-on activates in the endgame. If you are not, one cheese that you can do is hit survivors, the same survivor twice. Normally you don't want to do this because you give them a speed boost for no reason, but it can help you to build stacks for BFFs. So BFFs at the end of the game will give you a significant speed boost forever, permanently at the end of the game, until the endgame is completely over. This would be amazing with some endgame perks and stuff, but the Legion is just not that good. If you have 1 guy left in the endgame, you don't need this. And if you have 4 guys left or 3 guys left in the endgame, Legion's not that insanely powerful at holding them back. So yeah, it's just on a killer that cannot use it. Now, if this was on a Trapper or a Singularity or some other killer that could trap or somehow defend the exegates really well, it could be really, really dangerous, but it's not. We then have the Scratch Ruler. I mentioned earlier that you generally do not want to use your entire power. If you fail to hit someone with your power, let's say you whiff or you attack or they hop into a locker and you miss the attack or you miscalculate and you run out of power, that will set you back a long time. But for beginners especially, this add-on is actually really nice. With this add-on, your power comes back significantly sooner. So if you miscalculate a little bit or whiff, as I said, it is far less punishing. It's okay for them. For almost anybody else, you don't need this. And then we already explained that the blindness add-on is not that good. And then we have 2 add-ons that are genuine garbage. Let's start with Joy's Mixtape. It's the simplest one. This add-on inflicts hemorrhage on survivors that mend their own wounds, which means that if you interrupt them healing, their healing progress goes back to nothing. This is okay on some other killers, maybe, but it's particularly useless on Legion. Let's be honest. If survivors are healing and they finish the heal, who cares? Who cares? Just hit them with your power. Most of the times, I mean, it's obviously, it would be better if you could just down them, but like just hit them with your power and now they're back to being injured. Survivors will rarely try to heal in front of you as a Legion because they know that it's kind of a pointless exercise, an exercise in futility. So yeah, it's just not going to happen all that often. Genuine, incredibly situational useless add-on. Fran's Mixtape has just weird design. While you are in Frenzy, you can open lockers, if you didn't know that, and you cannot break pallets because you vault them, but you can kick gens, and you can kick breakable walls. I don't know why you would ever do that. There's no reason to ever do that, but you could. And if you do that with this add-on, your timer is paused while you do this. That's just so weird. There might be some fun shenanigans, some fun tricks or unexpected things you could conjure up with this add-on, but as a general rule, especially for beginners, it is beyond useless. You never, ever, ever want to stab a guy, and then kick a gen in the middle of your chain. Who cares? It's just, yeah, I'm gonna not insult your intelligence. I'm sure you understand why this add-on is just bad. It's just an effect that should never come up. Next up, one of my favorite killers, the Plague. And she actually has a fairly normal distribution of add-ons. See that her strongest ones are her rarest. Let me just say, she has some of the strongest add-ons in the game. Her best combo by a mile, I think, is the Iridescent Seal and the Devotee's Amulet. This combo makes it so that every time a gem pops, you get not 40, which is normal with this add-on, but 60 seconds of power. There's 5 gens, so that's up to 5 minutes of your power, basically, you know, for free, on top of any fountains that you might find. This is super broken. You can also run it with the perk Deadlock from Pinhead to make sure that gens don't pop too quickly one after another, and then the value that you'll get from this can be insane. It is genuinely disgusting. You can also run double apples, and then you will have at the start 3 fountains that you can immediately use to start using your red puke and be extremely nasty. There are many, many viable combinations, by the way. Don't think that this is the only. You could also combine one of the apples with one of the cooldown add-ons. The duration add-ons are good. I think that as a beginner, I would not use the infection add-ons too much. I see a lot of plagues fail with this, but I'll tell you why in a second. But yeah, let's go over them. Also, fun combo. You can have these add-ons to make passive infection super, super strong. You pick on gens, they touch them, they get infected in like 15 seconds. It's actually pretty fun, but you cannot infect them directly. All right, so let's talk about the E-Reseal. Anytime a gen gets done, you get 40 seconds of your power if you combine it with the Devotee's Amulet, which by itself is pretty meh, but it's really, really good with this. Then it lasts 60 seconds. So you get 5 minutes of power for free, potentially. Absolutely insane, super, super powerful, extremely broken in my opinion. I feel like I don't need to say much else. The Black Incense is also really strong, but it's a lot more sneaky. Whenever a survivor is fully infected, they begin to puke constantly, and anytime they puke, which happens periodically every few seconds, you see their aura. This is a massive counter to the strategy that many survivors adopt of staying injured and staying infected and not cleansing. If you know where multiple survivors are, I mean, you can use the information in Chase, you can use the information to make your decisions, and you can also pick up one of the fountains and then go down someone and still know where everybody else is, and it's brutal. Really, really brutal. Can be countered by Off the Record and Distortion and some other perks, but still. Really, really, really good. Anytime I go against a Plague using this add-on, I always feel like a stupid person afterwards. It's like, oh, of course you knew too much, but you don't know at the time many times. So yeah, very, very strong information add-on. We then have both apples. One of them spawns an extra fountain, which can be okay, but I don't think it's a huge effect. They're almost the exact same add-on. Almost the exact same add-on. They spawn one of the fountains. Instead of being clean, it will be corrupted. That means that you now have twice the chances to have one very convenient fountain. The worst thing that can happen to you as a Plague, right, is that you go to a map that has bad spawns. So say that survivors are doing gens in the middle of the map, and then you look for your default fountain, the red one, and you're like, oh, look at that. It's on the corner, oh, on a hill. I can't get that one. It's just, you could go there, but by the time you go there and you pick it up, everyone is going to hide. Everyone is super far away. It's going to be a waste of your time. With the apples, you have more chances to have a fountain in the middle of the map so that you can use a mid-chase or right after a chase or when multiple survivors are grouping up. So that's really, really good. Both of them are great. They can be used together. The Devotee's Amulet on its own would be a really bad add-on. Think about it this way, right? Why would I want my Plague duration to be 60 plus 20 seconds? So why would I want my duration to be 80 seconds when I'm only guaranteed one fountain per game? What if survivors don't cleanse? What if survivors don't cleanse? They stay injured the whole game, which is difficult, but they can. And then I only have one fountain. That's only 20x. That's pathetic. That's really bad. This add-on would generally be like red tier, mediocre. However, there's two things that make it really good. Number one is apples. If you combine this with an apple, you have two 80-second powers and then maybe possibly more if they cleanse. That's already pretty good. But the thing that really elevates this add-on is just the Eerie Seal. With the Eerie Seal having a downside that you only get to use 40 seconds, that would make this a bit brutal or a bit more of a... But you basically undo that with this add-on. So this add-on makes the downside of this other add-on that's really strong completely disappear. That's what makes it so good. And that's pretty much it. We then have the Severed Toe. So what you need to understand, right, is that when a survivor has been infected, there are 3 stages of how fast the infection can go. If the survivor stands still or walks, the infection does not advance. So say the plague pukes on you a lot and you're like 99% infected, you can literally just walk. As long as you're not doing anything else, as long as you're just standing still, crouching, or walking, the infection doesn't actually advance. But if you walk or move or run, then it starts to go up a little bit. If you're vaulting, it starts to go up a little bit. And if you're working on something that is infected, it goes up even more. So this add-on makes that thing, the passive thing that happens while you're walking, happen faster. It might have sounded really complicated, but what this means, right, is that if you infect a survivor a little bit, let's say that you puke on a gen, they touch the gen, and they continue working on the gen. Or you puke on a window, they vault the window, and they continue to run away. The time that they will need to be infected is cut off by a significant amount. I have forgotten the exact duration, but it saves you about 15 or so seconds, which means that it means that survivors need to immediately be worried about being injured quite a lot sooner. And if there's multiple survivors getting infected because they touch gens, you will see that all of them become infected much sooner and they have to start worrying a lot earlier. It's a really, really decent add-on. It goes really well with the next one that we'll talk about and goes well in general with the idea of making sure that everyone gets infected really, really quickly. Not a bad add-on. Now, the player tablet fragment is a bit different. This is a bit of a meme add-on that is meant to be an alternative playstyle, but it's generally actually fairly strong. Remember how I told you that there's 3 states? Survivors doing nothing, survivors just walking or moving, and survivors working on something infected? This add-on increases the rate at which they get infected when they touch something or interact with something that is infected, such as working on a gen that you puked on. And it is, let me tell you, brutal. With this add-on, and especially if you combine these two, survivors can be fully infected in seconds, in 15 seconds or less. It is wild, actually. They get on a gen, before they even get any progress, they are already injured and have to be vulnerable. So yeah, this is amazing. It also makes the infection that stays on gens last much longer, similar to the other add-ons that we'll talk about, similar to the 2 seals. So that's awesome. But it comes at the cost of not being able to infect survivors directly. If you find a survivor in the open, you cannot puke on them. You can only infect them by puking on a pallet or a window that they have to use, or puking on a gen that they find themselves touching later. You lose the ability to immediately infect survivors. So that's a bit of a bummer. It does kill that immediate threat of yours, but it's still worth it. I still think it's worth it. Survivors rarely expect it. They rarely know how to play against this. The counterplay to this is to cleanse super aggressively, but most survivors as a team or individually do not understand this, and they will struggle against this. So try it. I have made some videos if you want to look up what gameplay with this is like, and it's quite interesting. We then have the Rubbing Oil, a very unique add-on. The Rubbing Oil is basically like a babushka or mana grass bait for Huntress. You know how Huntress charges up her Huntress hatchet sooner and she can throw it? This is the same. It is a strong one. It is I believe 20... they nerfed it. It used to be 100%, I think. It used to be double. It's now 50% faster. So it's like a third faster ability to puke. This is good. This is good. It helps in red puke and also green puke. It allows you to, at a moment's notice, puke on survivors a little bit earlier. And it's nice. It feels really good to pair with cooldown. It makes your puke feel really fluid. No pun intended. Gameplay-wise, very smooth. However, keep in mind that even with this add-on, in some situations, you're not in a rush. You're going to puke on the survivor and you're holding it and holding it. You're not in a rush, right? And also, the projectile speed is very slow. Unlike Huntress, even if you fully charge your puke, the puke itself moves very slowly. So survivors going around corners, you're never going to hit them. So you need to be careful. It's not a miracle add-on. We then have two add-ons, the Tincture and the Healing Salve, which do almost the same. The yellow one being slightly stronger, but the brown one still being decent. I think it's 0.25 and 0.4 seconds. You basically recover faster after pukes, both the red and the green pukes. So say that you puke on a survivor and they become infected, fully infected, they get injured, and now they're vaulting a window. With this add-on, you can now yoink them out of the window before they vaulted. So in situations like that, it is nice. It's very, very comfortable. It feels really good. You miss and they don't make any distance. You miss your red puke and you throw it almost immediately again. It's pretty good. However, let me warn you about something that is not very obvious when you start playing the Plague. The Plague is one of the only killers in the game that cannot attack, that cannot damage a survivor twice in quick succession with their power. This might sound unbelievable, and it wasn't always true, but as of right now, if you have a survivor in front of you, let's say a survivor just perfectly standing still in front of you, and you do a little quick puke, you go, and you puke on them, with the red puke, I'm talking. And then you recover very fast thanks to this add-on, and then you immediately do it again, the second puke will go right through them. They have a period of invincibility that does not allow you to do like a little machine gun, like boom, boom. Huntress doesn't have this problem. Trickster doesn't have this problem. No other killer in the game that I know of has this problem, other than maybe Bubba. Yeah, Bubba cannot hit you immediately. He has to like wait a bit for the second. So it's a bit similar to that. So be careful, because that can happen to you and you might be very confused. However, it's still really good. It allows you to down a survivor, then down another survivor, miss on a survivor, and then hit them again. Hit them, then recover faster, then hit them again. It is good. These add-ons just feel good. The Seal, both of them are very similar. The yellow one lasting a little bit more. Anything you puke on will last even longer. By default, they buffed it from 35 to 40. By default, anything you puke on remains infected by 40 seconds, for 40 seconds. This adds an extra few seconds on top of that. Quite a bit, actually. I think it's 15 and 20? Yes, that's from the top of my head, but you'll have to check yourself. It's a decent effect. It's a decent effect. It really allows you to go around the map and puke on everything and guarantee that they're going to have to deal with it. But it's also not my favorite type of add-on. It doesn't really help you down people. It's not that insane. The best thing that this add-on can do for you, which will happen rarely but might still happen, is if a survivor thinks that they can outlast it. Say that a survivor sees you puke on a gen, and then they go and do some other thing, and then they come back to the gen, and in their head they're thinking, she puked on that gen 35 seconds ago. Let me just wait a little bit longer. Let me wait a little bit longer. And then they wait, and then they wait, and then they wait, and then they wait. And with this add-on, they will be waiting a very long time. So it can basically convince and gaslight survivors into thinking, all right, whatever, it's not even worth it. The possibility of this add-on is so scary. I don't want to waste 30 seconds just waiting here. I'm just going to touch it. So it can indirectly help you, even if you don't use it. We then have the two add-ons, the potion and the emetic potion and the infected emetic, which both increase the infection that you do to survivors whenever you puke on them with your green puke directly. Now, the red puke, the corrupted purge, that damages. So obviously, these add-ons work for the red puke, but these add-ons don't do anything for the red puke. So this is only for the green puke. I also have to tell you that as of a recent patch, her green puke has been less powerful, and it's not been explained why. So that is a bit concerning. But even if that wasn't the case, I think it is, but even if it wasn't, these add-ons are very dangerous for beginners, and I do not recommend them. In most situations, you want to infect a survivor, similar to Legion, and then leave. Or infect a survivor and then hit them if they give you the chance. You do not, as a general rule, want to try to fully infect survivor through your puke only. Doing this is very difficult, is very inconsistent, depends on lag and other, latency issues. If, like, the number one mistake I see plagues, they chase a survivor, right? They infect them a little bit. They could now leave and do the same to everyone else, and that would be good for them. But instead, they stay on that survivor and they go blah 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 blah, puke puke puke, blah 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 blah, puke puke puke, blah 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 blah, puke puke puke. And then 5 minutes later, the guy finally gets infected, and then they go down in one hit. But that's all the gens done by then. You do not want to do that. Do not go for full infection unless you really know what you're doing. If you go for full infections, these add-ons are pretty good though. Whenever a survivor does something like vault a window in front of you, if you get a good mouthful of puke with one of these add-ons or both, they get infected very fast. So it's nice. but I do not recommend it unless you really know what you're doing. The Worship Tablet is an interesting add-on. It makes you pick up your fountains a little bit faster, and when you hold your puke, you actually move at the normal killer speed. Normally, you move at 110, as it says right here. With this, you move at 115. So you can basically hold your puke like and just go around the map, just like pre-aiming, like you're playing Counter-Strike, you know? And then let go whenever you want to. It's not something that you want to do all the time. Sadly, because you're using this add-on, you kind of use 2 apples, so it's not like this add-on just gets outflanked and outperformed by other more consistent add-ons. But it's an interesting effect, and it is a fun one. The Vial-O-Medic is a really interesting cookie. This add-on increases your projectile speed, which I told you is very, very slow, and makes it 10% faster. This sounds maybe nice, but it's just not that good. It's just not that good. Making it 10% faster barely makes a difference in chase. It might allow you to sometimes hit a survivor before they get around a corner, but it's really, really doubtful. For that, the rubbing oil is just better. Now, one thing that this add-on does that makes it a favorite among some players is the fact that because of the higher speed, you technically also have a bigger maximum range. Like imagine that you have a garden hose, right? And the water goes faster, so it also reaches further. Similar idea. So that means that you can snipe people from further, and you can also use the momentum to like draw patterns in the air. You can basically puke into the air as you move backwards. And with this add-on, you have a slightly stronger effect of the puke falling almost straight down, almost as if it's an airstrike. This is pretty advanced stuff that you can get into once you become a super adept plague. Even I don't really know how to do this very consistently, and I've played so much Plague. The Incense Anointment is an interesting idea. Whenever you pick up one of your fountains, if there's someone around you, they will scream, which gives you an amazing opportunity to go chase that person. As a general rule, this is not that good, believe it or not. You should only pick a fountain when you already know where someone is. You shouldn't pick it up and be like, oh, I hope there's someone nearby. That is really risky. There's not that many fountains sometimes. So yeah. The Olive Venom Incense is a nice beginner add-on. Whenever a survivor drinks from a fountain, you can look and you will see their aura and you will see them run away or something. As a beginner, this is really useful because you are still getting used to keeping track of your fountains. So, you know, what's going to happen to you as a beginner is someone cleanses and you look up and you see 3 white fountains and you're like, wait a minute, which one was he in? But experienced plagues, they don't have this problem. Experienced plagues, they are very aware of which fountains are active. And whenever a new one shows up, they immediately go, oh, that one just turned on. So the guy is right there. So this is not super useful, but it's not bad. The Exorcism Amulet is the junior light version of the Devotee's Amulet. It gives you an extra 10 seconds of your power. This is useless. If you use this add-on and nothing else, you have 1 guaranteed fountain. So instead of 60 seconds, you get 70 seconds. Complete garbage. Running these 2 add-ons together is also not that good. You would much rather run apples. If you run apple, you have an extra 60 seconds. If you run this, you have an extra 10 seconds. It's garbage. The only reason the other add-on is high and this one is low is because this one outdoes the entire downside of the Eerie Seal. Because you cannot run... if you could run 3 add-ons, then maybe you could run Eerie Seal, Devotee's Amulet, and Exorcism Amulet. But you cannot. Since you can only pick one, you might as well run the best. So there's almost 0 situations, almost 0 builds where this add-on is desirable. Then again, if you have nothing else, there's nothing wrong with it. The Prophylactic Amulet is a really interesting add-on that I've spent quite a bit of time thinking about. It essentially reduces the amount of maximum fountains that spawn by 2. And what this does is that it makes it harder for survivors to find a fountain, but it also makes it easier for them to cleanse all of them and corrupt all of them. If they corrupt all of them, what ends up happening is that all of them get automatically reverted, and then you automatically get your power no matter where you are. This is what some people would call over-cleansing. If every survivor cleanses on every pool, then all of the it tips over and you get your power. Sometimes this can be useful to get your power in the middle of a chase, but you have so little control over this. This is such a stupid add-on. Overall, it is not worth it. If you want to get your power automatically, use the Iridescent Seal, which is incredibly overpowered, and forget about this add-on. I don't think it's worth it, but if you are a scientist, a plague connoisseur, and you want to do some theory crafting or prove me wrong, I would be super happy to hear your thoughts about this add-on. Let's move on to Ghostface. So the deal with Ghostface is that compared to the past, he's now much better without any add-ons. He doesn't depend as much, and you have a fair amount of variety, also quite a few bad ones, as you can see, that don't do much. The best combo possibly is Philly. Philly's just a staple. It's just so good. If you don't know what to run, Philly's just great. It makes the stalking always a bit easier because the maximum stock is reduced by 20%. If you have the iridescent, every time you hit someone, you get your power back. If you have the wallet, every time you break a pallet, you get your power back. If you have the Wild Eyes matchbook, you get your power back just sooner in general. So that's like bread and butter, but as you will see, there are other things. You can also have this to have a smaller terror radius when crouched and move faster when crouched if you want to do crouch only Ghostface. But there's honestly quite a few options. Philly, as I explained, just makes the whole stalking thing easier. It makes it easy. It makes it nicer if you have to stalk someone directly. If you have them in the open and you don't have something to lean on to make it faster, it does make it a bit less painful. And if you lean, it is incredibly fast. In less than 2 seconds, you already have them like 99 pretty much. So it is really good. Ghostface Caught on Tape has an incredibly useful effect. Every time you hit a survivor, did I get that right? Yeah, every time you hit a survivor with your power, with your basic attack, you will get your power back. And this allows you to be immediately aggressive and immediately use your stealth after a down on a hook. Just do be careful because the person on the hook can reveal you. So you want to be a bit careful. Wild Eyes Matchbook is basically the simplest recovery form add-on. It doesn't give it to you immediately like the Ghostface Caught on Tape, but it does reduce your overall timer from 20 to 14 seconds, which is pretty amazing. There's also a third add-on that does a similar thing. We're going to talk about it now, the Olsen's Wallet. This gives you your power back immediately when you break pallets, and it can catch people by surprise. You can 99 their stock, then they reveal you, then you break a pallet, and they don't expect you to be able to hit them right away. Pretty good. Driver's License is an extremely unique add-on. There are only a handful, or maybe not even... Is there any other add-on like this? I don't think there's any other add-on of this type. There might be 1 or 0 other add-ons. If you stalk a survivor on a generator, the generator explodes and gets blocked. And this is really powerful in some open maps and can be really punishing. There's nothing quite like it, but it's also a bit inconsistent because in some other maps, like say Larry's, it's hard to get line of sight. There are... If you check my FAQ document, there is linked some videos and pictures of Ghostface mains that have found little angles in like almost every map. In almost every map, there's like some hole that you can look through some building to stalk a gen that always spawns there. So for more advanced player, it's actually even better for them. The auto security camera is amazing if you are a consistent player that can manage to mark and down survivors with your insta down. Not so much if you go and hit and run. Every time you down a survivor, you see everybody else basically, and it is very helpful. It's obviously susceptible to distortion and other perks that can hide auras, but still, it is really nice. Goes well with the other Eerie as well, if you'd like. The Drop Like Knife Sheet is super underrated. Basically, whenever you have to stalk a survivor to fully stalk them, you will have to stand still or lean behind an obstacle or slow yourself down a little bit, similar to Myers. And with this, you outdo a little bit of that slowdown and you basically do like a mini ambush. Yeah, not too bad. I do think better in the hands of a really experienced player that really knows how to use that small burst of speed that lasts a few short seconds. We then have the Address Book. This is very similar to the perk Amal Ears from Ghostface himself, but it works into his power. Anyone that is marked will become visible to you for a few seconds when they vault a window or a pallet. Now, this is super useful and can give you some cool mind games where you see exactly where the survivor is and allow them to walk back into you and hit them. That's super cool and all. But do be careful. Do not mark survivors and then go on wild goose chases with them. When you mark a survivor, you need to be, generally speaking, very confident that you're going to be able to get the down. You don't necessarily want to just go around marking people like Myers and then just hope that you can catch them. Sometimes if they play very safe, they could outlast you the entire duration. And, you're wasting a lot of time. Ideally, if you think you're not going to be able to, leave them almost fully stalk, leave them 99, come back to them later when they're more vulnerable. The Chewed Pen and the Lasting Perfume are both very similar add-ons that do the same effect, but in different conditions. So a survivor on the ground will not be able to reveal you in 1 second. Instead, they will need 3 extra seconds. 3 total seconds. And similarly, with the Lasting Perfume, a survivor that is on the hook will not be able to reveal you in 1 second. They'll need 3 whole seconds. The Lasting Perfume is great for beginners. Many times you hook someone, you use your power, and you basically make it impossible for the survivor to reveal you unless you stand perfectly still. So that's kind of nice. There might also be some situations where you want to go back to the hook and someone's coming, right? Let's say that you're behind a barrel or something, and you can get behind the barrel, lean, stalk, and in 3 seconds, you have enough time to fully stalk or 99 any survivor before the survivor on the hook can reveal you. Without this add-on, if you do that, by the time you are halfway, you are going to be knocked out of your power. With the Chewed Pen, you have a similar idea, but when a survivor is on the ground. So for example, let's say that we have the Ghostface caught on tape, right? Let's say that there's 2 survivors. I down one of them. Then this one on the ground is obviously staring at me while the other one runs away. I can then immediately get my power back with Ghostface caught on tape, and then immediately start stalking to see the other guy run away. And the guy on the ground cannot stop me. In those 3 seconds that he needs to knock me out of my power, I can basically fully stalk the other guy. So yeah, it can be situationally useful, but the key word here is that these add-ons are a bit situational. You might go an entire game without needing it, especially if you don't go out of your way. These other add-ons above are just a lot more universally useful. We then have the Night Vision Monocular and the Victim's Detail Routine. Very, very similar idea of add-ons. They just also trigger in different ways. Let me just this one is actually a little bit more useful because in a lot of situations, you will actually allow a survivor to, like, let's say, for example, right, that you 99 a survivor, but you're aware that you're not going to be able to catch them, right? You can let them reveal you, or you can let someone reveal you that you know you're not going to be able to hit, and this will make them exhausted. It's only 5 seconds of exhaustion, if I remember correctly, but that is enough. If you keep chasing that person, they will never be able to shake off the exhaustion, and Light, Balanced Landing, Spin Burst, anything they had, they cannot use in this chase. Victim Detail Routine is a similar idea, but it only works when you mark them. So say that you mark a survivor and they have Spin Burst, they cannot use it out of a gen. It can be okay. It can give you a bit of certainty when you're chasing a survivor that they cannot just immediately drop out of a platform and balance land away. But as I said earlier, you need to be very careful. If you're going to stalk a survivor, you better be sure that you're going to be able to hit them ASAP. So for that kind of reason, maybe the drop like knife shit is just a little bit better. Don't forget that if survivors don't have exhaustion perks, these 2 purple add-ons are essentially useless, and that does happen sometimes. Okay, then we have the Cheap Cologne. It extends the time that a survivor stays marked. This can sometimes be okay, even though I just told you that generally speaking, you want to mark and then down them as soon as possible. In some situations, you might down 2 people at once, and being able to keep someone a bit scared for longer, it's not a horrible effect. But yeah, I mean, you shouldn't be doing that. The telephoto lens is super weird. It makes them oblivious when you yourself are a stealth killer. I think the idea with this add-on is that you kind of use it, and then if you disengage from the survivor, they're going to constantly be unsure about your actual whereabouts. A very weak and inconsistent add-on. We then have the journal. Keep in mind, this is if you get revealed. This is if you mark. Very similar to these 2 add-ons. But this is obliviousness. You might be like, oh, but what if a survivor breaks me out of stealth after I mark him, and then I have a red stain, and then, wouldn't it be good if he doesn't hear my turn? A survivor that is marked cannot reveal you from your power. So this is very, very redundant. These 2 add-ons, I don't super highly recommend. The Headline Cutout is a add-on that basically mixes together it mixes together a bunch of add-ons that existed before. It increases the speed at which Ghostface moves when stalking. Ghostface is coded very similar to Myers. So if you watch the Myers segment, you will know exactly how this goes. Ghostface has 3 speeds, basically. When you're stalking the air, when you're stalking a survivor, but you're moving and you're actively stalking them, and also when you're leaning and you're standing still. I don't need to explain to you that 40% of 0 is 0. So if you're leaning and standing still, which you will do very often with Ghostface, that's how you mostly mark, this add-on does nothing. If you're leaning, it does nothing. But it can help out in some very, very brief situations where you need to stalk someone for like a little bit and still stay close to them. It has a similar effect as the drop leg knife sheath where you lose a little bit less distance from that moment where you stand still. It increases your speed by 40%, which sounds like a lot, but you're so slow anyway, you're basically standing still almost, so it's not as good as it seems. It feels good to use it sometimes, but it is a really, really mediocre add-on and honestly worth its brown rarity. An arguably even worse add-on is the knife belt clip. Whenever you are crouched, you have a slightly smaller terror radius. Yeah. Okay, I will explain one thing that's maybe worth talking about. When you become undetectable on any killer, your terror radius doesn't just disappear, right? It actually shrinks rapidly. So if your terror radius is a bit smaller and then you go into stealth, I guess it does help. If you're approaching a survivor, they might not even get to hear your terror radius at all. Some of you might remember how Monitor and Abuse was popular in Pig for this reason, so that you could approach survivors and crouch and they wouldn't even hear you. But honestly, we're giving this far too much credit. This add-on just sucks. The leather knife sheath makes you faster when you crouch by a margin, which is nice. But let's be honest, you will never... There's no good reason for you to crouch for extended periods of time. You crouch for mostly, I want to say 3 reasons. Number 1, if you're approaching a survivor on a gen from behind cover and you don't want to be spotted. Number 2, if you're being revealed by a survivor and you quickly get out of sight to interrupt the reveal and stay stealthy. And number 3, in a short loop, you sometimes crouch to like the survivor loses you momentarily, and in this moment of chaos, they make a mistake and then you get hit. In all of these scenarios, this add-on does almost nothing. So I generally cannot recommend it. Anytime a survivor reveals you, if it's on the hook for some reason, you don't see the killer instinct, but anytime a survivor reveals you normally, you hear a little killer instinct heartbeat, and it helps you know where they are. With this add-on, you see it a bit longer, just in case you are absolutely stupid and you are unable to turn around and see. It is almost an insultingly bad add-on. Not as bad, however, as the cinch straps. The cinch straps removes the penalty that you get when you whiff an attack and miss. Normally, when you do that, your power disappears. It counts as being stunned by a pallet. It removes your stealth and gets it on a reset. Now, this is really stupid, right? If you're trying to hit a survivor, that means they're already marked. Or you've already decided that you're just going to hit them anyway. So this is extremely unnecessary. You might think, well, isn't this good for beginners that miss their attacks? No, it's not. You don't need this. You generally don't need this. In fact, there are some situations where you will purposefully miss an attack in order to get your cooldown sooner. So assume, okay, that there's a survivor somewhere. You don't know where. And they are 99%. You have almost fully stalked them. Now, you don't want to go stealthy around, because if you go stealthy and they're behind a bush, they could reveal you, and that sets you on a 20-second timer. So what you want to do is actually reset your power and just have it available. So what you can do is do a basic attack, your power resets, and then when you find them, you get close, you get close, you get close. He can't reveal you because you're not in power, get close, then get into power, bam, boom, damn, done, psh, dead, right? So with this add-on, you don't have the possibility to reset your own power. If you want to have your power available in 20 seconds from now, with this add-on, you cannot. You have to wait until you are revealed by the survivors, losing a bit more control of your power. That's why it is arguably detrimental, aka worse than nothing. Moving on to the Demogorgon. So the deal with the Demogorgon is that some of his best add-ons are also his simplest, and some of his most complex add-ons are kind of weird. His best add-ons, probably, Barb's Glasses and Blackheart. These two add-ons are basically the same thing. When you shred a pallet, you recover 15% faster, and when you shred a survivor, you recover 15% faster. It's like a mini Save the Best for Last, where you recover a little bit faster. Incredibly low rarity, but yet incredibly good. You can also use add-ons to make your portals very permanent, very reliable source information. So for example, with the whistle and with the longer destroy portal duration from the resin, you make portals like little radars to protect totems, exit gates, gens, so on. Yeah, generally. It's kind of weird that the best combo and good value is the same. I should probably change it. Maybe the best combo could be Barrage Glasses and perhaps Lepros Lichen for the information. Yeah, these two might actually be the best combo. Sorry, I think that warrants an update. You can also use these two, but I'll talk about them in a minute. So let's begin to break them down. As I explained, this is shorter cooldown for pallet breaks, which is really good for zoning. You will be breaking pallets a lot, so that's great. And this is shorter cooldown for normal attacks to make your second hit easier. Wonderful thing. Live Work Whistle makes it so that your portals detect survivors at all times. It does make the detection of the portals a bit smaller, if I recall correctly, but still this is huge. It means that you don't have to check with your power, even if you're busy, even if you're carrying someone, your portals will let you know when someone is on a maybe special totem that you want to protect or something similar. It's not bad. You can also put them at the top or middle of the basement stairs to guarantee that you find someone going into basement for a rescue or something like that, which can be pretty nasty. Now let's get to the iridescence. The Lepros Lichen is a shadow of its former self. This add-on used to be really, really good. It used to be his best. Whenever you teleported, you would see the survivors everywhere for a period of time. Now, you only see survivors that are directly in your view and only see survivors for a bit of time if they were next to an active portal. So it's not as good as before, but still, if you put a portal that traverses somewhere into a nice... Like if you get a teleport... Oh, I'm so sorry, my notifications are on. Well, thank you so much, Rapid Bunny, for the 2 years of subbing. I hope you see this. Thank you, Rapid Bunny TTV. Sorry about that little distraction. That's really wholesome. If you teleport somewhere with good visibility, there's a good chance that during your teleport, you will see survivors, and that is awesome. That information is hard to come by. The other iridescent is the red moss. It makes you undetectable. It makes you come out of a portal slightly slower, but it removes some of the noise that happens. The survivors still hear a map-wide shilling sound effect, so they are still aware that something happened. It's not completely silent, but they will not hear the normal noise that you do. So if you're around the corner, you might catch them off guard. It also massively extends the time when you are undetectable, which means that you can come out of a hole, don't see anyone, and then go to a gen and maybe catch someone there a bit off guard. Not bad at all. Either of these add-ons is pretty strong. Muse Gods has two effects. The first one is that you get one more portal. Portals cannot be replaced, and if you put all of them down, you cannot undo them unless survivors destroy them or you have a particular add-on. So having an extra one is nice. You don't always need it. It also gives you a shorter cooldown if you whiff. This is good. This is good. You might think, well, I'm not a beginner. I don't plan on whiffing. You will whiff your attacks. Many times you use your power to shred yourself into the distance, and this is good. And many times survivors will crouch around your power and try to dodge you and juke you in different ways. Recovering faster is almost always good, even if it's only 11%. We then have the Vermilion Webcap. It's very similar to the Red Moss in that it extends, I believe, by 3 seconds the time that you stay undetectable when you come out of a portal. So you could stack it together if you want, or use it on its own, and when you come out of a portal, you will have about 5 seconds where survivors don't hear your terror radius. Hardly the most insane add-on in the game, but it's not too bad. There is unfortunately another add-on, the Violet Wax Cap, that is exactly the same, but it's just worse. Whereas this is, I think, 3 seconds, this is only 1. It's a big downgrade despite being only 1 rarity below it. Honestly, don't even use this add-on. It's worthless. Either use the Webcap or the Red Moss. The Upside Down Resin takes the time that survivors need to destroy the portal and increases it very significantly. Normally, you don't even set that many portals in your average game, and if you do, survivors don't bother too much. You can also set 2 portals next to each other so that if they do one, you have the other. So this add-on doesn't necessarily save you too much from anything, but in builds where you want your portals to be annoying, where you want them to be close to stuff, yeah, it will be helpful. Particularly useful with the Lifeguard Whistle if you want to be defending a particular area. The Rat Tail is an incredibly simple add-on. It makes you put a portal down faster. It's particularly useful when you hook a survivor and now you want to put a portal quick and you want to teleport as quick as possible. It is a very, very small brown add-on effect. It's not insane, but it feels good for a brown. Rat Liver is an interesting case. I've seen many mixed opinions, so I just want you to know that this add-on is hotly debated in the Demogorgon community. It used to be his best add-on by far. When the Demogorgon held his power, he was slow, very, very, very slow. And with this add-on, he moved very fast, so you could actually charge it up without losing a lot of distance. But luckily, they made this add-on mostly base kit, and now it's only, I believe, a very small percentage. I do think that this percentage sometimes still helps. Unlike the Black Heart, which only helps you after your first hit, this one helps you get both hits. With this add-on, sometimes you can do very tight attacks where before you even go around the corner, you preemptively prepare your shred, and by the time you come around the corner, it is fully charged and ready to go. And during that time when you've been like charging it up, you lose a little bit less distance. Some people think that this is really a placebo thing. I personally think it's okay, so that's why I placed it somewhere around the middle. The Thorny Vines have a similar idea as the Upside Down Resin. I believe it has two effects where it also reduces the time it takes it does two things, I believe. It increases the time similar to the resin, and also I believe my memory fails, but it has another effect to make the detection a bit bigger, if I remember correctly. Not bad. It combines two useful things, even though it's not particularly great at either of them. We'll get to the other add-ons that do something similar. 11 Soda is like a budget version of the Leprous Lichen. Whenever you teleport and you see gens from the underground, if the gen is yellow, that means that someone's working on it. Hardly the most incredible add-on ever. Rotten Green Tribe is a simple add-on that I wish was just a little bit stronger. It just makes you teleport faster. So the longer you go, there's like a minimum and a maximum. So even if the map is very big or the distance is very small, there's like a minimum speed, and this add-on helps make it a bit nicer. It's nothing insane. It will save you half a second here and there. It's not too bad. The Brassgate Slider is an interesting add-on. Anytime a survivor goes through a portal, like steps through a portal, an active one, so it needs to be visible for them, they get blinded for a while. Initially, this should strike you as an incredibly stupid, useless add-on, and frankly it is, but you can use it sometimes to inflict it to multiple people. Say that there is a building or a loop that every survivor is running, put an active portal next to it, and if they loop around it, well, they get blinded, and 60 seconds is quite a bit of time. They will lose access to some key information perks such as Windows Opportunity, the amber crystal from the key to see your aura, things like that. So it's not too bad. You can also put it at the middle of the basement stairs, and any survivor or the bottom part of the basement stairs, and any survivor coming in or out will be hit by it if they have to rescue. So it's really not insanely useless, but it is quite situational. We then have the Sticky Lightning. It gives you, it makes the portal have a larger detection radius by quite a bit. I do think the Thorny Vines is overall better because it gives you almost as good of an effect with an extra effect of the slowdown. But yeah, you put this on and your portals detect people from very far, and you can actually put portals behind walls very consistently. It can detect them above floors, if I remember correctly. So yeah, not too bad for that purpose, but you might still want to prefer the live whistle for this. As I mentioned, the Wax Cup is very weak. The Viscous Web has a very similar effect to the Sticky Lightning. Yeah, this is, it's another, I just remembered. It's just one of the other add-ons that also delays the time survivors need to destroy a portal. However, unlike the purple one, the effect on this one is actually extremely tiny. And I mean extremely tiny. Not worth the add-on slot. The Unknown Egg sounds really good. In another killer, this add-on would be like the best add-on in the game for them. It makes you able to teleport a lot more, like it increases your ability to teleport more frequently. When you teleport, you have a bit of a cooldown before you can do it again, which you might not have even realized. And if you want to teleport again, you need to wait a few seconds. With this add-on, you almost have no downtime. You can almost teleport right away. Unfortunately, two problems. You don't teleport that often, and when you do teleport, it is almost incredibly rare for you to want to teleport again back. It's incredibly, and I mean incredibly rare. The only utility I see in this add-on is if you pair it together with the Lichen and just teleport back and forth as much as possible to find people. Even then, you would be better off with other things. Genuine, Like, the effect is strong, but the design is weird. You don't need to teleport back to back to back often. We then have the Deer Lung. The Deer Lung is an improved version of the Green Rotten... It's an improved version of the Rotten Green Tribe. Instead of giving you a slightly faster teleport, it gives you a noticeably faster teleport, which is awesome. It used to be one of his best add-ons, but then they nerfed it for some reason. Now, it has a downside where you have 2 less portals. It's true that you don't always use all of them, but like, why? If you ever find yourself in a situation where you need 5 portals, well, now you're screwed. It's weird. It's weird. This add-on could be completely fine without the downside. So I think more often than not, you want to just run the Green Tribe, which is almost as good, and doesn't have any downside. And then we have the Rotten Pumpkin, which is a bit of an interesting add-on. Let me let you see the description. This add-on makes it so that when you teleport through a portal, the first teleport that you took destroys that portal. So this add-on gives you the ability to redeploy your portals. This does give you more flexibility and gives you some extra BP, but overall, I don't think I need to explain it. It's just not that worth it. You will see that a lot of these add-ons all have to do with portals. And frankly, portals are not the best part about Demogorgon. The best part about Demogorgon is its pallet breaking and shredding damaging ability. That's why these add-ons are the best. It's as simple as that, sadly. The Oni, compared to some of the other killers, has a lot of bad add-ons, but yeah, the ones that are good are fairly simple. If you want the best combo, you probably want the Duration, Lion Fang. This one's really good, as you will see. And it's also really recommended that you run one of the 2 increased blood orb gathering add-ons, either the Hole or the Mask. It's also pretty common for Onis to run Duration and Speed, if you're into that, or increased charge speed. That's also pretty common. And you cannot go wrong with Duration, even on its yellow variant. This add-on also has 2 effects, which is pretty cute. So this is a decent pair of add-ons if you're a bit low on rarity. It's also really fun to run the Iridescence. They're both a bit fun, especially the one that shows Zara. Try it sometime. Anyway, let's break down what all of these add-ons do. There are 3 Duration add-ons, okay? The Lion Fang, the Shashimono, am I right? Yes. And the Cheap Sai High. So purple, yellow, green. As you can see, from 10 to 6, they drop down a bit. This one is by far the best. Now, as you can read in the description, the normal power duration of Oni is 45 seconds. So adding 10 seconds to 45 is good. It's great. It's fantastic. But I hear you say, Otzdarva, what if I just want to use my power, down a survivor, and then pick him up immediately? I don't need the extra 10 seconds. Well, that's where I am very glad to tell you that you still benefit from them. Because your power now has 10 extra seconds, you have used less of it. Anytime you down a survivor, you have a penalty. You lose a fixed amount of seconds, right? But thanks to you having 10 extra seconds, you will now be able to have used a percentually smaller part of your power. Which means that the next time you need to get your power, you will need to gather less orbs. In other words, if you have, for example, double duration, and you use your power and you stop halfway, or you stop after, let's say, 20 seconds, you will have an easier time getting back to your full power than if you didn't have duration add-ons at all. This is awesome. This is wonderful. Perfect. And it's just super good. There is never a bad reason to bring duration add-ons. I don't think you need to stack them. Honestly, I think one of them is plenty, but you could if you wanted to. So that is wonderful. All of them are great. The purple one in particular. Feel free to read the description in the blog, in the website if you want to know more. Now, the Splinter Hole and the Mask are basically the same add-on. They are basically the same add-on. The only difference is that the purple one has a slightly higher number. But I'm telling you, compared to each other, they almost do the same thing. Much like with the duration add-ons, you can bring them both, but I think it's unnecessary. Just having one is plenty, so combining this with other add-ons is better. So as you will know, the Oni needs 100 blood orb meter to get into power. When you hit a survivor, you automatically get 40%. So out of the hitting a survivor, you get to 40%. Let's say that you hit them again. Well, it doesn't count. They need to be healthy. So you're still at 40. When you hook a survivor, they drop orbs. When the survivor runs, they passively drop orbs. When a survivor vaults or drops a pallet or touches things or does things, they drop orbs every time they do that. With these add-ons, they drop a lot more. if you chase a survivor for a little bit, and then you force them to drop a pallet, vault a couple back, you know, a couple times back and forth. With this add-on, they are dropping so much more blood. You will immediately be able to get your power and use it on them or somebody else. So this basically is a massive boost to the blood flow that keeps your power coming and coming and coming and coming and coming. Keep in mind that when you are using your power, survivors don't drop blood orbs anymore, but anytime you're not in your power, any survivor injured will be hit really hard by this add-on. These add-ons are just great. We then have two add-ons that increase the movement speed of Oni. The Crutch and the Talisman. Kana Jansen Talisman. This one's a bit more noticeable. Both are okay. You can stack them if you're insane. You can run one of these with one of the other two add-ons that we talked about. These are good. They're good. They make you less predictable. They make you cover the map faster and be harder to avoid. It also makes you a little bit harder to steer. Like, it does sometimes mess a bit with your, like, you have to account for that, but overall it's not bad at all. So these add-ons are pretty fantastic. These are the two duration add-ons that we discussed. And then we have the Scalp Top Knot. This add-on is similar to the Rubbing Oil for Plague or the Babushka for Huntress, or, you know, or or any of the charge add-ons for Billy. There's only one of them right now. What is it called again? Doesn't matter. My point is, you begin your power sooner. Like, you start dashing sooner. It's not bad. It used to be really, really strong, but now it's in a position where it's fairly okay. Not as impactful as the other add-ons that we've talked about. Then we have both Eries. Ranger's Body Glove is interesting. It turns orbs into radars. Survivors normally don't really see the orbs that they leave behind, but with this add-on, if they go into an orb, they will absorb it. That means that you don't get to pick it up, which can be a bit of a problem. But every time they absorb an orb, their aura is revealed to you. And that is huge. It can, in some situations, it can reveal survivor working on a gen or around a loop or randomly healing somewhere. So the information from this is pretty good, but it does have its little downside that the orbs themselves are absorbed, and it's susceptible to distortion and other perks that hide auras. It's not incredibly consistent, is what I'm trying to say. This add-on used to be really bad, but it did get buffed to have greater range. If you are in absolute doubt and uncertainty about where survivors can be, you can slam the ground and any survivor nearby will scream. Most people don't run the perk Calm Spirit, so they won't be expecting this, and they might be in a bad spot. But similar to other killers that have a time power, you don't want to use your power if you don't know where they are. If you don't know where they are, don't use your power and then go around, because they're all just going to hide in a locker and you're just going to make a fool of yourself. So yeah. Next up, we have the Tear Soak Tenugui. This add-on takes the penalty that you incur anytime you down a survivor with your power and reduces it severely. There's only one problem. Well, two problems, really. Problem number one, there is no penalty if a survivor goes into a locker or gets grabbed. So say that a survivor is afraid that you're going to snowball, which is like the idea of like downing them and then things getting rougher for everyone else. Say a survivor just goes into a locker and you pull them out, or they vault a window and you grab them because they're injured. In that situation, you have zero penalty. Your power ends immediately with zero penalty. So this add-on does nothing in those situations, which happens sometimes. And situation number two, why would you want an add-on that saves you 4 seconds approximately every time you down someone, when you can just have an add-on that gives you that time for free? So let's say, right, that I use my power and I down 2 people, which is already pretty good. This add-on saves me 8 seconds. That's pretty good. But you know what also saves me 8 seconds? This add-on. Without me having to do anything. Even if I don't down anyone. This still saves me 8 seconds. And so does the Lion Fang, even more than that. So this add-on, sadly, is horribly designed and is absolutely completely outclassed by the duration add-ons. So I don't think you should use it. But you can still do it. The Ink Lion does 2 things. It has a similar effect to the Tenugui, but smaller, which, I mean, it's nice. And much like the Zakazuki, it makes it faster to go into and out of your power. So when you go into your power, it's like a couple second animation, and this shaves half a second. You can also stack them together. It's nice. It's nice. I mean, it's all right. It saves you a bit of time. It's not super critical. It's like a feel-good add-on that makes you get into power a bit sooner. That's not too bad. This add-on is exactly the same thing. It stacks together, but without the Tenugui smile effect. So yeah, these add-ons are okay. And now we get to the really awful add-ons. The Bloody Sash and the Blackened Toenail make it so that when you hold your power and you're sucking the blood orbs, you slow yourself down less. It's noticeable, but then again, you only do that for like half a second at a time. And if you do get your power, you're going to start moving at such a speed that who cares that you were slowed down a bit. Absolutely unnecessary. These add-ons got buffed like recently, and they have a strong effect, but it's super, super unnecessary. Absolutely unnecessary. This add-on increases the distance at which you can see orbs. Normally, orbs are visible to the naked eye, but if they are behind a tree or a small loop or something, you might miss them if you run by. With this add-on, it's a little bit harder for you to miss them, but let me just be honest. The times when this is going to help are very small. This is exactly the same, but with a slightly smaller effect. So these two add-ons, they're not terrible. Put them on if you want, but yeah. And then we have the Shadow Wakizashi and the Polished Maedate. These add-ons are absolute, complete and utter garbage. These add-ons have a very, very strong effect, okay? They take the... I told you before, right, that when you hit a survivor, you get 40% of your power. But also, in the background, you passively gain power very slowly. So if you don't hit any survivor after like 5 or 6 minutes, I believe, you get your power. Well, not really. It stops at 98%, but you know what I mean. So this add-on is there to help you passively build your power without doing anything. This is complete garbage. Even with this add-on, it would still take you like 3 minutes to get your power without doing anything. And even, let's say that you hit a survivor and you hit another survivor and you're short a few orbs. This add-on doesn't help you get to 100% because it will always stop at 98. So you will still need an orb at the end of it all. It's useless. Absolutely, and I mean completely useless. Please stay away from these add-ons. They are horrible. Except there is one situation where they're actually pretty good, in case you care. There are some tournaments where Survivor and Killer do 1v1 chases. In these tournaments, it's very common for survivors to run an Oni for several minutes because the Oni starts without power. So in those tournaments where the Oni is already aware that the chase might be 4 minutes long, they actually run this add-on so that when they get a hit, they almost get their power immediately. So in those 1v1 tournaments, they often run this add-on. They are absolutely insane, and you should never do that. Somehow even worse than these two add-ons is the Paper Lantern. It makes it so that when you begin to observe an orb, the orb itself moves faster towards you. So it takes less time for it to reach you. This saves you like 0.001 seconds. It's just complete garbage. And if you're right on top of the orb, it makes no difference. Absolute garbage add-on. If it increased the distance from which you can grab, I would understand, but it doesn't do that. So yeah, very, very, very many horrible and mediocre add-ons, but also a few good ones that are fairly simple. So yeah, enjoy the Oni. Thankfully, the Deathslinger has a much simpler set of add-ons. If you're going for the absolute best, you probably want to bring Reload. You'll see that Reload is a common staple on any good combo. You can almost never go wrong with that. And the Iridescent Coin that lets you insta-down. We'll get to why it is so good later. It's also not a bad idea to go Reload with the Purple Cigar. This allows you to break your own chain and recover very quickly. This is a fairly popular combo. Some people might think it's even stronger. At lower rarities, you can go for the brown Reload, which is still pretty good, and the yellow Rusted Spike for Mangled. This killer doesn't excel at applying it super quickly, but it's still a nice effect. You can also go for Insta-Down with Small Terror Radius, but we'll talk about that in a minute. So, what makes the Insta-Down so good? It's very simple. If you shoot people from a bit of a distance, and you will know when because you get more points when you hit the shot, you can Insta-Down them. You can do this when they're running away from you. You can do this while they are unaware or you're stealthy in some way. You can do this while they're unhooking. You can do this in so many ways. Even if you only pull it off 2 or 3 times per match, being able to instantly down a survivor is an incredibly impactful thing, and it really helps to get things going. And yeah, this effect is just irreplaceable, probably by far his best add-on. Now, one effect that is very consistently good is faster reload. The Warden Keys and to a lesser extent the Modified Ammo Belt are both incredible add-ons. You could run them both or you could run a single one of them and you will be reloading all the time. Whether you are successful or you miss, you have to reload. So these are just universally very, very useful add-ons. We then have the cigar and the tobacco. The cigar and the tobacco, which is a bit lower, both have the same effect. When you spear a survivor, so not when they're about to go down, but when you spear a healthy survivor, typically, and you break the chain, you go through a cooldown, but this add-on is like having a massive stack of Save the Best for Last. You recover much, much faster, to the point where you can break the chain and sometimes immediately reload and shoot them again before they can reach safety. The tobacco is only 0.25. The cigar is much, much stronger. So these two combined together make a fearsome combination. If you hit the survivor normally when you reel them, this add-on doesn't do anything. So you kind of have to play a bit into it. You need to make sure you break your own chain. But it's pretty good. Tobacco lesser so, but still. We then have the two add-ons that increase your recovery speed when you miss a shot. It is the tin oil can and the spit polish rag. One of them by 0.5 seconds, the other one by 0.25. You don't honestly want to miss shots. Many people always like to think of the best case scenario, right? Like, oh, I'm gonna try not to miss shots. But in reality, if you are playing Slinger, you sometimes have to go for risky shots that if they go wrong, nothing too bad happens. But if they go right, they can be game changing. So you should go for some risky shots. You should have a healthy dose of optimism and boldness in your shots. And these add-ons are amazing, especially the green one. Like being able to recover half a second faster is way better than the Warden keys. It will save you way more time than the faster reload, which is only 0.35 and 0.25. So this is better for your recovery than even the reload if you miss. The problem, of course, is that sometimes you might just not miss that much. So they are decent add-ons, both of them. We then have two add-ons to inflict mangled. The Rusted Spike is the best and simplest of them both. You reel the survivors and you hit them, you apply it. 60 seconds. The Locust Thorn lasts 70 seconds, a bit more, and it applies when you break the chain. I have a feeling that the first one is just easier, and also the first one is easier to do when you down them. You will never apply this as you down someone. So this add-on is just a little bit better, but they're both okay, I guess. We then have the Gold Creek Whiskey, which reduces your terror radius by quite a bit, and the weaker version, the Marshall Badge. These two add-ons can be combined, but I don't recommend you combine them. I recommend, the second one is just very weak. I recommend that you use the strongest one, and you use the smaller terror radius in order to insta-down people with the Eerie Coin. So the idea with this, right, is that you will go up and hold your gun while you approach survivors when you're about to approach them. And if you run something like Monitor and Abuse, you can have a very tiny small terror radius to the point where you can shoot them and reel them before they even know you're there. So that's not too bad. The Barbed Wire is very similar to the Filthy Knife from Legion. Anytime a survivor has to mend, including from your special attack, they will take longer. That's not bad. There's also Poison Oak Sleeves, which is very similar but a bit weaker. The purple one is better. We then have the Hellshire Iron, a fairly terrible iridescent add-on, not very good. Whenever you hit a survivor and you're spearing them, and for a bit after, you basically become detectable for a bit. I mean, this could be okay to prevent your aura from being revealed by some add-on or some perk from the survivors, and it might occasionally let you catch someone off guard, but it's such a small duration of undetectable, it's really not that good, sadly. The Prison Chain might sound like an incredible add-on. It makes your chain health 10% greater, so that if you have to like drag a survivor through some obstacle and then hit them, that you'll still be able to do it before the chain breaks. Let me just tell you, this doesn't really matter for the first shot. The first shot you're gonna injure, and if the chain breaks, that's completely fine. It still injures, right? But it can help for the second shot. The situations where the 10% makes a genuine difference are extremely, and I mean extremely far in between. The normal chain is normally plenty to do almost every single thing you need. There are an exceedingly rare amount of scenarios where that extra 10% helps too much. It can help a bit, but it is not as good as it sounds. We already spoke about these. We then have the Gold Tooth and the Snake Oil. Both of these add-ons were buffed recently, and they do the exact same thing. When you shoot a survivor and you're pulling them towards you, the speed at which they are pulled is a little bit greater. They're garbage. They are very, very bad. Even with the buff, you will be saving a fraction of a second, even when you pull them from very far. If you want to make sure that you hit them from afar, then the prison chain is better. And the time that you save is very minuscule, and it's already when the survivor is about to get hit. Really not that big of a deal. I do not recommend them. The Martial Badge, since it's the inferior of the two add-ons, I don't recommend you run by itself. We then have two add-ons that are pretty garbage as well. The Wanted Poster and the Jaw Smasher. Both of these add-ons increase your movement speed when you're holding your gun up. It's true, you could use it with the whiskey while you go out on the map, but you're better off with just the Eerie Coin or something else. This is garbage. You're already very fast when you hold your gun, and you only need to hold your gun, normally, for a second. You can hold your gun, survivor tries to dodge, then stop, then hold your gun, survivor tries to dodge, then hold your gun, shoot. Bam. You do that for like such a small amount of time. There is essentially no good reason for you to realistically hold your gun out long enough to benefit from the small percentage, very, very small percentage of speed boost that these two add-ons provide. Even if you hold them, even if you use them both together, they are garbage. The last add-on is the Rickety Chain. It's a meme add-on that makes your chain break faster. This can sometimes save you a bit of time, funnily enough, but overall, it's kind of like a reverse prison chain, but like much, much worse. So yeah, it's a meme add-on. It's not very good. Don't use it. It's just to challenge yourself and get some blood points if you are inclined, but still, don't use it. Time for some of the best add-ons in the world. Wow. If my sarcasm and my tone didn't give it away, this killer is awful and has a... He doesn't have any add-on that is worse than nothing, but he has many add-ons that are awful. I think the best combo is probably extra range and maybe extra duration, or the Mangled add-on, which is the Crimson Book. So yeah, one of these two, probably the best. It's also okay to have double range. That's not bad. And yeah, extra range and extra duration is good. Basically, range is almost, just like you need a reload with this killer, range is almost always welcome on this killer. And as you will see, 3 of the range add-ons are at the top. For a fun combo, you could have trails that stay longer and you try to be, you know, undetectable on them, but we'll explain that in a minute. So extra range is awesome, and the brown extra range is less awesome, but still decent. Having extra range means that you can punish people from further, you can stop unhooks from further, you can zone from further, you can catch someone escaping. It just gives you a lot more room for crazy plays. You don't always need it, but it's good to have it. That's just it. Crimson Ceremony Book is honestly one of the most straightforward and good add-ons for this killer. It makes it so that if you hit people with your power, they get mangle and hemorrhage, which makes the healing process a little bit harder. This can be really good if you send them on a cage and they get rescued, but then you interrupt them and they don't get the heal off. So yeah, not too bad. Not too bad. Pretty simple add-on. You can almost always put it on. We then have 3 add-ons that do the same thing, but that have a side effect. The Tablet of the Oppressor, the Spearhead, and the Copper Ring. All of these add-ons, especially the green one, but even the brown one, give you a longer time to drag your sword. Normally, it's very much like Spirit. You only have 5 seconds, but with this, you have 7 seconds. This means that you can take a little bit longer to decide when you're going to use your power. Say that you drag your sword for a few seconds, then you change your mind, then you drag your sword for a few seconds, and now you're like, oh, I'm going to hit him. You run out of power. Oops, that's a bit of a mistake. With Tablet of the Oppressor, you have more room to do that. It also has a bit of a coding quirk. These add-ons are coded in such a way that they increase your maximum power usage, but they don't change the power charge in total. Long story short, all 3 of these add-ons, all 3 of them, Copper Ring, Spearhead, and Tablet of the Oppressor, make your power recovery happen sooner. That means that you can drag your sword for many seconds, then stop, then drag it again more repeatedly than if you didn't have add-ons. So that's another side effect. They are not too bad, especially the 2 best ones. We then have the 3 add-ons that make the trails that you leave on the ground, they're called Rites of Judgment. Those trails, that little lasagna that you leave on the ground, it lasts longer. 20 seconds, 15 seconds, and 10 seconds. Definitely these 2 are better. You could stack them together. And they're not too bad. They're not too bad. There is some utility. If you go in the middle of the map and you set a lot of trails, an extra 20 seconds, I think that brings the total to 90 seconds total. That's pretty good. You can also leave it on totems and survivors cannot cleanse totems without being infected. Even if they crouch, the moment they do the totem, they get infected. So if you have some kind of hex build, this can be really, really good for that. So yeah, the Mannequin Foot and the Cinderella Music Box are actually pretty good. To a lesser degree, the Lead Ring as well. So these aren't too bad. And then, we've already explained the extra range, we get to the Iridescent Seal of Metatron. This is a very weird add-on. Whenever survivors step on your lasagna, on your trails, they become tormented. And when you down one of the tormented ones and you send them on a cage, anybody else that is tormented will be highlighted to you, provided that they don't have distortion or some other aura hiding perk. Ideally, in an ideal situation, this is a good thing, because what typically happens is that if one survivor is tormented, they will go to another survivor tormented on the cage, because if they remove them from the cage, they both get rid of torment. So this would basically give you the chance to see who is probably going to go for the rescue and deduce where the cage that you sent a survivor into went. However, in the actual real world, this just doesn't happen. In the actual real world, you almost never have multiple survivors tormented. Survivors, they don't get tormented randomly. You push them into it during chase. So this add-on is very likely to give you 0 value throughout the entire game. And that's the sad reality of it. And somehow they get even worse from this point on. The Rust Color Egg. It gives blindness for a long time when a survivor steps on a trail. Very mild effect, not that big of a deal. In some situations, perhaps, let's say that you have 3 people in basement and they're all escaping and you draw your rights everywhere on the outside, that could be 3 people coming out and 3 people being hit by blindness, which is not too bad. Especially if someone goes into a trail and you down them and you hit them, you down them, then you send them on the cage, they get rescued, but they don't see the autos of the other teammates. Like, it can induce a bit of like lack of situational awareness, but you know, blindness is just not that strong. The Scarlet Egg is one of 3 add-ons that increase the time a survivor gets revealed to you by Killer Instinct when you see them step on a trail. This one, for some reason, lasts a very decent time. It lasts a whole 3 seconds, I think. So when a survivor steps, holy, you're definitely going to be able to see them and see where they're going for a very long time. The other 2 add-ons are very bad. They only add half a second, which is only 1 more heartbeat, and 1 second, which is 1.5 or 2 heartbeats. Really, really weak. Pathetic, honestly. When a survivor steps on a trail, you already know where they are. Typically, they are right in front of you, in fact, because survivors are not stupid. They don't step on trails across the map. So this one is a little bit better, but it's still garbage, and these 2 are just awful. They all do the same thing. We then have the Obsidian Goblet. Strong candidate for one of the worst design, most awful iridescent add-ons in the game. If you stand on your lasagna, on your trail on the ground, for a long time, your turret radius begins to shrivel up and disappear over a certainly long period of time. Why would you do that? Just why would you ever do that? Now, when you draw the thing, it doesn't work. If you have a path and you follow it very carefully, yeah, sure, but yeah, this is awful. Like, the best thing you can do with this is just draw a path somewhere around basement or something, and then be able to go back and forth, you know, throwing survivors off. I've sometimes camped outside of basement with this for some funny memes, but it's so risky, it's so pointless. If you get spotted, you're gonna look like a fool. It's honestly a garbage add-on. Lost Memories Book. If a survivor steps on your trail, which they typically do in chase right in front of you, they become oblivious for a whooping 15 seconds. This add-on actually used to be really good. Back in the day when this killer released, if a survivor was outside of your terror radius, they would not activate some very important perks like Borrowed Time when unhooking. So you could use this add-on to prevent someone from getting Borrowed Time and then immediately tunnel someone. It doesn't work like that anymore. So there's no reason. There's no reason why you would ever want this. I mean, in some very specific, hyper-specific scenario, if a survivor accidentally steps on a trail from afar, you could try to sneak up to him and take advantage of those 15 seconds where they don't hear your terror radius coming. But beyond situational. And now let's go for the last 3 add-ons. The Valtiel Photograph, the Forgotten Videotape, and the Dead Butterfly. All of these add-ons increase your power recovery. Now, let me remind you, you don't need a full power to use your punishment range attack. Unlike the Spirit, who needs to have a full power gauge to use her power, you don't need to. So you can use your power And then a second later, use your power again. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. Yeah, it's true. If you have better recovery, you can continuously draw things and draw pads on the ground a bit more consistently. But it's a very small effect. You know the worst part? These add-ons, all of them pretty much, are outclassed by the other 3 add-ons. Remember how I told you that the power duration add-ons give you faster recovery? This faster recovery is actually better than the recovery add-ons. So yes, you heard that right. There is a non-recovery add-on that gives you more recovery than the actual recovery add-on. So yes, Tablet of the Oppressor will give you better recovery per second than Valtiel's Sec Photograph. And even if it didn't, who cares? This effect is garbage. And this killer's add-ons are just really, really bad. The Blight is a very powerful killer who used to have absolutely busted add-ons. Now the add-ons are a little bit more under control, but they're still pretty strong. If you want to go for the best, it's honestly hard to tell with all the changes, but you probably want to be looking at the Iridescent add-on to become even faster in all your rushes, and the add-on to have faster recovery, the Shredder Notes. You can also have very good effect running both speed add-ons, which have no downside, or the speed and Compound 21. Compound 21 has auto reading, which is really, really powerful. You can also go Shredder Notes and Rat for slight increase and faster recovery. This is a solid combo. For yellow rarity, it is really good. I'm also quite fond of this fun combo, having longer rushes and making you completely undetectable during the rushes makes you like a stealth high mobility killer, which I think is fun. Now, let's break the add-ons one by one. The first one is the Iridescent Blight Tag. It's an Iridescent that comes with a downside. Instead of having 5 rushes, you will be limited to only having 3. This is a downside. Ideally, having 5 is better than having 3. But it also makes each of your rushes 10% faster. Now, 10% might not sound like a lot, but the Blight is a 230% movement speed killer when using power. So 10% of that is actually a massive, massive deal. It used to be even stronger. So yeah, you can run this with Shredder Notes and it just makes you very, very deadly. It does hurt your prolonged chase ability. You don't have the ability to bump so many times and exhaust everything. And honestly, it's not that insane compared to some of the other options, but it is still probably his best. Now, let's talk about other speed add-ons since we're already at it. We have the Blighted Crow and the Blighted Rat. These add-ons are interesting, okay? They don't give you a flat increase of speed directly all the time, like the attack does. Instead, for each additional rush that you do, the speed gets bigger and bigger and bigger, which means that you bump, you bump, you bump, you bump, and then on your final bump, you are very, very, very fast. They also stack together. So some people like to run them together. That's an option. You can do that. It's not terrible. Not terrible at all. Pretty good still. I personally am more fond of the Soul Chemical. The Soul Chemical, instead of giving you 3 and 2% over time, it just gives you 5%. So it gives you half of the Eater tag, but with no downside and only on your first rush. Making it more likely that you can bump something into the distance, making it more likely that, that you can use it for that first critical step in chase. So it is all right. It's not too bad. It's only 5%, but as I said, 5% of 230% movement speed is actually quite insane. Now, let's go to Compound 21. Incredibly useful add-on that I highly recommend to anyone of any level. Whenever you bump into something, which you'll do many times, you'll see the aura of survivors near you, provided that they don't have some kind of auto protection perk like distortion and so on. This is so good. This is so good. Survivors often will use little obstacles to try to throw you off or begin to juke around a corner. And with this, you remove all need of guessing and listening and having to mind game. You just know where they are. You can be extremely patient, allow them to walk back into you or mind game themselves, and then hit them. Not to mention that every now and then you will randomly find people hiding behind an obstacle that you didn't even know where they are. And it's just free info, free hits, It's really, really, really powerful. We've already explained that the Shredded Notes are an incredible add-on that right now has no downside. It used to have a downside. It makes you have your power back sooner. His power already comes back really quick. This makes it even faster. It is actually quite ridiculous. Very, very strong add-on. Next up, Biggest Journal. We mentioned this earlier when we were talking about fun combos. This makes you stealthy while you are in the rush. Doesn't really have much of an effect during chase, but it can allow you to basically meet a survivor on a gen and scare the heck out of them. and it goes well with info perks and other supportive add-ons. Not bad, not terrible. The Rose Tonic and the Pustula Dust both have a similar effect, okay? They are very, very similar to the Pocket Watch that the Nurse has. So as you know, whenever the Blight bumps into an obstacle, he has a very small amount of time to decide whether he wants to end his power or go for another rush. These add-ons, both of them, especially the green one, give you an extra second or so for you to have more time to think what you want to do. Now you might think, well, having an extra second might actually backfire, because what if I just want to cancel my power? Don't I have to wait an extra second? Isn't that kind of bad? The answer is yes, but these add-ons have a really, really good side effect. Because they stretch the length of the animation of you going into the slowdown mode, it's a bit similar to what happens with Bubba's chilies, but in reverse. They actually make you faster for the first segment of it, right? So without these add-ons, let's say that you bump into a doorway and you want to go into the doorway, you're so slow you can't really do that. And maybe you'll bump into the doorway and nope, you messed up, whatever. With these add-ons, your movement speed after a bump is actually noticeably faster. So you can bump next to a doorway and then actually like just navigate and position yourself through the doorway and then do your second one. It actually does make quite a bit of difference. And if you practice this in a private game and see what happens, you know, bump into a wall and then walk around a bit, you will notice the difference and you will see that these add-ons actually hold a little bit of value for this side effect that they bring. We then have 3 different add-ons that increase your turning rate. The Umbra Salts, which make you turn 15% fast, 15% easier. The Compound 33, which is 11%. And the Plague Bile, which is 10%. Now you might be, wait a minute, why is this 15, 11, 10? Shouldn't the Iridescent be the most? This also has an extra effect that increases the duration of your rushes. It's very, very small. This add-on is honestly pathetic. This is a really, really bad Iridescent add-on. I do not recommend it at all. The Umbra Salts, though, and the Plague Bile, especially if you stack them, and especially the Umbra Salts, they increase your turning rate, so it's a little bit easier to navigate. You don't need this super hard. You don't typically need to navigate. It's honestly okay just to bump into things and go around. But every now and then it's going to make your life a little bit easier, so it is a comfy add-on, especially for beginners. Much like the Compound 33, the Alchemist Ring, which used to be really, really strong, now has a very different effect. For each rush that you do, your next rush lasts longer and longer and longer. It's similar to the Blighted Crow and Rat in that every time you do it, it gets bigger and bigger. And by the end of it all, you have a very long rush. But let me just ask you, are you going to run a marathon? There is no map in the game that requires you to have this add-on to cover it. You can go from anywhere to anywhere without this add-on. It is honestly quite overkill, and it's gonna mess with your muscle memory. It is super unnecessary, but hey, maybe in some situation you actually do want to have the super long extra. So yeah, it can come in clutch sometimes. This add-on is a little bit different. Instead of giving you longer duration by the end of it, it gives you longer duration on your first rush. So that you can reach, like you can start running from a bit earlier and hit a tree or some other obstacle that is slightly further. I'm just going to save you the trouble and tell you this is absolute horrible, steaming pile of mediocre garbage. You don't need this. If you want to have your first rush be a bit better, Soul Chemical or Irritag are probably better for this. Now we go into the add-ons that are a little bit mediocre. The Adrenaline Vial is a very complex add-on. It increases your maximum rush tokens by 2, which gives you 7. This makes you capable of basically bumping into everything like a pinball and honestly just exhausting survivors by how much you can catch up. And it increases your speed a little bit as well. However, it does have the downside that you cannot really turn during your power. You're basically on like training wheels that prevent you from turning sideways. So it obviously benefits if you combine it with the Umbra Salts or something like that to undo this if you want. Overall, I don't think it's worth it. Some people like this and some people use this and they play into its strengths and try to play around its weaknesses. I think for the average player, you don't need this. You don't benefit from this very much. But if you want to try it and see if it's for you, please go right ahead. We then have the Cankerthorn and the Foxglove, both very, very similar add-ons. The Foxglove being a bit weaker, the Thorn being a bit stronger. basically, if you do your rush and you don't find an obstacle and you just go like this little breathing animation that he does, where he hits himself with the injects themselves with the syringe. That animation is a tiny, and I mean tiny bit shorter. I have tested these add-ons pretty comprehensively because honestly, even knowing that they're there, you can barely tell. It makes a very little difference. When you hit a survivor, the animation is not affected by this. When you whiff, I think the animation's not affected by this either. So yeah, these add-ons are just, I mean, they're not bad. If you don't know what to put on, this one is probably his best brown add-on, so go for it. But yeah, not very good. The Compound 7 is just garbage. It automatically auto-turns you into the nearest survivor without you having to move your camera. This is meant for beginners, but honestly, it's just annoying. It just will mess with you. Sometimes you don't want to immediately look at someone. Maybe you were aiming for someone behind them or something like that, right? So yeah, garbage add-on, honestly, arguably could be detrimental. The chip monocle highlights the part that you're about to hit. It puts a light in front of you so that you know where you're going to hit. I don't know what to tell you. It would be like putting a laser sight on a hammer so that you know what you're going to hit. It's unnecessary. You're in full control. Absolutely unnecessary. It actually messes with you. It's a bit of a distraction. Really don't need it. But it's still better than the placebo tablet. The placebo tablet is a meme add-on, a BP add-on that gives you extra blood points. But it's just not worth it. It's not worth it. The Blight is already one of the best killers in the game. I believe the best killer in the game, at least he was some time ago, at getting blood points. He gets a lot of blood points for doing everything. So you don't need this. You're going to get max blood points with this. The only thing this is going to do is make you rage quit and then you get 0 blood points. It makes your rushes slower by a significant amount. And it feels really, really bad. So yeah, please don't run this ever. Moving on to everyone's favorite killer. So this is a bit similar to Oni. A lot of garbage add-ons, but a few that you honestly might always want to run. The speed add-ons, the scarf and the stew are always amazing. You can never go wrong with the toy sword. It's now less necessary than before after a recent patch, but it's still really good. So that's probably the best. You can also use the stealth add-on, pretty damn strong. And there are some decent yellow add-ons, including toy sword and nail and toy sword and bloody black hood. So you can have good add-ons for low rarity as well. Fun combo, I kind of like Silent Victor and I like Victor insta-down thingy, so that's kind of cute. But yeah, let's start to break them down. The two add-ons to increase Victor speed are unbelievably good. They are really, really powerful. You can use them together, but even a single one of them makes a difference, especially the purple one. Faster Victor means he's better in chase, he's better at scouting, he's better at catching people off guard, he's better at his math homework, probably. It's just overall good, and you will never regret having one of these add-ons. Generally just incredible. Victor already moves at 150% movement speed, which is already like Wraith levels of fast, but this makes it even nicer. So yeah. These two add-ons are incredible. The Silencing Cloth is an incredibly easy to use stealth add-on. Every time you switch back from Victor to Charlotte, you will benefit from a long-term undetectable where you can... It's amazing because many times your problem with the twins is that Victor has an easy time downing people or injuring people, but with Charlotte, you are a basic killer. You don't have any amazing tools. Well, with this, you have the amazing tool to maybe catching people off guard, which is awesome. Very, very good. The toy sword used to be extremely necessary. Now it's been partially made into the base kit, so it's less necessary, but still very good. It's basically like a faster charge for Victor so that he can pounce on survivors sooner. This makes a lot of things a little bit easier, and it makes some hits that could potentially be a miss into more consistent hits. So you cannot go wrong with it. The spinning top is quite nice as well. It makes survivors drop their items. Healing is quite important against the twins, so anything that makes them lose an item, such as a medkit, or anything that makes them have to come back to an area and put themselves in dangers, is kind of good. It's not a bad effect. It also goes well with Hoarder, which is the twins' perks, if you want to make sure that you know when someone's picking an item, and Weave Attunement or other similar stuff. I guess you could do that. Nothing incredible, but it's all right. The Iridescent Pendant has a very strong effect. Whenever survivors kick Victor when he is passive, dormant, they become insta-downable for a short period of time. This doesn't work if you miss and they kick you, by the way, just so you know. It's only if he's already like passively just waiting there. This can sometimes be very game-changing. Since survivors don't know about this until maybe it's too late, you can sometimes bait this play by leaving Victor in a really open area and just being nearby, and survivors can mess up big time. You can also use double Eerie to try to get them with the stealth. Not bad. We then have 2 add-ons. Honestly, on retrospect, by the way, the tiny fingernail got nerfed a little bit. I would probably move this down a spot or 2 now that I think about it. So I might put it down behind the biscuit or around the black hood. So sorry, it's not often that I realize that maybe I should change it, but it's still a good add-on. It makes Victor come out of Charlotte, so he gets deployed 0.25 seconds earlier. That's not bad. It's really not bad. It's actually not too bad at all. With a quarter of a second faster deployment, survivors have less time to move around and you have an easier time catching up. The black hood is actually the reverse. Whenever you turn back to Charlotte, she wakes up and begins to move half a second sooner. So it's double the effect. Quite good. Not as immediately useful, but still quite good. And the Stale Biscuit removes 0.4 seconds of cooldown from your pounds. This is very, very good. With half a second less almost, you might sometimes have survivors try to kick you, only to realize that they made a mistake. So yeah, it's okay. It's not super terrible. It's useful. The Madeline Glove and the Soured Milk are almost the exact same add-on. It's just that Madeline's Glove is a little bit larger. Anytime Victor is attached to a survivor, or is in the area acting as a radar, his range to detect survivors is greater. This ultimately contributes to you having more awareness of where people are. It works well with the drop of perfume, as we'll explain, and works well with the silencing cloth. The more aware you are of survivors around the vicinity, the more you can mess with them with your stealth, obviously. And yeah, the brown one is not as nice, but they're both okay add-ons, and they stack together if you want to use them. Since we mentioned the drop of perfume, let's talk about it. This is a very weird and situational add-on. It makes any survivor that is within the radius of Victor's shriek, weird lullaby, oblivious. In some maps that are stacked on top of themselves, this can be useful. You can leave Victor on top of a second floor in an area where survivors have to go, and they will be a bit confused. Let me just tell you right now that the silencing cloth is just better in every single way. I've had a bit of success running this sometimes, but it is so situational, it's hard to recommend it. Now, the Cat's Eye is a much simpler add-on that is actually really, really fun. Whenever Victor has a fully charged attack, he moves very slowly. He's like a Demogorgon charging his pounds. He becomes completely silent. This is actually really good. Survivors can obviously listen and hear Victor coming, but one thing that you can do is, if you know that a survivor is on a gen, or you have a high suspicion that they're on a gen, you can get a bit close and then charge your power and then just go around the corner like this. And then whoop! And it's almost like a stealth killer. It's actually really, really funny. I'm a little bit fond of this add-on, I'll be honest. Now let's talk about the add-ons that I'm not so fond of. Starting with Victor Soldier. Remember how I told you that when a survivor kicks a dormant Victor, they get exposed with the pendant? This is the same, but if they kick you, you see their aura. It's so unnecessary. You're probably right next to them, and if you're too far, who cares? And if they have distortion or whatever, it doesn't work. It's just bad. It's just bad. I've run this add-on with the pendant a lot to try to use them together, and you realize that this add-on is redundant almost every single time. We then have 3 add-ons that have an effect when survivors remove Victor. So Weighty Rattle, they get broken for a short duration. Rusted Needle, they get mangled for a short duration. Am I right? Or is it Hemorrhage? It might be Hemorrhage, sorry. Or is it both? Either way, they get either... You'll forgive me, I forgot if it's Hemorrhage. I think it's Hemorrhage for a short duration. And Baby Teeth, if they remove Victor, they get Blindness for a short duration. But there's a problem. What if they don't remove Victor? Most of the times, when a survivor is carrying Victor, you want to remove it yourself. And they honestly just want to hold them. Many times they will hold them. So when they do that, these add-ons literally do nothing. It's just a bit sad. They don't even trigger, and the effects are not even that strong. The Sewer Sludge is similarly bad for a similar reason. This add-on makes it harder for survivors to get rid of Victor, but as I just explained, many survivors will just refuse to get rid of Victor. They will hold him hostage so that you don't have a power for a while. So yeah, this is bad. There are some situations, like in Endgame, where you actually might want to desperately hope that a survivor takes a while to remove Victor, like if they're trying to escape an exit gate or something. So this add-on could be useful then, but Ceremonial Candelabrum makes it so that the animation of kicking Victor is a little bit longer. This is almost always completely useless. If Victor is dormant, Like, it takes like the same time. The only thing that this thing can do, if you pair it with the Stealth Biscuit, it might give you a slightly better chance to basically turn the situation around on a survivor. Say that you pounce on a survivor and you miss. And the survivor takes a second to come to you and try to kick you, thanks to the slower kick, and most importantly, thanks to the Stealth Biscuit, they might actually run out of time, and then instead of being able to kick you, they are exposed, and you can do a follow-up pounce and get them. But yeah, all of these add-ons are really, really bad. Somehow not as bad as the worst add-on, the cat figurine. The cat figurine is very similar to the other add-on we described, the chip monocle on the Blight. It's an add-on that highlights the place where Victor is going to fall. When you're learning the twins, if you want to go in a private match and try this to see what it looks like, that's fine. But it's misleading, it's distracting, and it's just bright, and it's just completely unnecessary. Let's move on to the Trickster. The Trickster has, similar to Demogorgon, some simple add-ons that are good, and some complex add-ons that are really hard to explain why they're bad, so I hope you take half my word for it. The best combo on him is one of the duration add-ons for his main event, such as the Tequila Moonrock and the Lucky... Are they called the Lucky Blades? No, sorry, the Memento Blades. These are the Lucky Blades. Yeah, the Memento Blades, which increase his throw rate. It's also solid to go for Iridescent Photo Card to gain speed, and the Trick Blades has an interesting interaction. We'll explain that later. And yeah, it's also not a bad idea to run Cage Shoes and Memento Blades. It makes throwing knives a bit less punishing. Pretty good for beginners, although you should not get into the habit of constantly throwing knives unnecessarily. You want to not do that if possible. I'm also really fond of the ability to see auras and throw survivors, bouncing blades around corners. So that's really fun. But anyway, let's begin to break it down. The Memento Blades are possibly the best add-on by a mile for this killer. They take your throw rate, which is already the main thing behind your damage per second, and it increases it by a little bit. It's not by a lot, but it's still noticeable. And when you are in main event, you go bah, 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 and you throw knives super fast. This also makes that faster. Like, there's nothing making you do it fast. If you want to throw knife, and be accurate, you can still do that. But if you ever need to pelt the survivors with knives and do as much damage per second as possible, this just helps you in a way that nothing else does. For that reason, this add-on can pretty much stay in your loadout permanently if you wish. There are then 4 add-ons that increase the duration of your main event, which, as I said, is this moment when you go crazy with your blades. The first one is the Tequila Moonrock, which extends the duration by a fixed... the Tequila Moonrock and the Inferno Wires both increase the duration by a fixed amount. Tequila, obviously, longer. And then there's the Waiting For You Watch and the Lucky Blade. These also extend it, but not by a fixed amount. They make it so that every time you hit a knife, the time either grows a bit or stands where it is. So if you keep hitting knives with these 2 add-ons, your main event never ends. And with these 2 add-ons, you just have it for longer. Just think of all of these add-ons as basically the same add-on, except they get a bit better. The Killer Moonrock might be the best. Having a longer main event means that you can do more damage to multiple survivors, that you have a better chance to down the survivor that you're looking for. And the thing is, you're going to get main events so often that this is really going to compound a lot over the course of a match. So yeah, it's really, really good. Now, the Iridescent Photo Card is a slightly different playstyle. Every time you hit a survivor with a knife, you get a permanent movement speed boost that only goes away if you miss a knife or if you attack and damage a survivor. This is incredible. This is really, really good. The Trickster now has really decent speed. Remember, he's been buffed. So basically, if a survivor is giving you trouble on some loop, you can go very careful, go very methodic, knife, and you can finish the job with your own blade, with your own bat if you need to. This is super good, very oppressive, very, very strong. Yeah. There's a fun interaction with the Trick Blades. The Trick Blades are an add-on that makes your blades bounce twice. You can use them to ricochet off walls and hit survivors. Funnily enough, if you throw a blade at the ground and you miss, since the blade will bounce up into the sky, it takes several seconds for the game to understand that that was a miss. So you can combo these 2 add-ons, and some high-level tricksters like to do this, to basically have a guaranteed no-miss higher speed that only goes away after a while. So that's interesting. But outside of this very niche and small interaction, this add-on is apparently pretty good. I say apparently because I'm going to tell you what it does to me and what it might do to you as a beginner. When I have this add-on, there is something in my brain that makes me think that I am Revolver Ocelot from Metal Gear Solid. I try to go for the most absurd trick shots that never work, and I find myself out of ammo in 3 seconds into a chase. This is horrible. Do not do this. Do not be like me. Learn from my mistakes. However, if you can contain your excitement and you try not to be too flashy, this add-on for high-level players holds quite a bit of value. So the main strength of Trickster is finding survivors in the open. If a survivor is in the open, well, if you can see them, you can throw knives. If you can throw knives, they're going to die in a few seconds. But what if a survivor takes you to a main building, to a shack, to a jungle gym, places that have big walls? That's where this, or an indoor map, that's where this add-on really helps. With this add-on, as a survivor is going around the corner, you can hit the wall next to them and guarantee that you hit them around the corner. When they go around the pallet, you can throw the knife at the pallet and make it bounce back to hit them from behind cover. It basically allows you to get one, two knives here and there when survivors are around corner. It also completely removes the safety of certain places. So say, for example, right, that you're running away from a Trickster and you reach shack. You drop the pallet and then you hide behind it. And the Trickster doesn't have a line of sight, so okay, he has to break it. With this add-on, you're screwed. With this add-on, if you hide behind a gen or behind an obstacle, the killer does not need to break the pallet. He can just find an angle and go boop, 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 and you're gonna eat those knives. There are a lot of maps like Macmillan that have very straight walls where you can also do this around jungle gyms on window frames. So yeah, the more experienced you are, the more dangerous the trick blades become. But I think it's a bit of a noob trap, like for people like myself, so watch out. The Hardcade Shoes and, to a lesser extent, the Killing Park Quartz are both the same add-on. This one is 1%, not as noticeable. This is 2.5%, much more noticeable. Every time you throw a knife or even hold the knives up to make your mind up about throwing, you get slowed down by a bit. And yeah, survivors take advantage of this and keep making distance. With the Hardcade Shoes, you get slowed down by 2.5 less. So you can throw knife, throw knife, throw knife, and in all of these instances, you're losing slightly less distance. It's overall a nice, comfy add-on that you can put on and forget about. The Diamond Cufflinks is also a really comfy add-on to run. Anytime a survivor is about to take damage, their aura is revealed, and when they do take damage, the aura doesn't go away. So basically, you know, when a survivor is one knife away, let's say they're about to die, you can predict where they're gonna be, and throw a really nice knife through some gap. Or you can damage them and see where they go behind the corner to better cut them off. So it's nice. It's really not that bad. Oh, I'm sorry. I think my dog is barking. Yeah, apologies. He was dreaming. I just got scared. Overall a really nice add-on. The Death Throes compilation is a very similar add-on to the one I just described, the cufflinks, but instead of seeing the aura when a survivor is about to take damage, you see them when you hit them with main event. It's basically like a win more add-on, so that once you hit them with one knife in main event, you don't lose them or you are not in doubt about where exactly they're hiding behind some obstacle. It's not as good. I think the cufflinks are generally a little bit better, but I mean, it's not terrible. It's not super awful. The Bloody Boa and the Trick Pouch both are really decent in that they increase your overall amount of ammo. But there's one problem. This used to be really, really useful. The Boa used to be one of his best add-ons. But since main event is infinite ammo, you actually benefit a lot more from using add-ons to increase main event because you don't need to reload that often. If you play your cards right, you will be reloading just a few times per match. And these add-ons just don't come into clutch. Don't come in clutch as much as they used to. The Cut Through You single has an interesting effect. Basically, anytime multiple survivors are lined up in front of you after, say, an unhook, or when they're gonna try to take hits for each other for some insane reason, you can hit one survivor and hit the other one behind it and still deal some damage. Not full damage, but still. This makes situations like this, which are already very dangerous, even worse. You can down multiple survivors very quickly if they are ever together. But let me just tell you, survivors are generally aware that the Trickster is really good in these scenarios, and they don't necessarily go too far out of their way to do this often. So it is a good add-on, but you have to expect survivors to play a bit stupid for it to give you consistent value. The Edge of Revival is a really interesting add-on. It basically gives your blades an explosive property that gives them splash damage. So say, for example, that a survivor is behind an obstacle, behind a box, and you cannot have the direct line of sight to hit them with a knife. You could aim at the ground next to them and build up damage this way. It does half damage. Unfortunately, this does not contribute to main event and is overall inferior to the Trick Blades, which can do similar things in a much more direct way. So yeah, it's just not that good. But hey, it's a bit of a gimmick. The Melodious Murder is similar to the Reload add-on for the Huntress. It saves you approximately half a second, a bit more, but half a second every time you reload. But as I just explained, you're only going to be reloading a handful of times per match. It's just not that good for the green. We then have two add-ons that do the exact same thing. They essentially make it take longer for the survivors to begin losing their laceration. When you hit a bunch of knives on a survivor, they have a laceration meter that builds up before they take damage. Say that the survivor manages to outfox you a little bit and outrun you a little bit. If you take too long, I think 15 seconds, 15 seconds, then the timer begins to kick in and the blades just disappear. This is awful because all of your progress is undone. So these add-ons, especially if you bring them together, give you 5 more seconds together or 3 or 2 more seconds before that begins to happen. Yeah, I mean, it's a nice effect, but dedicating a whole add-on for that, which might not even happen that often and should not happen very often if you have good accuracy, it's just really, really bad. Now, the Soda and the Autograph. If you are an all-time Trickster player, these two add-ons increase the throw rate, basically, and they were very good. Now they are the worst add-ons for this killer, so let's explain. So the Trickster has a very complex, not intuitive at all system called the combo system. If you manage to land multiple knives in a row without missing any of them, so if you have good accuracy, the game will reward you by making your next main event longer. But you cannot wait too long between throws. So yeah, you need to be accurate, but if you throw a knife and then wait a little bit too long and then you throw another knife, it's not going to count. The knives need to be relatively, there's quite a bit of time, but they need to be relatively close to one another. These add-ons increase the amount of time that you have to do this combo. Just so you know, the maximum amount of hits, I believe, is 8 hits in a row, and that gives you 3 extra seconds. You know what else gives you 3 extra seconds, though? All of these add-ons over here, all of them are so good for that. All of them are so much better. So yeah, these add-ons do essentially nothing. They increase something that is already very generous for a system that nobody cares about to get a result, to get an effect that these other add-ons already do much, much better. So if I ever catch you, buddy, if I ever catch you running one of these add-ons, I swear to God, I will be upset. Do not let me catch you running one of these add-ons. Do not run them, all right? Let's move on to the Nemesis. I just realized I did not change the name of the killer earlier. My bad. That was not the twins, that was the Trickster. The Nemesis now. This killer is sad when it comes to add-ons. Let me just tell you, this might be the only killer in the game where genuinely, I can tell you with a straight face, none of his add-ons are good. None of his add-ons are consistent. You can have any of these add-ons, any of them, even the best ones, be completely useless in some of the matches. I will explain more in the future. But let's go over some of the more popular combos. One of the best combos, Marvin's Blood, which makes you reach tier 2 and tier 3 typically faster. Broken Recovery Coins, so they have 1 less chest to remove infection. Good combo. I am also a big fan of the Syringe and the Plan 43 Vines. They both make each time a survivor removes the infection take a little bit longer, and it increases each time by what? By, I think it's, how much? Yeah, 5 seconds and then 4 seconds. So it adds an extra 9 seconds in total, which adds up. So I kind of like that. I think this is a really comfy, and any slowdown on Nemesis is good. Good value. I mean, you can run the extra speed and the extra detection. These add-ons, you can never go wrong with them. I also really like the add-ons to become undetectable when you destroy zombies. They're pretty nice. And this one goes well with that since you get more mutation rate. But anyway, let's begin to break them down. Marvin's Blood used to be incredibly important on Nemesis. It allowed you to get to tier 2 consistently, even just finding one survivor. But now it's been nerfed, and now it's just not that important. It is a bit complicated to explain this, so I'm probably gonna not go super into detail about how Nemesis works. But one thing that you need to know, right, is that Nemesis starts in tier 1, where he cannot break pallets and not break breakable walls. He is very weak and needs to get into tier 2 as soon as possible, similar to Myers. And then eventually he can also reach tier 3. In tier 3, he moves a bit faster with his tentacle out, and he has 1 extra meter of range. It's not as important, but it's still good to have. Marvin's Blood is incredibly useful because it can let you get to that tier 2 sooner. The idea, right, is that you hit a survivor, which typically gives you 3 points of infection, so you're halfway there, and then you get 0.75, right? Then you hit them again, then another 0.75, and then you're already very close. Without this add-on, a single survivor cannot ever give you that. A single survivor, if you down them with your tentacle 3 times, you get, let's see, you get 3 points, right? Then you get 4 points, because now it's infected, you get less. And they're injured, and then you hit them a 5th time, and now you hit them 3 times with your tentacle, but you're at 5, and you need 6. If you have the Marvin's Blood, you would now be past 6, so you would be out of in tier 2. So Marvin's Blood allows you to reach tier 2, even if survivors split up very aggressively, which is nice. Obviously, you could also hit a zombie or hit another survivor. In some matches, you might find 2 survivors, hit one, hit another, and that's it, 3 and 3. So in some matches, this doesn't even help that much. That's the crazy part. Even though this might actually be his best add-on, it's not even that good. But yeah, it consistently at least helps you get to tier 2 and tier 3 a little bit sooner, at least on average. So yeah, it's not too bad. It's actually probably his best add-on. A controversial take, but I think his second best add-on is the serotonin injector. This add-on, whenever you kill a zombie, makes you undetectable for 15 seconds. Now, some people will point out the obvious. Nemesis is like a 7 feet tall monster. His stomps are louder than the nightclub next door, and any survivor on a generator is going to hear him coming from a mile away. Yes, you're not going to be grabbing people off gens with a bit of stealth. However, keep in mind, the Nemesis has one horrible weakness. The fact that you have to hit survivors 3 times instead of 2, like most other killers. So being able to make the first hit a little bit easier by sneaking up a little bit on the survivors, even if it's just a little bit, is a good thing and is very useful. And being able to kill a zombie in a bad spot or that it's stuck somewhere and get a value out of it is also very useful. I value that a lot. I think Serotonin Injector is actually pretty good. The Broken Recovery Coin is a really simple add-on. There are normally 4 chest supply cases that have the syringes in the map. Survivors that want to remove the blue infection, they have to find one, then another, then another. After they have found 4, they're out of them. With this add-on, they only have 3, which means that if you infect, by the time you infect a 4th survivor, that 4th survivor is never going to be able to remove it. One of those 4 survivors is going to be running out. So that's really good. In long, drawn-out matches where survivors go through infection, you can very easily put them in a situation where they run out and they cannot remove the infection. That is good. However, there's also games where survivors literally do not care, never remove the infection. They do gens at the speed of light, and the game is over before you even infect 3 people. And then this add-on does absolutely nothing. The Depleted Ink Ribbon is one of 3 or 4 add-ons that increase the movement speed of zombies. This increases the movement speed of zombies very significantly. It makes it more likely that they're going to find people, and when they find someone, it makes it more likely that they're going to be a little bit annoying. It also makes them reappear. Yes, I got that right. It makes them reappear sooner if they get killed. And in the end game, this is a bit of a funny one. In the end game, if a zombie is killed, they will respawn behind the exit door, like waiting for the survivor to open the door. They are useless. Like, I've seen so many times when a survivor opens a door and they run by and the zombies just are like, what's going on? Zombies are just really stupid. And even though this add-on has 3 decent, cool effects, zombies are so bad that even the best among these add-ons is not that good. Let's talk about the other add-ons that do something similar. We have the Mikhail's Eye and Brian's intestines. Both of these add-ons increase the movement speed of zombies by 33, I believe, and 25%. Nothing absolutely insane. Zombies are pretty slow even with these add-ons. But, I mean, you can notice it as a survivor sometimes that zombies are a bit more annoying. Faster zombies also mean that they cover ground a bit more easily. They're more likely to find someone, I guess. So, not too bad. Not too bad. We then have the fourth speed add-on, the Shattered Stars badge. This one increases the speed by a lot. It makes zombies almost sprint. They're not fast enough to catch survivors, but they are fast enough to make survivors have a bit of a hard time dealing with them. Unfortunately, it only happens when a generator is completed, which can only happen a limited amount of times. So even though this is probably one of his best add-ons, it's also very inconsistent and really comical. It's really not that good. Let's talk now about the Jill Sandwich. This is a good add-on that reveals the aura of a survivor that has opened a case. It doesn't have a notification, however, which sucks a little bit. What might often happen is that a survivor opens a case, they remove their infection right away, and then you look and you still see their aura for a little bit with Jill Sandwich. I actually like to run this with the serotonin injector or the umbrella badge so that you might be able to like anticipate where they're going to remove their infection to then insta-down them. So yeah, it's not super bad, but it's also hard to use, doesn't give you a notification or anything. The Eerie Umbrella badge is interesting. Whenever a survivor removes their infection, they spend 60 seconds exposed. That's a long duration. Obviously, after the first time this happens, survivors will talk to each other on Discord or whatever, and you're not likely to catch them off guard. But every now and then, a survivor does something stupid, and then you can insta-down them. And more importantly, even if you can't insta-down them, that is 1 whole minute where that survivor cannot really do anything altruistic. Say that a survivor was using the vaccine to disinfect themselves, right? And then wanted to go for the rescue and take a hit or a rescue from a hook. They can't do that anymore. So it does force them into a bit of passivity, which is not too bad, but honestly quite weak for a iridescent add-on. The damage syringe makes it so that using a vaccine on you takes longer. And it's so slow that using it in chase becomes basically impossible. The Plan 43 binds has a similar effect, but instead of making the vaccine longer, it makes the opening of the chest take twice as long. Keep in mind that if a survivor opens a chest and you interrupt them, the chest automatically closes and they have to open it again. So that could be useful. Every time a single survivor opens a chest and uses a vaccine, if you use 2 of these add-ons together, that takes them an extra 9 seconds. If every survivor uses this, that means, multiply 9, 18, 27, 36, right? So yeah. It can add up to quite a bit of time. It's not as much slowdown as the pig, but it's something. I actually like this. These add-ons are consistent. I like to put them with slowdown builds, and they do okay, I think. They're pretty easy add-ons to slap onto your build if you don't know what you're doing. Now, a more complex add-on, the T-Virus Sample, as well as the Tyrant Gore and the Zombie Heart. These add-ons are the equivalent of Marvin's Blood, but instead of increasing your infection when you hit a survivor, it increases your infection when you hit a zombie. You get 1.75, 1.75, and 2. This doubles it. The Tyrant Gore also makes it so that it decreases the zombie spawn. So if you kill a zombie, they come back into the map a bit sooner, which is a bit better than the yellow. Now, let me tell you, the yellow Zombie Heart and the green Tyrant Gore are absolute garbage add-ons. Even if they increase the... I'm sorry, I think my luck wants to come into the room. Let me just get him in. Okay, I now have a fat dog that is very happy eating some treats. So forgive me for that. As I was saying, these 2 add-ons increase the infection that you get from killing a zombie from 1 to 1.75. This is useless. This does not help you unless you really go out of your way to cause a zombie genocide and kill so many of them that you basically lose the game anyway. Unfortunately, even though it gives you a bit, it's not enough. Now, the same cannot be said of the T-Virus sample. The T-Virus sample is actually fairly good because it gives you, instead of 1 point, it gives you 2 points of infection. Now, let me paint you a picture, okay? You find a survivor. You hit them with your tentacle. Because that's a fresh infection, you gain 3 points, right? And then you hit them again. Now you have 4 points. You're only 2 points away, right? But the survivor is a bit silly and they go into a locker. and you grab them, and because you didn't hit them again, now you're sitting at 4 points. Damn it. But now, if you see a zombie, you can kill them, and you get those 2 points immediately. So you can now be in tier 2, and your next chase, you can already break pallets with your tentacle. That is awesome. Same thing if you hit a couple, like if in some scenario where survivors hide, you can kill 3 zombies and you hit tier 2, which is a bit crazy, but you could. So this actually does help quite a bit, and it goes well with the serotonin injector, since, you know, you might want to be killing zombies often. So the T-virus sample is decent for this. Unfortunately, if you did the same thing with the other add-ons, it just doesn't work. Odds, but what if I stack them together? It's just not worth it. It's not worth it. You're much better off combining hitting zombies with hitting survivors. But yeah. We then have the admin wristband, which has a 4 on it, and the visitor wristband, which is both are items from the Resident Evil game. Resident Evil 2 in particular, I think. These 2 add-ons basically make the zombies have a bigger cone. Zombies have like a cone. This cone gets wider and bigger, and they detect more around them. Now, this doesn't always make a huge difference. Sometimes zombies just go and sniff a corner of the map, and this add-on does nothing. Sometimes zombies get stuck. Sometimes zombies react to sounds, like missing skill checks, and this doesn't really help with that. So this isn't incredible. I think these add-ons are not amazing, but they do provide a little bit more consistency to make sure that zombies are finding survivors as often as possible. So in my mind, I don't think they are bad. You can also stack them together, but you typically want to use either one of them or one of them with speed, and you get the best results from that. They're both okay. Similar effect as well. Now, the Nemesis Alpha Parasite. Anytime you infect a survivor with the infection, either through a zombie or more directly through your tentacle, they become oblivious. I mean, okay, it's 60 seconds of oblivious. I guess that's cool, but I mean, is it really that important to make a survivor oblivious when you are literally chasing them? No, it's not. It's really bad. This add-on is really bad. In some situations, it might do something, but it's pretty bad. We've already explained that these 2 add-ons increase the infection that you get from killing zombies with your tentacle, by the way, not with a punch. Very important to say. But yeah, they're just not that good. The adrenaline injector makes it so that you have a very long killer instinct when a survivor removes their infection, so that it's even easier to tell where they're going. Okay, cool, I guess. It's pretty bad. The liquor tongue. Very few add-ons cause me physical pain and make me recoil when I read them. This add-on sounds incredible. In fact, it got buffed. So survivors, when you hit them with your tentacle and they become infected for the first time, they experience a hindered status effect. So they get slowed down. Obviously, they still get the speed boost from being hit, but despite getting the speed boost, they also have a slowdown. This add-on increases that slowdown by like 0.25 or 0.3 seconds or some ridiculously small thing like that. However, this slowdown is incredibly small compared to the 150% speed that they get from the hit. So basically, I have done tests, right, where I measure how far a survivor reaches with and without this, and even from a distance, that it's nothing. It's like 0.16. It's like 5 inches. This gives you 5 inches. 5 inches elsewhere, good, average, good for you. 5 inches in chase, nothing, useless, garbage. Let me contain myself a bit. Yeah, awful add-on. It's basically a placebo thing. It does absolutely nothing. Don't let me catch you using it. This add-on is somehow even worse. The STARS Field Combat Manual makes it so that if a zombie hits a survivor, that zombie's aura, which is typically white, turns yellow, so that you can see which of the 2 zombies hit it. I have never, ever had a need for this add-on, and neither will you, ever. First of all, in your average game, survivors don't get hit by zombies that much. Especially at higher levels, that will happen maybe once per game. Once per game, and that's generous. Typically, it happens when you are pushing the survivor, and the survivor is too busy with you, and they accidentally run into a zombie. So you don't need to know which zombie it is. Even if a survivor magically gets hit across the map, while you are doing your other thing and you're distracted, you will see in the HUD, boom, you'll hear a sound and you'll see that one of them turns blue, right? And then you can look up and you'll see that one of your zombies is like recovering from the attack and doing the, oh, I'm a zombie walking. So you will know immediately which of the two zombies it was. This add-on literally does absolutely nothing and is honestly a horrible mistake in design. Moving on to a killer with more fun add-ons. Next up is Cenobite, a lot of mediocre add-ons, some really fun and strong ones. The best add-ons probably are the iridescent lament configuration, which makes it harder for survivors to find the cube ahead of time. Larry's remains to delay the cube solving. You can also go with the add-ons that increase the utility of your chains. The impaling wire makes the chains much harder to shake off. And the foggy lens is one of my favorite ones. It gives you auto reading on, greasy black lens gives you auto reading anytime you hit a survivor with your chain, makes it easier to do little mind games. It's kind of fun. For low value, you can have the liquefied gore, which is like a smaller version of Larry's remains. And Skewer Rat is a nice effect. It's recovery, but just a small one. Fun combo. I actually made a video with the Chatterer's Tooth. I think you can look that up and find it if you look up Chatterer's Tooth at my channel name. And this is a bit of a slept on meme add-on, but I'll explain more in a second. So, time to talk about the add-ons on this killer. Two of the best add-ons on this killer are Larry's Remains and Liquefied Gore. This one increases the time it takes to solve the box by 2 seconds. This one by 1. And if you wanted to, you could run them together to stack the effects. Now you might be, Otz, what is the point of having the box take longer? Can't I just teleport and then go, the box, you opened it and I came? Or can't I just ignore it and let them do it and just focus on killing? The answer is you don't want to do either of those things. If they solve the box or if you teleport, both of those things count as the box being solved and then it goes on a long reset. One of the absolute strongest things about Pinhead is what happens if you interrupt the box or if you pick it up yourself from the ground. It's the same thing whether you find it yourself on the ground or if you pick it from someone after you down them. Being able to interrupt a box solver makes the box reset itself immediately, and then every survivor has to stop doing gens. They can't heal, they can't unhook, they can, they can't heal to unhook, they can do the gens, it gets really, really stressful and really, really bad for them. So being able to have a 2 second longer window means that when they start to open the box, you will start to go to the middle of the map and be prepared. And when you hear the killer instinct that they're doing the box, you then walk to them and you send the chain and you hit them with the chain. And if you hit them with the chain, even from afar, that will interrupt them and it will be basically impossible for them to do it in time. Then you down them, then the box resets, and the game is now falling into place for you and being very, very difficult for them. So yeah, interrupting the box is incredibly crucial, and to that end, Larry's Remains and Liquefied Gore are both amazing. Now, one of the most annoying things about this killer, I'm sure you've realized, is the fact that the chains have a bit of RNG. Sometimes you hit a survivor with chains and they all break at once. Sometimes you hit a survivor with chains and they all just keep harassing him forever. It has a bit of RNG to it. But this add-on, the Impaling Wire, makes it much, much better. With the Impaling Wire, every time a survivor breaks a chain with the environment by walking into a tree or walking through a doorway, or you yourself breaking the chain by walking through it, instead of spawning one chain to replace it, it spawns 2. So it's like a Hydra. You break one, you get 2. The survivors cannot be assaulted by more than 3 chains at once. It's not like they can be absolutely demolished by a million chains, but the more consistent the chains, the harder it is for them to be free of them. And keep in mind that the more chains that are attached to them, the slower they are. If they're attached by 2 chains, they are slower than if it's just one of them. Do you understand that? You do now. So yeah, the Impaling Wire makes your chains overall much harder to shake off, and sometimes hits them with so many chains at once that it makes your power quite oppressive. Really, really easy to use add-on, so I highly recommend it. As we briefly explained earlier, the Eerie Lament cube basically makes it so that survivors don't see the aura of the cube until the cube is active. A survivor might be tempted to go to the cube and solve it if they know that you're busy, but with this add-on, they will not know. They'll have to go around and get pretty close to the cube before they see it, or wait until the cube is beginning to act up. So this is just removing information from survivors, which makes teams have a slightly hard time and makes solo players have a much harder time. I am also incredibly fond, as I said, of the Greasy Black Lens. Anytime you hit a survivor with your chain, you get auto-reading, and then you can go from behind walls or use these exact information about the location to make your next play, or just see where they're going. It's just really, really useful. It does get a bit countered by perks like Distortion and so on, keep in mind. Now we get to Engineer's Fang. This is an interesting add-on. It used to be really, 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 really powerful on release. It made your first chain on a healthy survivor just straight up injure them. So you were basically like a legion that could injure people super easily with very little counterplay. Now it does the same thing, but it comes with a very heavy downside, an incredibly powerful downside. The fact that your chain now only spawns 2 chains total. As I'm sure you know, when you hit a survivor with your chain, which is your chase power, 3 things come, right? The first one that you sent, and then 2 additional ones. With this add-on, you only get 1 additional one, so you only get 2 chains. This means that they're easier to break, and as I explained earlier, only 2 chains means the overall slowdown is less. So this add-on completely destroys the strength and consistency of your chase power, of your possessed chain. But it does come with the insane benefit of being able to injure survivors by just snapping a chain onto them. In my opinion, at higher level, this add-on is unnecessary and you are better off with some of the other alternatives we talked about. At lower level, you might misuse it. But if you fancy this add-on, if you want to get good at using this add-on, you could be very dangerous. You could have a build with coup de grace, play with your food, little chase perks to help you in chase, to finish the deal, and use this extremely aggressively to make sure that everyone is injured. You could also pair it with add-ons like the Frank's Heart to hit people from really far away and damage them from a distance like you are a Huntress, but that can hit through walls. Very, very scary stuff. So this add-on has to be respected, and if you specialize in its use, it does hold some power. Next up, the Original Pain. This add-on also used to be the #1 add-on on this killer. It used to be incredibly OP in many, many ways. Let me explain why it's not anymore. So any survivor that is injured, we already explained that with the other add-on, if they're healthy, they become injured. This is a similar thing, but in reverse. If they're injured, they become deep wounded. So this is really nice. As a general rule, if you find a survivor and they're injured, you can throw this, then they break a chain, and now they're deep wound. When they're in deep wound, they cannot use a medkit, they cannot use a styptic, they cannot get adrenaline and get healed, they cannot use Dead Hard, because they already are in deep wound, so they're going to go down anyway. They cannot use Off the Record, so this is very good for tunneling. Yeah, you understand, right? It's really, if you leave them, they cannot just do a gen forever, because they have to mend. They cannot open a gate most of the times, since you need 20 seconds and you'll bleed out before that happens. So yeah, it's pretty annoying. But the reason why it used to be so strong is because you could use it right off the hook. So if a survivor got unhooked in front of you, you could send a chain immediately before they had any chance to move, and then break it yourself and then hit them. And then you basically had a license to tunnel. It was very, very disgusting. Now, if you've seen some old clips of that and you try it yourself, I'm going to let you know already, this does not work anymore. A survivor that has been unhooked has a 3-second buffer, approximately, more than enough, to get away from you. And they are immune to chain effects during that time. So do not use this to instantly tunnel someone. You can use it to tunnel them in a few seconds afterwards, and it's still good for that. We then have 2 add-ons, the Frank's Heart and the Flickering Television. You might have noticed that when you play this killer, his power feels very similar to the Nurse. He can send like a little portal, and then the chain appears from it. With these add-ons, you can send the portal 8 meters further, or 4 meters further. You can also stack them, but that's insane. Don't stack them. You don't need them both. This, at first glance, is absolutely useless. Hitting a survivor from afar, from that far of a distance, doesn't really help you in chase. You're so far, it doesn't really matter. But it is very, very useful to interrupt people doing totems, doing some kind of sensitive action, most importantly, the cube. So say that a survivor is doing the cube, and I know that it's about to happen, I can begin to charge my power and send it halfway across any map. It's great to run it with Larry's remains to make sure that you can basically cover everything, or even Engineer's Fang to be basically a sniper and be able to hit people from very, very far with it. Because it's just better than the other one, and you should never use these two stacked together, the Fang's Heart is just better. We then have the Chatterer's Tooth. The Chatterer's Tooth is a funny little meme add-on. It shows you the aura of your own cube, which makes it very, very easy to find. But if you pick it up, it resets it, and you don't get the benefit of picking it up, which is normally that it activates it. But that's still kind of good, because when you pick it up, you become undetectable for a long time, and sometimes you can just not pick it up and just be aware of its position and just kind of defend it from a distance. You don't want to be on top of it. If you are on top of it, the cube will detect that you're trying to cheese the game, and the cube will teleport itself. So don't do that. But you can be aware of it, and sometimes even pick it up yourself to have a long-term undetectable. It also makes everyone scream, so it can kick people out of gens for Deadman Switch and so on. So the Chatterer's Tooth is an interesting add-on to just mess with people and keep things unpredictable, and it's kind of cute. But it does have the downside that if you find the cube yourself, it doesn't really do anything too good for you in terms of like game slowdown. We then have the Skewer Rat and the Leather Strip. These add-ons have an incredibly useful effect, but they're just very, very small in its impact. They make you have the ability to throw your chain out sooner again. The Skewer Rat does this by... It's 5 seconds, so it's 9% of 5 seconds. Very little time. And this is 3% of 5 seconds, which is like, what, 0.15? It's very, very, very little. It's very little. The yellow one, a bit more so. The brown one, it's just so little, man. It's almost imperceptible. But, I mean, it's okay. If you don't know what to run and you want to run yellow add-ons, this can be one of them. Being able to throw your chain sooner again isn't always necessary, but it can come in clutch, especially if you miss one and you need to try again. The Slice of Rank is an interesting one, okay? It makes anyone holding the cube exhausted. It doesn't linger afterwards. It's just for the time that they hold the box. As I mentioned earlier, it is very important if someone has the cube that you try to down them. Sometimes you might be like, okay, you know what? This dude with the cube is the best survivor in the lobby. He is doing super good. He's in a good spot. He has a lot of perks. I can't catch him. Sometimes you might need to leave them. But if you can, you should try to down them. Because if you down them quick, you get a hook and everyone else gets the slowdown from the cube resetting, right? And it's overall really, really good. With Slice of Rank, you don't have to worry about the person with the cube having Spin Burst, Lithe, Balance Landing, Overcome, all of these common... what else? Did I mention them all? Yeah, Dead Hard, for example. You don't have to worry about all of these common perks, and you can rest assured that you're going to be fine. And they're not going to suddenly create a lot of distance, so it might shorten your chase with the cube holder. Other than that, you know what? If they have Dead Hard, just hit them with a chain and they can't use it. You know what I mean? Like, you don't, it's not that big of a deal. Like, you just don't need this. We then have two add-ons, the Torture Pillar and the Burning Candle. These add-ons make it so that when the cube is resting, it begins to activate a bit sooner. So instead of having a long, I think it's, 90-second timer, with this add-on, it's 6 seconds sooner and 3 seconds sooner. A little bit of trivia. These add-ons used to be very, very strong. They had bigger numbers. And I think that because common, average, and below average players were a bit destroyed by this random power when this killer came out, I think they over-nerfed these add-ons. They now have very small values. 6 seconds earlier is nothing. It's literally nothing. It also doesn't do anything if a survivor decides to solve the cube ahead of time while you're busy chasing or carrying someone else. So these add-ons have the potential to do nothing, and even when they do something, even if you stack them together, 9 seconds sooner is literally nothing. Do not bother. We already explained that the television is not too good. The Wriggling Maggots and the Lively Crickets are two add-ons that do the same thing. They increase the turning rate of your chain, so that if you don't hit a survivor immediately and you need to like navigate around something, you have a slightly easier time. It also makes it easier to correct for a small mistake. It's very similar to turning rate add-ons on Billy, where it's a little bit easier to hit your target. It's really sad. It's really sad. These add-ons are not even that bad. When you run them together, especially, they feel pretty good. I wish these add-ons were one add-on and they were joined together. You can also do some tricks where if there's like a little wall or something and there's a survivor behind it, you can do like a little bit of a curve around it, much like with Billy, right? To guarantee that you hit people behind cover and stuff like that. There are some cool things you can do with these add-ons, and sadly, they are not worth it because most of the times you will be putting a chain directly behind a survivor and just hitting them straight, and you don't want to take any of these risks. And using 2 add-ons or 1 add-on slot for this is simply not worth it. So I really wish these add-ons were a tiny bit better. Then we have Larry's Blood and Spoil Meal. They are very similar to the Heart and the TB. Instead of being able to place your chain portal further, it actually increases the distance that a chain can travel. It's just not good. It's just not good. You almost never, ever, ever need to hit a survivor with the end of your chain. In some rare instances, I found myself trying to hit a survivor that was doing the cube a bit far away. And I was like, oh, I missed 1 meter, damn. So don't get me wrong, the extra 4 meters could save you a little bit, but it's just, it's so rare. Much more often, you will benefit from having 8 extra meters from this. Or better yet, having 2 extra seconds so that you can physically walk and make it easier for yourself. Larry's Remains and even Frank's Heart absolutely outclass the hell out of this. Even for interrupting box purposes, these 2 add-ons are garbage. And 2 meters is extremely little. One thing that I haven't mentioned that is good to keep in mind is that the chain accelerates. So when you shoot it, it starts to go fast, but then it picks up speed. By the end of it, the chain is so fast that trying to hit something accurately by the end of it is actually fairly difficult and not something you should be trying to do often. These 2 add-ons are just garbage. Just take my word for it. Here's a big explanation on why it's not good. Oh, and now that I read my own comment, I remember in some situations, you might miss a chain and the chain might shoot up to the sky. Because this add-on makes the chain stay up longer, it also means that you will waste more time whenever this accident happens. So yeah, absolute garbage. Still not as bad as the meme add-on, the Bent Nail. The Bent Nail has the exact same downside as the Engineer's Fang. It takes your 3 chains that spawn when you hit someone and makes it 2. Fun fact, if you pair it with the Engineer's Fang, you only have 1. And then your chase power is complete garbage. It gives you extra blood points, but even then, this add-on is so bad. Only do this if you're challenging yourself and you like memes, but even then, it's not fun. It's not even a good challenge. It's just awful. Terrible, awful. Don't do it, okay? Moving on. All right. Moving on to Artist, she has several add-ons that are good and decent, some of them that really don't stand out very much. And it often comes down to preference. Some artists like to use their birds from up close. Some of them prefer to go for snipes. Some of them want to be flexible and do a bit of both. If you want to be really, really dangerous from afar and deal with multiple survivors, the Severed Hands and the Festing Carrion is just incredible. In the 1v1, the Insta-Down add-on is actually not bad. It's also even more deadly to bring the Matthias Baby Shoes for precise auto-reading. This makes your 1v1 really, really strong as well. And you have the very, very decent combination of Festering Carrion and Thick Tar for overall value and keeping things low rarity. This basically makes it harder for them to remove the birds. This makes it easier for you to shoot birds quicker. For fun combos, try the Feather, and I honestly, there's quite a few things, but I actually like the Feather just to become a bit of a stealth character between bird throws. Now, let's break everything down. The Severed Hands, as you can see, has a massive, massive text. This add-on is just very, very unique. What this does essentially is allows birds to spread onto other survivors. So if you have 2 survivors together and you hit one, the other survivor gets spread by the birds. This already is huge because it means that after multiple survivors get spreaded, you can go bird, 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 and possibly hit multiple of them, possibly damage or even down multiple survivors at once, which would otherwise be basically impossible. If you were to shoot a lot of birds at once and then wanted to shoot a lot more birds, you would have too big of a cooldown, it would never work. So this allows you a playstyle that is otherwise unattainable and is possibly her strongest add-on. It also has a few complexities to it. Normally, when you send 2 birds back to back towards the same survivor, there is an iframe period. So say the same survivor is here and you hit them with 1 bird, okay, he gets swarmed, and then another bird is coming behind, it will go right through them. So unless you space out the birds a lot, you can never hit 2 survivors with 2 birds back to back unless they are very spaced out. But with this add-on, you can. If you send 2 birds that are slightly spaced out and there's 2 survivors together, the first one will infect both and the second bird will hit at least one of them. That is pretty damn strong. There's no iframes when you get infected via the severed hand effect. So yeah, that's really, really, really good. It also makes it really hard for survivors to take hits for each other. It's something that's already dangerous, but even more impossible with this. Survivors rescue, they go under the hook, maybe they try to heal, then you can interrupt them. It becomes... I've also seen survivors many times. You hit them with birds, they both get infected, they go into a locker. They both come out of the locker, but one of them was still having the bird, so now they infect each other. They get into these chaotic situations that are really hard to achieve otherwise. So yeah, very strong add-on. The Matthias Baby Shoes is a much simpler add-on by comparison. Anytime you put a bird down, this bird has like a detection area around it and above it. It's like a sphere where survivors will be highlighted and you'll see their auras. This is really, really, really good. You can put it below a survivor and see someone on the second floor of certain buildings. And it also basically completely eliminates the guessing factor of the artist. So say that a survivor is looping you around the window, you put a bird facing through the window, and then you go around and they're dead. Whenever they go in front of the bird, you are going to straight up shoot it. And even if you don't see the survivor directly, you will see their aura through the wall and bam. So it eliminates a lot of the counterplay that and guesswork that this killer has, and it is brutally good for small loops. Yeah, it does get countered by distortion and other auto-reading perks, so watch out for that. Every other add-on after this does have a slightly less prominent effect, but they're still good. The Festering Carrion is an amazing add-on. Anytime you shoot a bird, you get your next bird a bit sooner. This means that you have a little bit more time to like hesitate or take your time to aim. Keep in mind that if you summon 1 bird, you're fine. You hit the survivor, and then you have time to summon birds again. If you summon 2 or 3 birds, the time is just too big because the cooldown is larger and survivors typically will have time to remove them. But then again, you can sometimes interrupt them, make them vault a window, make them not able to get rid of the birds. And this obviously helps to make sure that you are deadly and that you're shooting birds as often as possible. So it's just a really simple add-on that saves you half a second. In a very similar vein is the Thick Tar, but in reverse. This add-on makes it so that survivors need half a second more to remove a bird. This gives you a little, not too much, but a little bit more margin and makes it a little bit harder for survivors to get rid of birds in critical situations, and makes it, again, more likely that you'll be able to hit them with a bird before they can get rid of it. Pretty nice. The Garden of Rot is a unique add-on. Whenever a survivor gets rid of their swarm, not by going into a locker, but like by dispelling it, obviously if they go into a locker, the Thick Tar doesn't do anything either, they get exposed for a brief moment. This is a bit strange, okay? For a beginner, this might seem incredible. It's like, wow, they get rid of birds and I instant-out them? That's amazing. Even if I only do it a couple times per game, maybe at the start, that's amazing. And then advanced players, they go, that's not so good because survivors are just gonna not get rid of the birds and they're just gonna never do it in front of me. But then advanced players also see the value in this. A lot of times survivors that are trying to body block for each other or that are in the open can be punished very severely with this. If survivors refuse to get rid of birds, that means you see the aura of the swarm often and you can track them. So there are many tricks you can do with Garden of Rot to maybe have 1 or 2 of your chases be much easier for you or even result in an insta-down. Not to mention that there is potential for disaster. Survivors do not know that you have this add-on until the first time that they see its effect. So some survivors might get rid of a bird, run into you for a hook rescue, and then bam, they get slapped. It's not the best add-on for beginners. I would recommend it once you really know what you're doing. Another add-on that I really recommend once you know what you're doing is the Severed Tongue. When you send out a bird and the artist does this little point forward, there is a significant slowdown that the artist incurs. So say that you're chasing after a survivor and you shoot a bird and you miss or you hit or whatever, the survivor will make a distance and you slow down a bit. With the severed tongue, this slowdown is reduced significantly by half a second. It allows you to shoot birds a lot more carefully, like, oh, you're gonna hit, you're gonna miss, don't matter, just shoot the bird because you barely slow yourself down, and it allows you to stay on top of survivors in chase a lot more consistently. You're barely gonna notice the difference if you try this add-on as a beginner, because, you know, you're not too used to it. But let me tell you, after you have gotten a little bit good with Artis, and you've gotten better at using her birds from close up, this doesn't make much of a difference for snipes, then try this add-on and tell me what you think. I think you will be pleasantly surprised. The Velvet Fabric is the opposite. It's an add-on not for the short distance catch-up, but for the long-range snipes. As I mentioned briefly, whenever a survivor gets swarmed, they need to remove the swarm. They need to get rid of the birds, dispel them. If they begin doing that right away, you will stop seeing the white aura of the birds and you won't know which direction they're going. With this add-ons, with this add-on, you get to see that aura for a second and a half longer. This means that it's easier for you to see where they are and to prepare your snipe, and you have to guess a little bit less, and you actually see a bit more before you need to do the follow-up shot. So yeah, very, very good for snipes and for general information of survivors, since you get to see them around the loop a bit more before they become invisible. Very good stuff. The next add-on is very, very simple. Inflicts Mangled and Hemorrhage when you injure people with birds, which is going to be pretty often. And honestly, you do want to heal against Artis as much as you can. This add-on doesn't make the birds like faster or crazier or anything, but it does make the birds have a bit of a stronger effect once they do hit. The Untitled Agony is an interesting one. I think it's a bit similar to the Severed Tongue in that it's hard to see its effects, but when you are familiar with this killer, you will notice them. Anytime a survivor gets swarmed by birds, they get slowed down by a significant amount. It's very short, but it is significant, to the point where it also helps you catch up in loops. Funnily enough, you don't even need to shoot a bird. You can place a bird in the middle of a loop, and if a survivor runs into it and becomes swarm, it will be like a Freddy blood snare. They will get slowed down, and you will not get slowed down when that happens. So yeah, you can actually use birds as like Freddy traps with this, since the slowdown is a little bit interesting, or similar to clown bottles. Interesting, not the most impactful add-on in the world, not super useful for snipes, but pretty good otherwise. The add-ons here start to have downsides or be a bit more situational. We have the Silver Bell. Anytime a survivor gets hit by a bird, they will not hear your terror radius. This puts them in a bit of a nervous situation where they're more likely to start running away in fear, because during the few seconds that they need to get rid of the birds, right, they now don't know if they will see that they're oblivious, and they don't know if you're approaching or if you're staying at a distance. So out of cautions, the average survivor will probably start to run away. So it will mess with survivors a tiny little bit and mess with them, but at the end of the day, the oblivious status effect is not that insane. It's just not that, it's just that simple. As long as a survivor remains swarmed, the Oh Grief, Oh Lover add-on makes them exhausted. It's not as good as the Venomous Concoction for the Huntress, for the simple fact that it doesn't linger. But, I mean, you can throw it on a survivor, and if at that moment they take a window, they cannot use life. If at that moment they take damage, they don't get overcome. If at that moment they drop and want to balance landing, they will miss it. So it's an okay add-on, but you're kind of likely to mess it up sometimes, since, you know, they might not have an exhaustion perk in the first place. They might get it off before you even hit them with the bird. Puts a bit of a pressure on you. We then have the Ink Egg. The Ink Egg sounds pretty amazing at first. It does have a small downside of making the birds that you place disappear sooner. You cannot hold them on the ground as long. It's not a big downside, and you can make up for this by using the Chocolate Corn or the Still Light Crow to outdo this. But on top of this downside, it has something that sounds really amazing. Instead of being able to send 4 birds, instead of being able to send 3 birds, you can now send 4 birds in total. This is not as good as it sounds. Setting up the 4 birds takes a long time. You need to go brr, 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 brr. And during this time, whoever you're aiming for has time to dodge all of them and outrun and outdistance all of them to the point where they can dodge in between them. On top of that, shooting 4 birds has a longer cooldown than shooting 3 birds. So you might not want to do that. If you shoot 4 birds, your power is gone for a long time. The only time this is helpful is if you are desperate to find someone and you aim at 4 different gens and you just like blast all of them. But even then, it's not that useful. You can also use it when a survivor has vaulted a window or vaulted a pallet or dropped a pallet and you know that they don't have time to remove the birds and you want to make sure that they get assaulted by a volley of birds. Let's say that a survivor is removing their birds, but then I make them vault. That interrupts the action. Now I know I have all the time in the world. I can go whoop, 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 and set 4 birds and then shoot them all at the same time. It's a little bit overkill. I think doing that with 3 birds is still really good. If you do it right, you can cover a very, very wide range. And honestly, sometimes it's better to shoot 3 birds a bit sooner than to shoot 4 birds and take a bit longer. The ink egg is overall not that great, but it does hold some situational value. The iridescent feather has the opposite effect. Instead of giving you 1 extra bird, it takes 1 extra bird away. So you will have only 2 birds or 3 with the ink egg. But the downside also comes with an interesting effect. Whenever you are recovering from your bird shooting, you become undetectable. So basically you shoot a bird, you shoot 2 birds, or 3 with the ink egg, and then during those few seconds, you can creep up to people and surprise people. This is kind of fun. It's really not strong, it's really not consistent, but with some information perks, you can creep up to people and be a stealth artist, which is a really interesting thing. Now, I mentioned earlier that when you leave a crow out in the open for a while, they eventually disintegrate. And they come back in 2 seconds. Sometimes this can be a little bit annoying. Sometimes you're like chasing someone, your bird disappears, right? You're gonna wait to make sure you don't shoot too many birds at once. So you wait for your bird to disappear, and then you need to wait 2 seconds for the thing to go. With this, you cut that off by quite a lot. You cut it off only to a quarter of the original duration, only to half a second. This is not a situation that repeats itself many times, but I have to say, cutting down a timer from 2 to 0.5 seconds is pretty good. So the automatic drawing every now and then has a nice effect. We then have 2 different add-ons that have to do with bird detection. As I'm sure you know, when you shoot a bird to a survivor but you miss by a little bit, the bird will detect the survivor and give you a killer instinct, the little heartbeat, to let you know that you missed but that the survivor was nearby. With the oil paints, this range around the bird becomes greater. So that means that it's easier for you to detect people that you barely miss. It also maybe enables you to detect people on multiple floors, which would be very difficult otherwise. So say that you shoot a bird underneath a house and a survivor was on the 2nd floor. With this add-on, you are now more likely to pick that up and to detect that survivor and gain information that might have been pretty critical. The other add-on is called the Vibrant Obituary, and it's not as useful. Once you do detect the survivor, it just gives you the heartbeat for longer. Who cares? That's not super important. Just knowing that there's someone there is typically all you need to know. Then you come close and you're probably going to find them. It's not that super important to see their heartbeat. It doesn't let you do a follow-up snipe or anything, so yeah. The Darkest Thing is a bit similar to the Silver Bell. When you hit a survivor with your swarm, they are inflicted with blindness, and this blindness lasts a little bit longer after they get rid of it. As I'm sure you've seen me say about every blindness add-on, it's inconsistent, it's not super strong, it can occasionally rob survivors of some information, so hey, that's cool, I guess, but the duration is very, very little. We then have 2 add-ons that do roughly the same, Chocolate Corn and Still Life Crow. The Chocolate Corn is weaker, the Still Life Crow is stronger, but they do an effect that is not necessarily super good, so that's why I value the stronger one as being weaker. They make the birds that you put down on the ground, that you prepare, take longer to disintegrate. This can be good. Sometimes you want to place a bird and then just leave it and let it cook, and be ready for an eventual shot. Sometimes you put a bird and you're like, actually, I don't want that. In those situations, if it's only one, there's going to be a loud thunderstorm. 1 second, I'll mute. I hope to God that I don't lose the power and these almost 6 hours of recording doesn't go to waste. Please to God, do not give me a power outage. Now, back to my video and pushing away my increasing anxiety. Yes, this makes your birds stay longer. This can be good in some situations. It can also be very annoying where you just want your birds to come back. So it's a bit of a double-edged sword, and there's not a lot of benefit to be had, I would say. Unless you know what you're doing, probably avoid these two add-ons. But definitely avoid the charcoal stick. The charcoal stick is a meme add-on pretty much. So normally, when you shoot a bird out, survivors can see like the trail, like the little straight line that the bird creates. And this can make it a little bit easier for them to dodge the bird that's incoming. However, this add-on can change that. With the charcoal stick, you remove the trail that they see, but instead you give them something far, 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 far worse, which is they can actually see the actual aura of the bird face. So a very common thing that you will do as an artist, right? You're in a jungle gym or some other structure with tall walls. You set a bird from behind a wall. You come around and the survivor doesn't see your bird. So then you wait until they're lined up and you shoot, and they can't dodge it because they can't see it. They don't know when to start dodging or which line the bird is going to fly. So they are going to get hit basically no matter what. However, with this add-on, since they see the aura of the bird face, they can just avoid it and know when to stay out of the way, and it is a massive, massive, massive nerf. So yeah, this charcoal stick is supposed to make sniping easier. In reality, it's not really making it easier, and it makes your short distance birds basically really, really, really fucking useless. I'm so sorry I said a naughty word. But yeah, it makes them really heckin' useless. So yeah, stay away from the charcoal stick. It is a horrible, horrible add-on. Now moving on to the Onryo. The Onryo has a few add-ons that really stand out, and many of them that do very questionable things. The best combination right now is probably the bloody fingernails and the remote control. This gives you massive mobility boost and the ability to do a really long swing when you come out of a TB. It's quite an overtuned add-on at the moment. And also information, auto-reading when you come out of a TB, which is super, super useful. They're both individually amazing and really good together. I also like the bloody fingernail and mother's comb because it lets you have more information about whose TBs you need to worry about. And if you want to go for good value, right now the Wellstone reduces the cooldown for your TBs a little bit, which is nice. And the Reiko's Watch is a nice effect, even though it's bugged. I'll tell you more about that in a minute. A fun combo is to have the VCR, which makes all the TVs play the sound as if you're coming out of them, and the well water so that you stay more stealthy. This is going to give survivors a bit of a, wait, is she there? Wait, she's not. Wait, she is. Wait, she's not. Wait, she is. It's going to mess with them a little bit, which is a little fun. Very passive, though. Now, let's break into the add-ons one by one. As I explained, the bloody fingernail is incredibly, incredibly simple. When you come out of a TB by teleporting, you get a massive duration speed boost on top of the normal one that you get. This is good for mobility. It's good to hit survivors. It's good for everything. It's just really, really, really nasty. Even can help you in chase a little bit at times. The remote control basically shows you auras of survivors that are really, really critical, and there's, unless every single survivor in the game is running distortion and so on, which rarely happens, you will almost always benefit from this, and it gives you an amazing awareness. Honestly, that's all you need to know. Mother's Comb is an interesting add-on. It gives you a notification anytime a TV gets turned off. Also at the start, all turned off TBs, which is always all of them at the start, are yellow, so you can immediately gain awareness of where each TB is. And this is something that if you were extremely, and I mean extremely perceptive, you might not need. If you were constantly looking at all of your TBs, you might notice when one of them suddenly goes off. But this makes it so easy for you to never miss anything that's going on. You see that a survivor is really, really high in condemn because you teleported several times, and then they pick up a TB, then you know where they are. You probably can guess where they're going to go, and you can make a plan of how exactly you're going to interrupt them and maybe condemn them and maybe kill them. So the extra info from this add-on I think is pretty nice. Reiko's Watch is a really interesting add-on, and I need to explain why it's good, but why also it's not as good as it should be. So when Sadako is demanifested, she has this period of time when her body disappears. You see your own hands, right, on the screen, and there's times when your hands just disappear and then reappear back. This is exactly what survivors see. So when you see that your hands disappear, you are invisible for a short period of time. You can actually use this as a mind game of sorts. So say that you are in a loop, you run towards the survivor on the right, and when your hands disappear, then you suddenly do a sharp turn on the opposite side, and then you will find that the survivor is running into you and very confused about exactly where you are. This add-on increases the duration of this disappearance, and it does it by such a margin that it's actually really nice, because you actually have a chance to catch a survivor off guard. You don't disappear for just a second, you actually disappear for long enough to really throw them off. However, now comes the ugly part. The developers buffed this add-on, right? And they made it better, like the overall thing was made better, but they made a mistake. The visual disappearance of your hands for you is longer, but for the survivors, it's actually the same as it was before the patch. So they made a bit of a blunder, and this add-on should be a little bit stronger, and it's actually lying to you. If you have a recording of what the survivor sees and what the killer sees, you'll see that the killer invisibility looks longer for you and shorter for them. So that's a bit of a problem that I'm sure they'll fix. Even with this problem, this add-on still has a good effect, and it does get me mind games and hits quite often. You do need to get a bit adept at using these mind games and understand how it works. So this is not an add-on that I would recommend to beginners, but it's something that you should try out once you are a bit familiar with the killer. The Well Water is a super simple add-on. Anytime you demanifest manually or through a TV, you have a couple of seconds where you stay undetectable and easier to sneak up on survivors with. And I like this. This is just good. It messes with survivors. It allows you to demanifest from a distance, and then survivors think that they're fine. They no longer hear the little Schillingen lullaby thing. And yeah, messing with survivors in this way, I think is pretty good. The ring drawing is interesting. It allows you to condemn other survivors when you hook someone. Some Sadako players don't even focus on hooks much at all, but this is something that you can still do to lock in the condemn. And with this add-on, it feels kind of good to be building it up on other people. It can slowly creep up to them. Not too bad. The videotape copy is an interesting add-on. It takes the range of each TV where that TV affects survivors and inflicts condemn, and increases it by 2 meters. Even though 2 meters doesn't sound like a lot, this does contribute to a significantly bigger area that is harder to escape. Especially in smaller maps, it does make... Oh, thunder. It does make each TV cover longer ground, and it's a very passive effect that is very easy to use. Now, the old newspaper is a little bit similar to Reiko's watch, but instead of working when she's cloaked, when she's the manifested, it works when you come out and manifest yourself and you can hit survivors. So basically, when you manifest yourself, you also have a period where you go when you become invisible. This increases it slightly. And another add-on called the Mother's Mirror increases... It doesn't increase the duration, it increases the period at which it happens to keep it going. I think the Mother's Mirror is not that good. You typically get the value immediately or not at all. I don't think there's that many situations where you benefit from the longer duration, the longer period of time. But the old newspaper is good. It does give you a brief window where you can basically do a little fake out. Again, something for advanced players. The Juicing Fishing Net is an interesting form of blindness. Basically, any survivor that has 4 blindness gets hit by a permanent... any survivor that has 4 stacks of Condemned, which happens every time that you teleport and they're next to a TV and so on. Every survivor with 4 stacks of Condemn is now permanently blind unless they remove that. If you hook them and some of those condemned are locked, they cannot remove them. And if you keep chasing them and applying, and now they're getting close to 7, they will not be able to use Windows Opportunity. They won't have Bond to see their teammates. They won't have a key to see your aura. So that blindness can stay on for a long time and can be a little bit scary. So yeah, it can be actually somewhat okay, but it is a bit of a win more add-on. It doesn't actually help you get there. It doesn't actually help you keep them in high condemn. So yeah. Then we have 2 add-ons, the Wellstone and the Cabin Sign. Both of them very similar. They decrease the cooldown when you teleport, so that you can spam your teleports a bit more often. The yellow one being a little bit better, but not a lot. So yeah, very simple add-ons. If you don't know what to bring, these 2 are perfectly appropriate. We then have the Distorted Photo, a really weird add-on. Anytime when you uncloak, basically you manifest yourself, any survivor that's looking at you will scream And yeah, that's it. They just scream, which sometimes can make you find them if they were hiding in a bush or something, but it's just... Yeah, we found out that if you are extremely lucky, a survivor that is putting a tape, if they are looking at you when you manifest and they scream, that interrupts the tape, which is interesting, but it doesn't really have any implication in chase. So yeah, not super good. The VCR is also very gimmicky. Whenever you teleport to one TV, all of the TVs make the same sound effect. So any survivor that doesn't have direct line of sight and only hears the TV from behind a wall is probably going to be a bit spooked, and it might induce them into letting go of a gen, which can trigger Deadman Switch and other perks, and do something that wastes a little bit of time. Not too bad, but honestly a very gimmicky effect. We then have the Rickety Pinwheel and the Seesaw Cloth. Both extremely similar add-ons. Whenever they are within very close proximity to a TB, they become Oblivious, which means no terror radius, or Blind, which is probably worse than the Yoichi net, but still. Oh, don't mind the thunder in the background. Now, I don't need to explain to you that being Oblivious against a killer that is relatively stealthy is not super good. It's true that while she is in stealth form, she has like a lullaby where you can hear the little shlinging sounds, but yeah, these add-ons are just not that good. Then we have the Telephone, an incredibly difficult add-on to understand. Anytime that you manifest next to a survivor, they get hit by a tiny, and I mean tiny, -3% speed boost. You don't have any visual cue to know that this works, but you have to trust that it works. In some situations, maybe with Reiko Watch, where you're trying desperately to like mind game a survivor, God knows that even 3% speed can be pretty significant, but it's just so little for such a brief time, not guaranteed to happen at all. This add-on is just super, super small. Like, you don't know when it's work, you don't know if you were close enough. It's just too little to get consistent value off. You don't want to depend on it. I already explained that the Mother Mirror keeps the disappearing, flickering effect when you manifest for longer. It's not super useful, but it's definitely still better than Clump of Hair. Clump of Hair is really, really bad. Basically, if you are approaching from afar in the manifestation, there's like a distance where survivors don't even see you from very, very far. This add-on reduces that distance so that you can get slightly closer before a survivor begins to see you on and off. Let's be honest, this doesn't matter. In most maps, they will still have time to react. They might not even see you from that distance anyway, and they will still hear the little lullaby shling sound that is very characteristic. So Sadako is not truly stealthy when she's the manifested. Then we have the Tape Editing Deck, a truly bizarre add-on that makes every survivor start with a tape. This used to have some implications back when holding a tape was risky. Back when holding a tape was risky, survivors that were hit with a tape would gain condemn and the tape would, disappear or whatever. Like there were some different effects, right? This is not what happens anymore. Now survivors holding tapes is kind of a good thing because it means that they can immediately disarm a TV the moment it turns on. You could make some arguments that making them hold a tape could have some kind of impact in what they can and cannot do. You can also have some mega big brain ideas where you see a survivor, you try to deduce which TV they have to deliver the tape, and then you focus on harassing that survivor and always protecting that TV. I have tried this a little bit, and let me tell you, my brain is not big enough. Despite me trying to get value out of this add-on, I still genuinely believe that it is at most a side grade to having nothing. So I wouldn't straight up say that it's worse than nothing, but I do think it's very inconsequential and has as much upside as it has downside, maybe. So yeah, I would not recommend it. If you want to be brave and try this for yourself, see if you find some other hidden value, please be my guest. I always invite you to explore your own playstyles and so on. But then we have the Iridescent Videotape. What a stupid add-on. This add-on used to be her best add-on by a long shot. Now it's been changed. So essentially, when you teleport to a TV with this add-on, the TV will not turn itself off, which means that you can teleport to the same TV as much as you want. But why would you want to do that? Because you don't inflict condemn anymore. This kills your condemn, which is an incredible source of pressure and can destroy beginners and unprepared teams. So removing your condemn is awful. This made sense back when Sadako, in one of her reworks, was very slow with her teleports, and had a cooldown to her teleports. But now she doesn't have any cooldown to her teleports. You can teleport as much as you want. So this add-on has basically no upside and a massive downside. So it's overall even worse than nothing. Don't even bother. The Dredge. The Dredge is a really fun killer with a lot of potential and some very frustrating parts. He has some amazing add-ons, and the most frustrating part about his add-ons, let me tell you, is that you can only run 2 of them. It really genuinely feels like this killer needs 3 add-ons. It's really, really sad. All of these add-ons that we're going to talk about at the start are really, really useful, and it just sucks that you can only bring 2 of them. The best combo is possibly the Automaton Writing, which reduces your cooldown for your power, and the Boat Keys, which makes your power just a little bit faster outside of Nightfall. Having shorter cooldown and amazing information perk, amazing information source from the lavalier microphone is also pretty good. You can go to yellow value as well. You can go to yellow rarity and get a lot of value as well. Malthinker's Call makes Nightfall happen much sooner, and Hades Calendar makes you come out of lockers faster, so that's good. And I also like the one to start the Nightfall at the start of the game and make each Nightfall longer. The Doll and the Field Recorder, these are pretty good. But anyway, let's break them all down. So within Nightfall, the Dredge becomes really, really powerful. He can use his power every 4 seconds. So you can teleport, come out of a locker, and then teleport 4 seconds later. You can use your Remnant, 4 seconds later, use your Remnant again. You can teleport into Remnant, Remnant into teleport, only 4 seconds of downtime. That is awesome. Wonderful. Great killer. Except when you're not in Nightfall, when you are at the start of the game, during your normal self, the cooldown for the Dredge is unbelievably long. It is 12 seconds. Every time you teleport, every time you use Remnant, 12 seconds of waiting. This is extremely cruel. Other killers that have much stronger powers have much slower cooldown, much shorter cooldown. So it's really, really cruel. That is why the Automaton Writing is such an amazing add-on. This add-on cuts your downtime outside of Nightfall from 12 seconds to 8 seconds. This is just so good. You can teleport and use a Remnant sooner. You can use a Remnant and then use another Remnant if you have to, and you are saving 4 seconds every single time. This is good. And you might be like, but Odds, what if I am not using my power? What if I am just a bit of a beginner and I'm just chasing people, but I'm not using my power too much? This add-on still helps you. With this add-on, if you want to, you can spam Remnants. So you can put a Remnant and immediately teleport to it and just spam your power, and that slowly contributes to Nightfall happening faster because you get Nightfall charges every time you spam your power. So it's really, 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 really good in almost every single scenario. It doesn't help you once you're in Nightfall, but don't worry, once you're in Nightfall, you're already very good. There is a version of this add-on that only works in Nightfall, and it's called the Destroyed Pillow. The Destroyed Pillow takes your short cooldown in Nightfall and makes it non-existent. You go from 4 seconds, which I just explained is really good, to 1.5 seconds. So that means that you can teleport, come out, teleport, come out, Remnant, Remnant, Remnant. You can just spam your power a lot in Nightfall. I haven't used this add-on a lot because it feels a bit overkill, but hey, it's not too bad. But definitely the Automaton Rating is much better because most of the time you're going to be outside of Nightfall. So yeah, this is awesome. Now, there are 4 add-ons that increase the Nightfall gain. The best of them is the Malthinker's Call. Let's talk about the weaker ones, okay? The first one is the Wooden Plank. Anytime you hook a survivor, you gain a little bit of Nightfall, a tiny bit of Nightfall, which makes it happen a few seconds earlier. It's only, as you can see in my comment, 1.6% of the total meter. So it's not very good. It takes like what? By default, like about 3 minutes or something, depending on how many people are injured. So yeah, it's really, really bad. It helps, but it's really, really bad. Then we have the Burnt Letters, which are a little bit better. It does the exact same thing as the Wooden Plank, but instead of on every hook, it's on every hit on a healthy survivor. Now, it's much easier to hit a survivor than it is to hook a survivor, and happens a lot more often. There's a limited amount of hooks, but there's not a limited amount of hits if they keep healing. So with this add-on, you could get Nightfall a little bit sooner. And then there's the Fallen Shingle. This add-on makes it so that anytime you are teleporting or inside a locker, so during the time when you're teleporting from locker to locker, or during the time when you're sitting in a locker, it increases the already very fast Nightfall that happens then. There is an argument to be made that sometimes it is a bit of a strategy to go in a locker, and if survivors are just doing nothing, you can just stay there. It sounds really stupid, but it multiplies the speed at which you get Nightfall by a significant amount. You get like 6 charges per second. It spikes up really, really quickly, and if there's injured people, even faster. This increases that by 15%, if I remember correctly, but it's not that necessary. Like the value itself is already good. Increasing it further is unnecessary. All 3 of these add-ons are unbelievably mediocre. You don't really need them. They barely make a difference. Now, the Malthinker Skull, however, is I cannot believe it's the same rarity as these add-ons. This add-on smokes everything else. It shaves off entire minutes of wait time. Every time a survivor is injured, which is going to be pretty often, this add-on takes that bonus that they're giving you that makes Nightfall happen sooner and multiplies it by 66%. You get an extra 66%. That's 2/3 more. That's almost, if you round it up a little, that's almost double the speed. It's incredible. If you have a bunch of survivors injured, you can save an entire minute, and Nightfall can happen much, much sooner, and as a result, much more frequently. So a good Malthinker Skull game will result in maybe 1 or 2 extra Nightfalls that would not happen otherwise. It doesn't work if you don't injure anyone, obviously, but you will. So yeah, this add-on is genuinely incredible and possibly his second strongest. The Bolt Keys has 2 effects. It makes your teleporting during Nightfall a little bit during outside of Nightfall a little bit faster. Now, let me tell you that during Nightfall, the teleport on the Dredge is unbelievably powerful. He teleports at super, super massive speed and can detect people around him with Heartbeat, with Killer Instinct. And yeah, it's really, really fast. But outside of Nightfall, on top of having a a long cooldown, the speed is, it's sluggish. It doesn't really help you in chase. If you teleport in front of a survivor going into a locker, by the time you come out, they already have done a U-turn and are so far. This add-on increases that by a significant amount and makes it feel less awful. Makes you a bit better in chase. It also helps you in the end game. Anytime that the final gen is completed, any locker that would have been locked breaks. So if survivors had locked every locker in the game, they all break simultaneously. This helps a lot with Noet. This helps a lot with endgame builds, which are all not too bad on this killer. And it helps you have a bit more momentum at the end of the game. Another add-on to break lockers faster is the Hades Calendar, which we're going to talk about now since it's related to the boat keys. Anytime you come out of a locker that is locked, this animation is horribly, horribly long. Unbelievably long. It feels really unfair to come out of a locker. Even if there's a survivor right next to you, if they locked it, you take so long to break it. But with Hades Calendar, you save 1 whole second. If the locker is open and you come right away, this add-on does nothing. But if the locker is locked by a survivor, you save 1 second. 1 second is huge. It's huge, 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 huge. This add-on, if you allow me the small comment, should probably be half base kit. But as of right now, it's entirely on this add-on, and it feels really good to use it. These 2 add-ons together honestly feel like they almost should be base kit. But yeah, once you put it on and you see its effect, and you take it off, and you see how bad it is, you're never going to want to take it off. The Lavalier Microphone, interesting add-on that has 2 effects. When you teleport and you are on your final teleport, you see the auras of everyone in the map for a few seconds. This is huge. This is absolutely huge. Especially during Nightfall, you can teleport, see everyone, and be like, okay, well, in 4 seconds, I'm going to now teleport to the person that I need to know. Being able to find people that are vulnerable, people that are healing, people that need to be tunneled out of the game because you need to focus on them to get them killed, or anything at all. Like, it's just having information on everyone is huge. Obviously, it only comes after you are on your final teleport, so you can't always immediately act on it, but it's still really good. It also has a very interesting side effect that has some advantages that might not be super obvious. Anytime that a survivor is next to a locker when you're teleporting, whenever you reach a new teleport place, the locker will do a little opening of the doors. They will like move open like that. This can spook survivors and scare them into leaving a gen and exposing themselves. And if you are very, very perceptive, you can actually notice this. So say, for example, that I see 2 buildings, right? And I teleport to the building on the right. And as I teleport to the building on the right, I see the aura of the lockers on the building on the left, and I notice that one of the lockers goes, "Broop." That tells me that there's a survivor very close to that locker. So what I can do is teleport there and likely find that survivor, or even see their aura if that's my final teleport. So Lavalier Microphone is a nice aura and info gathering add-on. Smart survivors will figure out that you have it, and it's not that insane after that, but still. The field recorder is pretty wonderful. It has a small passive effect that if someone walks into your remnant, which is the shadow that you leave behind in chase, they become exhausted, which is like, okay, well, cool. I guess that doesn't come into effect much, but okay, whatever. But the main thing that this add-on does is that it starts the game in Nightfall. And then at the end of the game, when all the gens are done, it also triggers Nightfall. This is really good. Having one free Nightfall at the start is pretty good. Sadly, you don't immediately benefit from the shorter cooldown. Even though you start in Nightfall, you don't get the 4-second cooldown. You still have to go through the initial cooldown. I forgot to mention, one of the reasons why Automaton writing is so good is that sometimes, because you become ready faster at the start of the game, you can teleport to a locker and catch a survivor that is closing it. If a survivor is locking a locker and you teleport to it, maybe because you see them with lethal pursuit or whatever, then you can grab that survivor and immediately get it down, which is huge. So with the field recorder, sadly, you don't get to do that. But yeah, you still have to go through 12 seconds, but it's still really good. Having a Nightfall at the start and at the end is nice. And it pairs really, really, really well with the Broken Doll. Broken Doll adds 20 extra seconds to Nightfall, so from 60 seconds to 80 seconds. And with this add-on, you're guaranteed to have at least 3 or 4 Nightfalls. So yeah, each of them having 20 extra seconds, that's pretty huge. That's pretty good. The Worry Stone is one of the 2 information add-ons on lockers. It's very interesting. Whenever a survivor has successfully locked a locker, you see auras, and this gives you good awareness. It's a bit of an alternative to the Lavalier Microphone, and in some ways, it's a little bit easier to use. Not too bad. Pretty simple. There's another add-on that is very, very similar to this, which is the Caffeine Tablets. The Caffeine Tablets tell you ahead of time which lockers are locked. So when you prepare your power and you're looking at lockers to teleport to, if you see that one of them is colored yellow, that means it's locked. This might tell you, a survivor has been here. And it might also make you think, instead of going to that one, I'm going to go to the one that's next to it because that one is not locked. So it lets you know what you can expect and maybe dodge lockers or know that someone has been there. So that's not too bad. The Follower's Call is a bit of an interesting add-on. It gives you an ability that you have in Nightfall outside of Nightfall. It pairs pretty well with the Automaton writing so that you can spam it a bit more often. So when you teleport to your remnant, which is the shadow that you leave behind that you can use in chase, with this add-on, even if you're outside of Nightfall, you will get a radar around you. This already happens in Nightfall, but this allows it to happen outside of Nightfall as well. So basically, how do you use this add-on? Very simple. You go to a building, right? And you think to yourself, I know that there's someone here. I know it in my bones that someone's here. Then you leave a remnant, you teleport immediately to it, and then you're going to hear the heartbeat, and then you find someone hiding behind a bush. This is uncontrollable. The survivors have no perks or mechanics to avoid this. As long as they are within 60 meters, they will be picked up. If you don't hear any heartbeat, that means that there's no one within your immediate vicinity, which is really good to know that maybe no one's there for a pallet rescue or flashlight rescue. So yeah, this is useful if you remember to use it often. The Cooling Blade, not Cooling Blade, Tilling Blade is a unique add-on, okay? If you hit a healthy survivor during Nightfall, it slaps them with 3 status effects at once. It gives them blindness, it gives them mangled hemorrhage, and what's that? Is that it? Is there another one? I think that's it. Mangled, hemorrhage, and blindness. So it applies, I believe, all those 3 status effects for a decently long amount of time when you hit a healthy survivor during Nightfall. That sounds nice, and if you get value out of this add-on a few times, that's good. Keep in mind that staying injured against the Dredge is bad because that means the next Nightfall happens sooner. So anything that delays or discourages survivors from healing, you love that. However, as I explained earlier, you will often want to injure a lot of survivors to get into Nightfall. So if you get into Nightfall and 3 out of 4 survivors are injured, like this add-on's going to do nothing because they're injured. This only works on healthy survivors. Yeah, It's for that reason, it's a bit situational and not all that good. The iridescent wooden plank is kind of weird. At the end, the last few seconds of your nightfall, every survivor becomes exposed. Now, if it's a bit of a surprise the first time, the next time survivors will obviously be prepared. If you manage to get value out of this can be huge, by the way. Say that you get nightfall, you injure, maybe get a hook, and now you're chasing a survivor and they're in the open, but you think to yourself, my nightfall is about to be over. And then you look, and when you see that it's on the final little stretch, then you hit them and bam, insta-down. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's kind of sweet. But yeah, let me just tell you, the chances for this to line up, the chances for this to happen are pretty slim, and it's just a situational, boring insta-down add-on. We already explained that the Destroyed Pillow is an add-on to make your cooldown shorter in Nightfall, a bit of a kill. We already explained that these 3 add-ons increase your Nightfall meter building, but it's really, really bad. The Air Freshener. If you allow me to go on a small tangent, this add-on used to be bugged, and it actually used to be super cool. It allowed you to use your Remnant and still have 1 teleport token to use afterwards. They fixed this, sadly. Now it's just a boring add-on. If you want to teleport 4 times with this add-on, you can do it. It would actually hurt the lavalier microphone because you would have to teleport 4 times, and that already takes a long time. So you don't want to do that with lavalier, but yeah, it allows you to teleport 4 times. Let me tell you, teleporting twice is already good enough. Teleporting 3 times, I don't know what you're even doing. Why would you need to teleport 4 times? Like, what are you doing? Like, are you looking for your dad who went to the milk store? Like, you don't need to teleport 4 times. You do not need that. Most of the times you have info perks or your own intuition to know where to go, and teleporting a 4th time is just unnecessary. So this add-on, while it does have an effect that is fairly interesting, is absolutely unnecessary. The Sacrificial Knife. A boring, uninspired, and honestly downright terrible add-on. When you teleport to a locker and you come out, any window that is within the vicinity will be blocked for 5 seconds. Now, you know the sad part, it doesn't get blocked immediately. It gets blocked when you come out. I've seen clips of this add-on in action, right? Keep in mind that when you teleport to a locker, the locker itself does a little jiggle, right? And if it's locked, obviously it takes you a long time to come out. So what I've seen happen is you can teleport to shack. A survivor is doing the generator in the shack. They hear the generator, the lock go, and then they go for the window, and then you come out, and then the window blocks, but the survivor is already going through it. So this add-on, on top of being situational, nightfall only, and downright stupid, and pretty much useless in many maps, such as the game, that doesn't have a lot of windows, it lasts very little, and it comes too late, and survivors can still use window because they can react to the sound you make right before you come out of a locker. So yeah, it is useless in almost every way imaginable, and honestly, I challenge you to try to make some value out of this. Even more useless, the War Helmet. I've explained to you that when you teleport, or you teleport to your Remnant during Nightfall, or if you have the Follower Scowl, you get a Killer Instinct on the survivors. This is already really good. Then almost immediately, because the range is only 60 meters, you will immediately find them. So this add-on is useless. The War Helmet extends the Killer Instinct so that you can track them better. But this Killer Instinct happens from really close, so you already know where they are. And if you're in Nightfall, they already glow white and they're very easy to see most of the time. So yeah, this gives you extra tracking that is absolutely unnecessary and is possibly one of the worst green add-ons in the entire game. Now we go to the Mortar and Pestle. This add-on is interesting and is for certain people that prefer a certain playstyle. So let me explain. As I've been mentioning over and over, one of the abilities of the Dredge is to leave behind a shadow that he can teleport to in chase. So let's say that the shadow is my finger, right? And I am chasing in this direction. If I then look at another direction and I teleport, I will face the direction that I was looking. So say that I am looking at a pallet and I go away and I teleport, I will be looking at the same direction that I am when I was putting down the shadow. So the shadow remembers the direction that I was looking at. This is why, as a general rule, as a Dredge, you want to make sure that your camera placement is really good when you leave a shadow, because when you teleport, you need to react very quickly and maybe hit a survivor. You don't want to leave a shadow looking at the opposite side, right? With the Mortar and Pestle, this changes. With the Mortar and Pestle, whenever you teleport, you will not be looking at the original location that you were looking at. Instead, you will get to choose which direction you're looking at. It will keep the direction that you're looking at. This gives you a bit of flexibility, because maybe when you teleport, you want to be looking at a slightly right angle, where you can do that now if you want. Overall, you don't need this. It's almost better to get used to always looking at a good spot to make sure that when you teleport, you are able to see the survivor right away, but it can be okay. I'll give you an example of how this add-on can help you, just so that you can picture what kind of person would benefit from it. So let's say that I have a survivor running behind me that is trying to sabotage me. So I leave a shadow, right? And then I turn around and I teleport, and I will be looking directly at the survivor that is looking at me. So that gives me the ability to immediately look at the direction that I want. But yeah, overall, it just changes something that doesn't need to be changed. Just get used to the default and you'll be much better off. That is the add-ons for the Dredge. Now on to Wesker. All right, Wesker has a few complex add-ons, and it is a little bit tricky, all right? The best combination is probably just his two best individual add-ons. The Ouroboros Vial that can make everyone start infected and mess with them, and allows you to insta-down people if they reach full infection, even with basic attacks. It's quite good. And the Unicorn Medallion, which I'll explain what it does. These are probably the two best. It's also really common among high-level Weskers to run the Medallion with the Egg. The Egg allows you to do some plays that I will explain later. But you have a lot of amazing add-ons for beginners as well. You can use the Leather Gloves, for example, which just shortens your cooldown a little bit. And you can put that with the Ouroboros Tendril, or also with the Unicorn Medallion, which I'm personally a big fan of. A fun combo for Wesker: try the Jewel Beetle and the Lion Medallion. This makes it so that you throw survivors really far and really early, and it's like you slam them against things instead of you toss them against things instead of slamming them, which is kind of fun. But yeah, a lot of possible combinations, and much like the artists earlier, many of them depend on your playstyle and what kind of Wesker you want to be. So let's begin with the first add-on, the Iridescent Ouroboros Vial. There are, if I remember correctly, 16 uses. There are 8 cases, and each of them has 2 sprays that can, well, 1 spray that can be used twice. So survivors can use a lot of sprays, but with this add-on, they all start with 1. They all need to worry at the start to get rid of their infection. Otherwise, they can be insta-downable, right? And obviously a bit slower. So this basically buys you a lot of time at the start to mess with survivors, and also makes it so that later on, if they get fully infected, you don't even need to grab them. You can just hit them with your basic attack, and they also get insta-down. Not too bad. Not too bad. A decent effect. And like most of Wesker's add-ons do small things. So something that can lead to this chaos early on really stands out. We now have the 2 bound-changing add-ons. They are a mirror of each other. So we have the Unicorn Medallion at the very top and the Walkie-Talkie at the very bottom. So one thing you need to understand, right, is that Wesker has 2 bounds. It's similar to the Nurse, who has 2 blinks. Well, he has 2 dashes. The first dash is a little bit shorter. The second dash is a little bit longer. Now, with the Unicorn, you take the first dash and you extend it so that both dashes are basically the same length, more or less. With the Walkie-Talkie, you do the opposite. You make the short dash even shorter and the long dash even longer. Now, technically, this add-on, like on a technicality, it does increase your maximum range and your mobility by a small amount. And this add-on decreases your mobility by a small amount. So why is this add-on so good? This add-on is very good because increasing your first dash allows you to do a lot of things. You can begin to use your power from further, which means that survivors have to be worried earlier. You can zone very well with it. And you also can reach corners that would otherwise be impossible to reach. So say, for example, that you are chasing around shack and a survivor is going around a corner and you're chasing around the shack, which is like a square. With this add-on, you can throw yourself, reach the corner, and then immediately hit them and grab them. Without this add-on, in a situation like that, you wouldn't be able to. You would have to shoot yourself, then wait a little bit to go around and walk, and then it's too late. They are around the next corner. So this add-on is just unbelievably good to give you more options and be able to cover distances that are really critical in common tiles such as shack, TLs, jungle gyms. Most of these common structures have walls that with this add-on you can go right past, and it really, really messes with them. It also has a few implications, this add-on, for certain playstyles involving little advanced tricks, but that is a little bit less important, and you probably want to watch a in-depth Wesker tech guide if you want to learn more about that. Another add-on that's a bit of a sleeping, underrated gem is the Jewel Beetle. The Jewel Beetle makes it so that when you grab a survivor, you don't drag them very long. Normally, the way this works, right, is that Wesker grabs you by the neck, and then he drags you a little bit, and after a few meters, he tosses you. Well, with this add-on, he doesn't drag you very much. He grabs you and almost immediately tosses you. This makes it more likely that you will not be slammed against the wall, which I know some people enjoy against Wesker. Instead, he will just throw you against the wall. Now, being thrown against the wall has one downside, that it doesn't insta-down if you're fully infected. But everything else is better. He recovers faster, he zones you better, and has an easier time following up. Imagine when you grab a survivor and you throw them against the edge of the map. They're screwed. They cannot do anything. They're on the edge of the map. You're out of it recovering. You're going to double tap them. And it also makes your recovery begin sooner, all of which are really, really good things. So basically, yeah, this is really good. The only time this might backfire is if you're in a large map and you accidentally keep throwing survivors into the air. That can be a bit of a downside as well. But overall, the Jewel Beetle can significantly shorten your chases by turning slams, which are good, into throws and tosses, which are better. So hopefully you understand where that comes from. All right, there are a few, there's some choices here. Let's talk about the other slam-related add-ons, okay? The Chalice Gold is actually the exact opposite of the Beetle, the Beetle. It's not necessarily bad, it just fits a different playstyle. Whereas with the Beetle, you grab the survivor and then toss them immediately. With the Chalice Gold, you actually go on a bit of a marathon sprint. When you grab them by the neck, you grab them, drag them, and then slam. So with this add-on, even if you're in a big map with very few walls, it's very likely that you will still find something to slam or throw them against. So it's a bit of a safety net to make sure that you never throw a survivor into thin air where they wouldn't get very punished for that. So this is an add-on that's okay for beginners and for people that want to ensure that that will happen. And then we have the Lion Medallion. The Lion Medallion makes the throw itself hit longer. So it pairs really well with the Jewel Beetle for obvious reasons. And you can also pair it with the Chalice Gold to make sure that you basically the survivor is going to be grabbed in like Europe. And by the time you throw them, they're going to be crossing the border to China. So it can be really fun if you combine it with the Chalice Gold. And it can be very effective if you combine it with the Beetle. The idea is that once you grab them and drag them and throw them, the survivor goes even further, so it's even more likely that they're going to collide with a tree, with a rock, with the edge of the map, and so on. So it's another form of certainty and another safety net for you. Not bad add-ons, these two, but this one stands out more. Then we have the lab photo. The lab photo transforms your power and makes it different. Not necessarily a lot better, but different. Normally, when you dash at a pallet, Wesker will go over it. And then this can sometimes be useful to catch up to a survivor afterwards. With this, that ability disappears. Instead, you get the ability to slap the pallet as if it was a survivor and just delete it. It is like a better version of Brutal Strength. You might have noticed that a lot of Wesker players favor the perk Brutal Strength. The idea, of course, is that they use Brutal Strength, and by the time survivors are running away, they recover so quickly that they can immediately use it. So this is like an alternative to that playstyle, and it's not bad. I do think that if you use this add-on, you kind of need to get really good at using it and not fall in the trap of using it too much or using it wrong. But if you know what you're doing, this add-on still holds value. Now the egg. The egg is very, very similar to the rose tonic that we discussed for the Blight earlier, if you watch that segment. All you need to understand, right, is that Wesker has 2 dashes, and when you perform the first dash, you have like a small period of time where the game asks you the question, do you want to do a second dash, or do you just want to wait and go into cooldown and recover? This add-on extends the time that you have, which sometimes already catches survivors by surprise, right? So sometimes you use a dash and you stand still, and the survivor's like trying to dodge, getting behind cover, and then they're like, okay, I guess I'm fine, I'm gonna run. And then because you have the egg, you go, nope, whoop, I can still hit you, and then you still hit them, and it's really funny. But what this add-on does that is most important, it takes the speed curve and extend it as well. Indirectly, this add-on makes you faster during this period. So let's go back to our previous example that we talked about earlier, where a survivor is going around the corner, right? Let's say that you don't have the medallion, but you have the egg. So what you can do is you throw yourself at the corner. Maybe you don't reach around the corner, but with the egg, you move a little bit faster. So you can actually like move around, position yourself around the corner, and second, bam, and get them. So because it helps a lot with that, it is really, really useful. A lot of high-level players love the egg gold because it allows them to set themselves up for really interesting trick shots and techs and all kinds of like advanced plays. And honestly, even for beginners, it is still quite useful once you understand that this is the real utility of this add-on. Funnily enough, there is a second add-on called the Loose Crank that does exactly what this add-on is supposed to do. It takes that period between your dashes and increases your speed by a small percentage. But this add-on is garbage. This add-on does very, very little. It's very unnoticeable. And this add-on, the Egg Gold, is actually much better and much more noticeable than the crank itself, sadly. So yeah, this add-on just trumps it. You can also run both if you're crazy about it. We then come to the video conference device. This add-on is actually a little bit busted. It used to be very, very strong. It used to be, just so you know, that whenever a survivor got infected, they move minus 8% slower. And whenever a survivor came out of a hook, they came out with half infection, which meant that in a very short amount of time, they would be minus 8% hindered and insta-downable. So in those times, this add-on was unbelievably disgusting. It increased the speed at which survivors passively become fully infected by a lot. It still does, and it's still very good. It works very well with the Ouroboros Bile, and it's just really good on its own as well. But since now the slowdown for being fully infected is only 4%, half, and survivors that come out of a hook are only 1% infected instead of 50%, this add-on has indirectly become less valuable. But the effects of this add-on are still really good. It makes it much more likely that a survivor that you're chasing is going to be fully infected mid-chase, and then that 4% is going to screw them. So yeah, not a bad add-on still. The Ouroboros Tendril is a bit similar to the shiny pin on Huntress. If you watch that part, whenever you're holding your power, you move a little bit faster. A little bit, not very much. It's only a few percentage points. This makes it more likely that you can prepare something around a corner and still get it, and it makes it less punishing if you decide, wait a minute, I prepare my power to go for the dash, but I realize I don't want to. So if you have a bit of a change of heart, it makes it less punishing. The leather gloves has a very small but still welcome increase to your cooldown recovery. Every time you use one of your dashes, you need to wait for the dash to come back. It's very similar to Nurse, where she has to wait for her blinks to come back. Same idea. This makes it come back 10% faster. Little fun fact, every survivor that you infect also contributes to a faster recovery. So if you have a Wesker that has infected everybody, you get your power soon. You get your power sooner, and that helps with the Urobile at the start of the game. And if you only have 1 or 0 people infected, then your recovery takes a bit longer. Interesting to know. But leather gloves helps in every situation. It's actually a very comfortable add-on for beginners. Now we get to the add-ons that have weird effects around infection. As I mentioned earlier, while we were talking about the video conference device, the infection overall has been nerfed for Wesker, so these add-ons are now slightly worse than before. The bullhorn makes it so that when they remove their infection, which they will still do often, they become oblivious for a few seconds. This allows you to listen to the heartbeat and actually go and harass them without them maybe being as aware of your presence. Actually, a still fairly decent effect. The helicopter stick is a little bit different. It can be used together with the bullhorn. Whenever they remove infection, you already get a heartbeat killer instinct, but with this, you also get the auto reading so that it's even easier to tell where the survivor is going. So these two together can be a bit of a combo. It does feel a bit redundant at times. There might be times when you're like, well, I already know where they are. He's in front of me. He just removed this. I don't need to see his aura, but still, it's not too bad. The Ouroboros virus, instead, it does a very similar thing where it shows you the aura, but it doesn't do it when they remove it. It does it when they get fully infected. So say, you're looking at the HUD, you're like, that Dwight has been infected for a long time, and I actually want to kill him. I wonder where he is. Wait, he just turned orange. He's fully infected. Oh, there he is. I see his aura. So this add-on helps you with that. The problem, as I explained, is that they nerfed infection overall, and it's less likely now for people off the hook to get infected mid-chase or anything like that. So yeah, it's not that crazy at all. It's not that crazy. There might be games where survivors either go down too quickly or are super on top of things and they never reach full infection often, so this could get very little value. This is an interesting alternative, okay? Similar to the Ouroboros virus, when someone gets fully infected, instead of using their aura, you become undetectable to everyone. Not just to that person, but to everyone. So yeah, this is not guaranteed to work too many times, but if it works once or twice per game and you get a free hit or something, keep in mind Wesker has a big terror radius, so losing it completely can catch people off guard. Not too bad. Now we get to the really pathetic add-ons. The red herb makes it so that survivors that are spraying themselves take an extra 2 seconds to spray themselves. You know, this is pathetic. Even Nemesis, who has horrible add-ons, has better add-ons than this, but whatever. 2 extra seconds is genuinely pathetic. This is an add-on that gives hemorrhage whenever you use your dash on survivors. Hemorrhage on its own is really not that good, especially considering that this killer sometimes insta-downs. Genuinely pathetic. This is an add-on that gives blindness to someone that is fully infected. Now, I already think that these two full infection add-ons are not that good, but blindness when they're fully infected, who cares? Who cares? At that point, the survivor is already dead, or already in chase, or already has seen and scouted the entire map looking for the spray. Absolute garbage. This add-on sounds really, really useful, but unfortunately the numbers on it are pretty weak. And as we mentioned earlier, the egg gold is actually just a better alternative. You can still try it to see if you like it. I've done side-to-side comparison, and the effect is very, very, very tiny. The green herb is just one of the most pathetic add-ons in the game. Whenever you grab a survivor, you infect them and give them a bit of infection, right? With this add-on, every time you hit them, this infection gets increased a little bit so that they hit the maximum sooner. Now, let me ask you a question. How many times do you need to hit a survivor to down them? And then obviously hook them and reset the infection to 1%. Is it 6 or 7 or 9 or 10? As far as I know, no. As far as I know, if you hit survivors twice, maybe 3 times, maybe if they have borrowed time or they get lucky and you toss them into thin air, maybe 2 to 3 times. This add-on, in those situations, does absolutely hecking nothing. This green add-on is better in every single way. I posted on Twitter a comparison side to side, and it's not even close. Even on its worst case scenario, this add-on is 100 million times better and more consistent than the green herb, which, by the way, is not even green. The green herb is the red herb, and the purple herb is the green herb. I am upset, and this will not stand. And yeah, it's insulting, but the add-on itself is garbage. Please don't use this. As I mentioned earlier, the shoulder walkie takes your first bound, your first dash, which is already shorter, and makes it very, very tiny. But then your second dash becomes gigantic. This is awful. This does not help in chase. In fact, it can hurt you a lot. If you try to hit a survivor and you miss, you will also end up on the border of China because you will send yourself so far. It's horrible. Now, Some players like to go for certain tricks that require their second bound to be longer because they like to do these little hug techs that make the killer like hug an obstacle and yeah, it gets a bit complicated. I recommend you watch some Wesker tech guides. I link some of them in my FAQ. You can also look them up by lovely Wesker mains that explain everything in this more detail. So what I'm trying to say is that there are some absolutely nutty, insane, deranged Wesker players that understand that this add-on is trash, but they still do it for the spectacle and to get some cool clips for Twitter. For anybody else, including you watching, stay the hell away from this add-on for the love of God. Let's go on to the Knight. Now, a little bit of word of warning. The Knight is one of a couple killers that is going to change in about 2 weeks. If you're watching this video shortly after release, good. Keep watching. The information that I'm about to give you is good and up to date. If you're watching several weeks after this video's release, thank you. But this information will likely be updated because he's getting changed. For that reason, I implore you, go to the website itself. Go to otzdarva.com/add-ons and just scroll down to the Knight and see what has changed, okay? I will be sure to update that when we see the actual final version. Now, let me tell you what the Knight does right now. It sucks. The Knight is horrible. One of the worst set of add-ons. They are both too necessary and also too garbage. The best combo, no joke, is the brown map of the realm and possibly the yellow call to arms. Depending on your playstyle, some of the other add-ons could also be okay. But yeah, that's just pathetic. I'll explain why in a second. You can also go for the insta-down or for the double Carnifex, which I favor, but that's a bit more of a personal choice. And yeah, the horse meat also makes the guards chase survivors longer, so it also pairs well with the map of the realm. Fun combo. I like this one. Spawning 2 jailers with the manacles, and then making the jailers give you 10% speed boost, which is kind of cool. That's a bit of a gimmicky one. All right, let's get into the mess that is the Knight's add-on. So the Knight, right, has the ability to summon guards in front of him or at a distance, and these guards have a detection range around them, similar to how zombies find people. It's like a circle. By default, this circle, especially on the first 2 guards, on the third one it's a bit bigger, is absolutely tiny, and it takes a long time for the circle to expand. It is so bad that if you plant a guard on top of a survivor and the survivor keeps running, the circle literally doesn't even catch up to him. That's right. If you are perfectly accurate and you put your guard on the survivor, it's still not good enough. You actually have to put it ahead of them. It's pathetic. It's really, really pathetic. This killer is unbelievably inconsistent with that. But that's where this add-on helps a lot. The map of the realm increases the range and thus the ability of the guard to detect survivors to a very, very helpful degree. It makes all of the guards decent, not amazing, but decent at finding survivors and makes your power more consistent. It makes a huge difference. If you send a guard and you find no one, you waste your time for a long period of cooldown. If you find someone, you waste their time and the game is going in your favor. So being able to be more consistent at finding people is incredibly useful, and Map of the Realm is honestly so necessary, you might as well never take it off. I do believe that in the next update, they will make this map less necessary, so thank you behavior for that. But right now, it is very necessary. Next, let's go to the series of add-ons that are a little bit good, but not as crucial. The first one, Call to Arms. This add-on is awesome. This add-on allows you to move your guard, move the orb that spawns your guard at a faster speed, which means that you can go further. This is going to be very, very useful in the next update, but it's already really useful now. It means that you can harass survivors from faraway gens before they even hear your terror radius. And the further that you place a Knight, the longer of a speed boost that you get. So that's all really, really good. And it also makes it harder for survivors to outrun you. It's just overall, it's just a really, 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 really good effect, and also very straightforward. This add-on is not straightforward. This add-on is very messed up and very complex. This add-on takes your 4th guard and makes that guard have an insta-down AoE effect. Now, normally, your guard is Carnifex, Assassin, Jailer, and then Carnifex again. So with this add-on, your 4th guard, Carney, will insta-down. and then bam, bam, bam. If you use, for example, double Carnifex, then it will always be your jailer. So I actually like to use these two add-ons together, like shown here, because that means that I will have two Carnifex, which is possibly the best guard, one Assassin, which can be okay, and the jailer, which is less good, but the jailer will always be the fourth, and that means that he will always insta-down. So yeah, even if you only manage to get 1 or 2 insta-downs per game, they can throw survivors off so much. Many times, an entire team will be like, okay, I'm injured. Okay, I'm injured. You're healthy. Go for the rescue. Wait, you got insta-down. Well, we'll lose the game. So many things can go wrong when a survivor unexpectedly takes a full down from full health. It is really, really disgusting. Let me just tell you right now, when you use this add-on well, it is not pretty. It is one of the sleaziest, one of the most scumbag add-ons in the game. But yeah, it's there. Each guard that you summon will chase survivors for a period of time. Right now, the Carnifex chases for the longest time. In the next update, it will be the jailer, but the other two guards chase for very little time. It's like it's like me. I go run, and after 12 seconds, I am tired, I'm panting, and I have to stop. With this add-on, they have a bit more stamina. They chase a bit longer. They can harass survivors for a bit longer if the survivors don't grab the flag. This is almost always good. Being able to go for a bit longer can sometimes be the difference between a bit of harassment and an actual hit. So it's not terrible, not terrible. Now we get to the 3 add-ons that give you 2 of each guard. The double Carnifex Battle Axe, or Battle Axe set, sorry. The double Assassin Treated Blade, and the double Jailer Cold Steel Manacles. The Jailer is at the moment the least useful of all the guards. He has the best detection, but he doesn't really do anything too good. So the double Manacles is pretty useless. The Assassin is not too bad. He inflicts deep wound, and in some situations can be the best guard. I'll give you an example. Say that you have a survivor on the ground that has Decisive Strike. You know they're gonna get flashy saved, pallet saved, or they're gonna hit you with Decisive Strike. If you set an assassin at a distance and the assassin comes back, and then at that moment it detects the survivor that gets rescued, it's almost a guaranteed hit. So you can use assassin, other guards too, but especially assassin, to have almost impossible flashlight rescues, almost impossible pallet rescues, and almost impossible decisive strikes. In almost every situation, if you do it right, the survivor or their teammate will go down, which is really, really good. So double assassin can be okay. But the best by far is double Carnifex. Carnifex can shred through pallets. So in your first chase, survivor pre-drops, shred through it. Survivor pre-drops, shred through it, bam, down. So good, so good. And yeah, it also has the longest chase time right now, not in the future, but right now, of all the guards. So Carnifex is pretty awesome. Having 2 of them, I think, is really good. Then we have the 3 purple add-ons that give each guard a unique effect. The Healing Poultice is only for the assassin, and it makes it so that if there's anyone around the assassin when he spawns, they scream. Okay, cool, I guess. It's kind of useless. You can use this to trigger Deadman Switch or interrupt people healing, but nowadays you might as well just run the perk Grim Embrace. There's just so much better. Like, you don't need people to scream. But hey, that's what it does. The Lightweight Greaves are pretty useful. They happen on the Jailer, which is not the best guard, but after using the Jailer, you get a normal speed boost from using your power, which already happens by default. The further you go, the longer it lasts, I believe. And an extra 10% speed boost. This can be kind of cool. It's very similar to the Coffee Grounds on the Trapper, where you use your power, and then for a little bit, you're a bit of a speedy boy. It's kind of nice, but yeah, hard to use. And then the Flint and Steel in the PTV, this add-on used to be super busted. Now it's very mediocre. Anytime you use, hold up, let me remember this. Yeah, anytime you use your Carnifex, which is the best guard, any survivor next to a drop pallet will have their auto revealed. And this can happen across the map. Now, I do say that this is pretty mediocre, but I'm going to be honest, there are a lot of maps where sometimes certain pallets are dropped and they're ignored. Think, for example, Hawkins. Hawkins has a lot of pallets that you don't need to break as a killer, so you could leave strategically a few pallets around the map, and then every time you use a Carnifex, you're going to see a lot of information, which is kind of cool. Grim Iron Mask. Yeah. So anytime a survivor gets hunted, they become blind, if I remember correctly. Wow. Crazy cool. Interesting one, okay? Anytime survivors escape your guards, and it happens multiple times, you become undetectable for a little while. It's not too good. It only counts if they escape it, but it doesn't count if you hit them. That doesn't count as an escape. So yeah, this is just not that good. It will trigger once or twice per game. Boo-hoo. Awful. Then we have the Broken Hilt and the Chainmail Fragment. They inflict Mangled upon hit and... Hold up. And Hemorrhage upon hit. Many times when you use a guard, the survivors will run into you to avoid it, and you'll end up finishing the job yourself. So even if you have these add-ons, they don't help you. You are much better off running add-ons to guarantee that the guards actually catch up to people. So yeah, you don't have the luxury, unless you could equip 5 add-ons at once, you do not have the luxury to run any of this garbage. We've already explained that this is having 2 jailers. The Ironworker Tongs... Jesus. What is... Oh, I can't believe I've forgotten what this does. Give me a second. I am having a bit of a conundrum remembering. Right. I was gonna say blindness, but that's the Grim Iron Mask. This is a very similar add-on to the Grim Iron Mask. It is, but it doesn't trigger when they get hunted. It gets triggers when they escape. So if they escape a hunt for the next 60 seconds, they are in obliviousness, which means they don't hear terror radios. But they have a warning on screen that they don't hear terror radios, so they're gonna be careful anyway. It's not that good. It's not that good. Definitely better than the Blacksmith Hammer. When they escape a hunt, they are 3% slowed down for 3 seconds. You're probably nowhere even near. This is so bad. It is so... Is it when they escape a hunt? Let me double check. Is it when they escape a hunt? Or when they start a hunt? Oh, yeah, this is the new effect that they have in the PTB. Sorry. Yeah, no, they've already changed it. In the PTB, this will be a broken add-on, and that will be probably better. But right now, it just gives them a 3% hinder. It's garbage. It's garbage. It's absolute garbage. The Pillage Meat, on the other hand, is a little bit more salvageable, but not really. It has a nicer effect. It makes the enemies... the guards break through pallets and break through gens faster. But it's only a little bit faster. And actually... it's not always a good thing. Normally, when you kick a generator, you also are very happy that during the few seconds where the generator is being kicked, the survivors cannot work on it. It works as a bit of a stall method. So yeah, this is arguably not that helpful. It does as much good as it does bad, and it's a very small effect. Then we have 2 add-ons that are supposed to be a buff, but that end up being a bit of a nerf for most players. Depends on your playstyle, but I think for most players, these are detrimental, aka worse than nothing. The first one is the Tattered Tabard. This makes it so that whenever you send a guard and the guard is patrolling an area looking for survivors, like a surveillance camera, they will stay in there for longer. This is bad. This is really bad. 99% of the times when you send a guard, you are trying to detect a survivor. And if you miss, you want to have your power back as soon as possible. In the current version of the night, if you send out a guard and they don't find anyone, you are having to wait even longer and longer to get that power back. So this actually works against you. And this is the Greedy Lump. The Greedy Lump makes it so that when the guards are patrolling, they move faster. Now you might think, well, if they move faster, they cover the ground quicker and they find survivors quicker. How can that be bad? It actually works against you. If a guard moves faster, it typically means that it moves away faster from the survivor that you're chasing. Let me explain. So in 99% of situations, when you're chasing a survivor, they are ahead of you and you use your power. And when you spawn the guard appears and then begins to walk backwards towards you. If they walk faster towards you, that means that while their radius of detection is expanding, it actually leaves the survivor sooner. Does that make sense? I hope it does make sense. Basically, with this add-on, even though it's supposed to make it a bit better, the guard begins to run back at you sooner and makes it less likely that they'll actually detect the survivor in front of you. So yeah, overall, kind of bad. Hopefully, most of these add-ons are getting a big makeover in the next patch. So please check the website at otzdarva.com/add-ons to see their updated versions very, very soon. Let's go on to the Skull Merchant. All right, reaching everyone's favorite killer to play as and against. The Skull Merchant, we have a lot of questionable add-ons that have like strange situational utility and a couple banger ones that are almost always good. The best combination is possibly the ultrasonic speaker, which is cheap, it's very low rarity, and it's very good, with either of the add-ons to make the slowdown a bit more brutal. This one, which makes it longer, this one, which makes it harsher. So both of these are good. You can also pair this with the adaptive lighting, which just increases your stealth by a couple seconds every time you use your power. A fun combo can be the downtime for disabled drones reducing add-on, which is the stereo remote mic. This makes a lot of drones in a single area more annoying, and survivors have to deal with it more often. But every time they deal with it, they summon a new heartbeat terror radius and remove your own, which is kind of cool. So yeah, those two work well together, and they work well with terror radius ability perks. Anyway, on to break each add-on one by one. The ultrasonic speaker removes the iframes that survivors have by a small amount whenever they get hit by a tag, by a laser from your drones. What this means in practice is that if a survivor is being chased and has to run through a bunch of drone scan lines, in some instances, they would take damage once or tag once, but then if they go through another laser, they would be fine because they cannot be hit back to back. With this add-on, it becomes easier to be hit back to back. This means that a survivor that is just frantically trying to go through the tags will very quickly go from 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 damage to 4 slowdown. And it makes everything more and more horrible for survivors. It takes everything they hate about Skull Merchant, makes it even worse. The randomized strobes and the vital targeting processor are similar add-ons in what they do. This makes it so that whenever a survivor gets hit by a 4th or 5th or 6th, anytime they get hit a 4th or more times by drones, they get a slowdown. That's when you hear the heartbeat killer instinct. And, you know, they appear on your radar and everything, right? So they get the slowdown. This makes it go from 6 seconds to 7 seconds. This makes it even less likely that they'll be able to run to the next tile, makes it even less likely that they'll make enough distance to go anywhere. It's just brutal and apparently quite strong. The vital targeting processor does something similar. Instead of making the slowdown longer, it makes it harsher. Instead of being only -10, it's now -13. These are really, really good in chase, all of them. The geographical readout is also a solid add-on, and it has a much simpler effect. Whenever you use your power for the next 8 seconds, you have like a built-in brutal strength or dark arrogance / bamboozle, where you vault or fire up. Yeah, you basically have like a fire up effect for 8 seconds, where you're gonna break things and vault things faster, which also stacks with any other thing you might have, such as brutal strength itself. So this is quite nice. It means that in chase, you will have a slightly easier time, you know, going through windows and catching up to survivors. The iridescent manuscript is a very unique add-on. Anytime a survivor messes with a drone to disable it, you will get undetectable. The drone itself will emit a terror radius, which is going to be a bit annoying, and it's a real terror radius, so it can apply perks such as coulrophobia, infectious fright, anything else of that sort. And obviously having 15 seconds of undetectable anytime this happens is good. It also serves as a warning that someone is messing with your drones if you didn't notice already. So this is a decent add-on with a bit of a funny effect. The adaptive lighting is one of my favorite add-ons just because of its sheer simplicity. If you don't know what you're doing with Skull Merchant, slap this bad boy onto your build. It goes with everything. Anytime you set up a drone, you typically have 8 seconds of stealth. With this, it goes up to 10 seconds, if I remember correctly. It adds a couple seconds, roughly. So that means that for an extra 2 seconds, you are more likely to sneak up on survivors doing gens, find someone healing, get closer to someone before they start running away. Overall, an incredibly universal and useful add-on. Next up is the high current upgrade. Any survivor that gets spotted by a drone at any stage reveals their aura, their position to your little scanner that you can check from your PDA thing. Remember how she can bring her little phone up and she can check on this little radar? Instead of being scanned for 12 seconds, you now get scanned by 13 seconds. Now, this might not sound like a lot. The difference between 12 and 13, it's not that useful. But keep in mind that for the whole duration that a survivor is scanned on the radar, the Skull Merchant benefits from a passive ability that gives her more speed. The more survivors, the higher the speed. So if you have, for example, 2 survivors, I think it's 5% faster. More survivors, even faster. And being able to keep them in the radar for longer, exactly, means that you also get this passive speed boost for longer. So not too bad for a brown add-on. The Powder Glass is a simpler monster. Whenever a survivor gets claw trapped, which is getting hit 3 times by a tag, you know, getting scanned 3 times consecutively, they get mangled, hemorrhage, and if at that point they get injured, obviously, if they were out of the injury, they become deep wounded. And if at that point you down them and put them on the hook, they will have to deal with the whole slower healing. This is pretty good. The Skull Merchant is, at the end of the day, a partial stealth killer, so being able to mess with survivor healing speed can be very dangerous and can put them in a situation where they barely finish the heal, and bam, you show up out of nowhere and mess with them. But yeah, as I point out in the commentary itself, it doesn't help with the actual chases too much. It's a bit of a win more add-on. The Brown Nose Generator is interesting. Similar to the previous add-on, if you hit them 3 times, right, and they get the claw trap, is that 3 times? Yes, I think so. Am I right? Yeah. They become oblivious. This isn't super important. Most of the times that this happens, you're already there, or you're already stealthy from setting a drone. But it is 45 seconds. So what could happen is that someone accidentally takes damage, gets claw trapped, and then you use your radar to detect them, and they have no idea that you're coming, and you have an easier time ambushing them. So it could be okay, but this add-on is not as strong as it used to be. We now go through a series of add-ons that have either very small effects or have some kind of downside or are just too situational. We begin with the expired batteries. The expired batteries take this boost that we just explained that you get from each survivor and increase it by 50%, I believe. No? Yeah. So instead of getting a 2%, you get a 3%, stuff like that. However, it also makes the claw trap battery shorter, making it harder for you to constantly track these survivors and, you know, making it easier for them to heal again. This add-on is just weird. Why would you want your speed boost to be greater when you can just use one of these 2 add-ons that we talked about earlier that does the opposite? This add-on slows them down longer. This add-on slows them down even more. You can use any of these add-ons. They have a nicer effect than the expired batteries, and they do not have any downside. So these are just a straight upgrade. You can use both if you'd like. So there's very little reason to use the expired batteries, and the downside does come at a bit of a price as well. Now, the supercharge. This is the opposite, okay? This takes your battery life for the claw traps, which is normally 45 seconds, and adds another 7 seconds. One important thing that makes this add-on a little bit better and makes this add-on a little bit worse is that a survivor that is claw trapped, for the whole duration of the claw trap, they count as tracked. So this is a whole time when this survivor is giving you speed. So it makes it even easier to have multiple survivors giving you extra passive speed. So the supercharge is okay. Then again, many times the survivor is claw trap and then you down them immediately. So who cares, really? Not super good. We then have 2 add-ons that have skill check related effects when a survivor is claw trapped. The shotgun speakers make the skill checks have no warning, similar to the perk from the Huntress Lullaby, the Hex. And the Adi Valente issue reduces the skill check size, very similar to the perk from the Trapper, Unnerving Presence. These add-ons used to be very decent, especially the shotgun speaker, because they work passively within the power of the Skull Merchant's drone area. But that's not the case anymore. Survivors that are claw trapped are very rarely doing gens. They're very typically being chased or running for their lives or repositioning. This add-on simply is not that. The effect could be good with the skill check built, but it doesn't come into play enough for you to actually want to build around it. So both of these add-ons, especially the brown one, that just makes the skill checks a bit smaller and they're still very easy to hit, it's just not that good. We then have the loose screw. It makes them exhausted, but not for the whole duration of the claw trap, just for 6 seconds. This actually is not terrible. This means that if you have a survivor that you're chasing, right, and you hit them 3 times and they become injured, you know for a fact, once they become claw trap, that they do not have access to perks like Dead Hard or Balanced Landing, so it does simplify your chase a little bit and reduce some of the potential variability or potential tricks that they could have up their sleeve. The prototype rotor is an interesting one. It makes the spinning speed of the drone a little bit faster, which I guess in theory makes it harder to dodge, but in reality not too much, because who cares? If the speed is faster, it also means that survivors can crouch underneath and be able to crouch back up quicker. So yeah, this is almost a side grade. It doesn't really make your power that much better, in my very humble opinion. Now, one very funny thing about this add-on, hilarious thing about this add-on, is what happens when you combine it with the low power mode. The low power mode is an add-on that makes your drones not spin. Instead of moving around to scan the area, they just keep like a laser standing still static mode. This is actually really fun. I think it's a downgrade overall, but it's kind of fun because you can aim them at windows and it's kind of like playing Trapper. I personally really like the low power mode, sorry. So I personally really like this add-on, even though it's, as you can see, pretty much worse than nothing. But if you run it with the prototype rotor, what you're gonna have is a static drone with a plus 10% speed boost. So the drone is gonna be like, it's gonna move like a clock very, very slowly. And it's really, really funny. I haven't done this in a while. I hope it hasn't changed. So that's a fun little thing. We then have the advanced movement prediction. Anytime a survivor is claw trapped, you see their exact aura for 6 seconds, similar to the loose screw. This sounds really useful. Seeing auras is typically really good, but this is one of the killers that needs this the least. Keep in mind that at any point while a survivor is claw trapped, you can bring your little PDF, you can bring your little thing and just look at it and see exactly where they are. You don't slow yourself down when you bring up your little phone or anything and your little PDA. So there's no reason not to. You can already track the survivors. So this is a little bit redundant, sadly. We then have the stereo remote mic, which we touched upon briefly earlier. Survivors will often want to disarm drones to kind of keep them out of working condition so that they can move around the area. And if they do that with this add-on, they passively come back sooner. Many times what you want to do is disable a drone from afar and just set another one, but it kind of allows you to still be annoying passively without having to do anything. And honestly, as a survivor, it feels really, really bad when there's like 5 drones in an area, you disarm a couple of them, you don't even get half a gen done and they're already all back online. It's really, really annoying. So yeah, it makes it even more annoying. It saves about 7 seconds, as you can see in the text here. About 7 seconds. The high power floodlight inflicts blindness on claw trap survivors. It's blindness. It's on claw trap survivors that you're probably gonna down anyway. Yeah, it can rob them of a bit of information, but let's be honest, it's not like they could use it when you're already on top of them. A very, very mediocre add-on. The infrared upgrade is a bit of the opposite of the movement prediction. Whenever a survivor has their claw trap removed, you see their aura for a bit. This can be okay sometimes. You're like, ooh, that guy just got rid of it. Where was he again? I didn't check for a minute. Oh yeah, he's right there. It can be all right, but it's only 4 seconds. They many times don't even live long enough before you down them to outlive the whole claw trap. And let's just be honest, if you were able to track this guy on your radar for a whole 40-something seconds, seeing their location for an extra 4 seconds is not that big of a deal. A survivor that just had their claw trap removed was on your radar for such a long time, you had so much opportunity to check where they are, it's not like you're suddenly now super immediately care about it. So yeah. Then we already explained the lower power mode. The lower power mode, it makes your drone static. I find that really fun, but I think for the average player, it's better to have moving drones. It puts a bit more pressure. It makes it a bit harder. It makes unaware survivors very likely to accidentally step into drones, and it makes it really, really annoying. And that's cool merchant for you. All right, so a little bit of a warning. Similar to Night, the Singularity is thankfully getting a fairly significant change to his base kit, and many of these add-ons are getting tweaks, some of them big, some of them small. So if you're watching this video at the time of the release, this next segment is going to be probably still very accurate and fairly useful. If you're watching in more than a couple weeks after the release, please maybe go to the website. As I said earlier, it's otzdarva.com/add-ons, and check on this segment to see what has changed. All right, let's get into it. The best add-on combination for the Singularity always includes the Soma family photo. This is by far his best add-on. For a long time, the Crew Manifest was his second best add-on, arguably, maybe followed by the Denied Requisition Form, which makes every survivor unable to pick up EMPs at the start and so on. And they all start infected, so either one of these would be the second best. And then there's also a few decent low rarity add-ons like the Nutritional Slurry, which makes you spawn more Viopod cameras. But the reason why the Soma family photo is so important, as you'll see, is that it gives a massive speed boost after teleporting to a survivor. For low rarity, add-ons like this are useful. The one to do Mangle is good. We'll explain why it's not that great, but still. And a fun combo. Yeah, making everyone start with the slipstream and also making them scream every time they remove it. I also have found that a lot of fun, but there are a few others that you might find useful. Let's break it down one by one. I am very happy to report that as of the next update, which is happening in about a week and a half or so at the time of the recording of this video, this killer will be far less add-on dependent. Even if you play him without add-ons, he's going to feel, or it is going to feel, a lot better. But right now, that's not the case. Right now, the Soma family photo reigns supreme. With this add-on, it does have a small downside of making the overclock a bit shorter. Doesn't matter. What it gives you is so worth it. When you teleport to a survivor with your camera or with your gun, you get a 5% speed boost, which makes the act of catching up to them actually quite nice. Without this add-on, you just take so much longer to catch up. It is honestly almost insulting how good this add-on is. If you talk to many Singularity main players, experienced Singularity players, they never take it off. There's a very good reason for that. The Crew Manifest makes it so that anytime a survivor gets slipstream, we're gonna say infected by the slipstream virus, you see their aura, which is super useful. It also makes it more likely for survivors to spread it among themselves by slightly increasing the range at which they spread it. They did eventually nerf this add-on, and I know right now in the game the description and what it actually does is a little bit like, the description in the game says that this add-on is worse than it is. So yeah, it's a little bit weird. Just so you know, I'm fairly sure that in the next update this add-on is going down in utility, but as of right now I believe it's pretty strong. The Denied Requisition Form, as we briefly explained, makes every survivor start infected by the slipstream, and it also makes it harder for them to immediately get an EMP right off the bat because it delays the spawning, the 3D printing of the EMPs. This is awesome. It makes your first chases really, really dangerous and can put a lot of pressure early on. Not bad, even though its utility obviously fades away into the middle and late game. The Nutritional Slurry is an amazing brown add-on. It makes you have a total of 12 cameras instead of 10. 12 is better than 10, and it makes you more capable of just controlling everywhere. Just imagine that you're playing chess, and instead of having 8 pawns, you have 12 of them. It's always good, right? You have more pressure, more ability to control different parts of the board or the map. So yeah, it's just good. It's just good. It's just great. No downside whatsoever. The live wires are a surprisingly interesting add-on. Anytime survivors are cleansed of this slipstream infection, they scream. This can interrupt them from doing some actions, which is kind of good. Reveal them to you, and overall it contributes to your overall awareness of where survivors are, and it makes it harder for them to suddenly all retreat, all of them hide, and then boom, 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 you see that they all undo their infection. With this add-on, it makes it far more likely that you'll be able to search and keep destroying them. The other iridescent add-on is the Eerie Crystal Shard. This add-on makes it so that every time you put a Viopod, a camera, it has like a little detection area around it that allows you to see auras. In its current form, it is less useful than the Crew Manifest, but in the future, it might be the better one. This is good. Being able to see auras is extremely helpful. It allows you to infect a survivor. You see that they go behind a wall and you see exactly where they are. This works with both of these. And then you are like, oh, they're about to head into my other camera. Let me switch. Oh, there they are. Perfect. Get to them. Beautiful. Wait, they're going to walk in front of a window. Let me aim at the window. And when they walk in front, I hit them with my gun and teleport to them because they're out of the slipstream. Seeing auras is just really, really good with this killer. The diagnostic tool construction is a different auto reading that I don't think is being changed in the next update, but don't quote me on it. And it shows you whenever a survivor has picked up an EMP. This also contributes to your awareness of what is happening, and it does make it sting a bit less when survivors help each other, because you at least see it coming. Sometimes just because you see it coming, it doesn't mean that you can do anything about it. Sometimes you will be chasing a survivor that you absolutely need to chase, and you'll see their teammate come like, da-da-da-da-da, here's an EMP, boop. And there's nothing you can realistically do about it, but anything that increases your awareness is pretty good. From now on, the add-ons become a little bit more inconsistent, but some of them are still pretty good. The Foreign Plant Fibers is an add-on that doesn't always come into play. Whenever you teleport into a pallet or a pallet is dropped into you, your overclock immediately ends. And even though you can hit if the survivor is in front of you, you also get a pretty massive slowdown. This add-on slightly reduces the duration of this massive slowdown. So, for example, if a survivor vaults a pallet and you teleport and you spawn on top of the pallet automatically breaks, you lose your overclock, and you're like, very slow, but you start to recover sooner, which means that you can now catch up to the survivor, maybe get a hit before they reach safety. So even though it is a bit of a situational thing that doesn't always come into play, it does feel pretty good when it does. The Spent Oxygen Tank is an interesting one. Anytime when you infect a survivor, they become exhausted for a very brief time. I believe it's 6 seconds. Now, this on its own doesn't really do a lot, but keep in mind that if you keep chasing them and you do not give them a break, this exhaustion will never go down. So this can really allow you to never have to deal, or almost never have to deal, to not have to deal too much with perks such as Lithe, Dead Hard, Balanced Landing, and so on. It does introduce a little bit of consistency to your chases and reduces these very, very common perks. So that's nice. The Kit's Ball Glove is an add-on that extends the duration of your overclock, making it a little bit easier to maybe do a last-second pallet kick at the full speed, or to have a pallet still break when they drop it on you. Keep in mind that much like Wesker, this killer has a longer overclock duration for each survivor that is infected by the slipstream. This is changing. In the next update, it will be fixed, and they are removing this for the sake of simplicity. But right now, it does. So yeah, that was a bit of a tangent. This add-on extends that duration. It's not always an incredibly good thing, but that's fine. The Diagnostic Tool Repair makes it so that whenever you teleport, and you hit a survivor during your overclock, you inflict 60 seconds of mangled. It's not bad. Mangle on this killer is decent. 60 seconds is not amazing, but it's all right. There's only one tiny little problem. If you teleport to a survivor, and the survivor is a bit clumsy, and they drop a pallet on you, and then you hit them, because you automatically break the pallet, this add-on doesn't work. Keep in mind that just as I said earlier, if a pallet is dropped on you, the pallet automatically explodes, but your overclock ends. So even if you get the down, you technically are not in overclock, so this will not work. The Hyper Awareness Spray is an interesting one. Anytime a survivor is infected by the slipstream, they hear a constant distant terror radius. It's not a real terror radius. It does not inflict them with perks that are inflicted by terror radius being inside a terror radius. So it does not inflict I don't know, unnerving presence or anything like that. But it does make it so that when you actually get close, because your turret radius kind of hides itself with the fake turret radius, they have a bit less of a warning, and it is a bit of an add-on to mess with survivors, especially less experienced ones. Not too terrible. The nanomachine gel has it's very similar to the diagnostic tool repair, but instead of mangle, it inflicts a short broken. In games where the gens are being defended very aggressively and survivors are constantly trying to heal, having them broken can hurt their efficiency quite a bit and eventually allow you to break through. But yeah, it's not that insane, and the duration's not that good. We now go for add-ons that have very questionable effects, so get ready yourself. Inflicts blindness when you infect someone with the slipstream. Okay, blindness, boring. We've talked about this a million times. Heavy water. Survivors see the locations of, I believe, 4. Is it 4? I believe it's 4 cases or 4 EMP printing stations, and they only see them from 32 meters away, which is a big distance. With this add-on, they see them from only 24 meters. This means that at any given time, it's less likely that a survivor will be able to find an EMP quickly, and they'll have to do a little bit more walking before they find one. Then again, sometimes the EMPs are right next to a gen and they're going to see them anyway. So yeah, it's not an insane effect. If it was a little bit bigger, the effect, that would actually be pretty good. Hologram generator is one of the strangest design oblivious add-ons. When you teleport to a survivor and you immediately down them, they become oblivious. And when you immediately hit them, they become oblivious. But why is that a big deal? You literally teleported to them. You are literally inside them right now. You are 1 inch away from them. The obliviousness is really, really unnecessary. Yeah, sure, I guess if you hit them and you leave them, maybe for the next minute or so, they're going to be a little bit worried and confused that you might be around, but it really is not that big of a deal. Much like the Skull Merchant, which we talked about a few seconds ago, or minutes ago, you have Viopods around the map that survivors can disable with EMPs. Unfortunately, if you are very far away in the current version of the game, you cannot disable Biopods from a distance. Oh, I'm so sorry about that, guys. A little notification that I didn't turn off. Let me just deal with that real quick. But yes, back to the broken security key. If a survivor uses an EMP on a drone, on a pod, and you are not there to replace it, this add-on slightly, by about 5 seconds, makes that pod come back sooner. I would be remiss to mention that there's actually a bug that some people exploit where they use a camera, tag a survivor, then switch to a disabled camera, then switch back, and it skips the period of like the little period of grace. I think this is an exploit that you should not use, so I don't see this as a downside, but some people see this add-on as a downside because they actually like having disabled pods to use this exploit. I don't think you should. It's probably going to be fixed at some point. Anyway, the effect is very small. You should not wait for your pods to come back. If you are around and you see a pod that has been disabled, simply aim at it, shoot at it, that disables it, and then shoot again and put a new one, and you're fine. You don't want to play passively with this add-on. The cryogel and the android arm do 2 things that are somewhat related. Anytime a survivor is infected by the slipstream, they also risk infecting other survivors that are next to them. There's like a minimum distance, and if they stay close a few seconds, bam, they infect each other. With this add-on, the infection happens faster. They have less seconds to get away from each other. And with the android arm, the distance at which they can infect each other is greater, similar to the crew manifest secondary effect. Now, let me just tell you that despite these 2 things, I've used these add-ons quite a bit. They are absolute garbage. Survivors, if they are going to infect themselves, they will infect themselves with or without these add-ons. And many times they can be literally kissing each other and they don't get infected. If they are on opposite ends of a generator or even next to each other on a generator, as long as there's not a direct line of sight, it doesn't even count. So yeah, these add-ons do very, very little. The ultrasonic sensor, I know, is being reworked in the next update, but right now it's possibly his worst add-on. When you stay on a Viopod and you decide to linger on for a little while, the audio activates. Normally, when you're on a Viopod, you don't hear anything. But with this, you might be able to hear footsteps or a gen or whatever. It sounds mildly useful, but in reality, you never want to play passively. You do not want to play 5 nights at Singularities and check your cameras and just switch from camera to camera and, you know, eat chips until a survivor walks in front of one of them. That is a very passive way to play. You need to be very proactive with this killer. Check on camera, you see anyone, check another camera, you know, put another camera, do this, do your taxes, blah, 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 blah. You want to constantly be on the move and make the downtime between your actions very, very minimal. So this add-on, even with its little effect, should never generally come into play. Let's go for the Xenomorph now. I just realized that I did not change the title on the previous killer. That's the second time. I am so sorry. I cannot trust myself. Anyway, Xenomorph is a killer that is fairly awesome and plays pretty well without add-ons. You don't need the add-ons too much, but some of them do have effects that are honestly quite sweet. One of them in particular, or 2 of them in particular. The best combo, in my opinion, is the Lambert Map of Stars, which protects you and makes it harder for turrets to burn you out of your moat. And the the self-destruct bolt. It makes you vault windows faster. One of your weaknesses as a demo Xenomorph is main buildings and some strong structures where survivors can kind of make your tail difficult. So having a faster vault by a significant amount is pretty damn good. It's also completely fine to switch out the Lambert Map of Stars for the emergency helmet. It does a different effect, but it's the same goal. And having an add-on to apply Mangled is almost never bad. If you don't know what to do, you could put this on and it will almost always be useful. The Zero Rations is also great for its value. I'm very fond of Lambert and Crew Headset, but if I had to replace one of these with another low rarity add-on, Serial Rations highlights the positions of turrets, which makes you aware of them and lets you know where survivors are. So really, really good. What is the fun combo? Oh yeah, the one to automatically destroy turrets and the one to become stealthy when a turret knocks you out. This is kind of cute. It's kind of like something that a beginner could use without having to worry too much. Anyway, time to break everything down. The absolute best add-on for this killer, surprisingly, is not any of the buff or any of the info. It's the anti-turret Lambert star map. So every turret in the map has the ability to detect your presence. So if a survivor sets a turret next to their gen and you're coming, whether it's underground or above ground, they're going to hear beep, 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 beep as you grow closer and closer. So this killer has a bit of a hard time being stealthy sometimes. When you come within close distance of a turret or multiple turrets, they will start to spew fire at you. And this is a bit troublesome because you have to deal with this. Sometimes you have to go through an area and ignoring the turret is not always an option. Lambert Star Map is amazing for dealing with turrets. It is very similar to the emergency helmet. With the emergency helmet, you have more resistance, you have more health against the fire. So you can walk through the fire, slow down a little bit, and then whack them with your tail or with your basic attack. But Lambert Star Map is even better because it allows you to sometimes completely ignore turrets. If a turret is not placed perfectly with Lambert Star Map, sometimes you can walk really close to it, relatively close to it, and barely have to deal with it, maybe ignore it altogether. Now, we come to one of the most important parts about playing the Xenomorph. Should you hit a turret with your tail or with a basic attack? The correct answer is a basic attack always, as much as you can. If you hit a turret with a tail attack, believe it or not, the game considers this as a missed attack. And you have a cooldown that is quite severe. One of the biggest problems that I had when I was learning to play Xenomorph is that I would chase a survivor, turret, okay, hit it with my tail. Whew, the survivor's really far. Okay, catch up, catch up, catch up, catch up. Oh, another turret, hit him with my tail. Oh my god, the survivor's really far. Catch up, catch up, catch up. And I could spend the entire day doing this. The moment you begin to attack with your basic attack, you will realize that the cooldown is actually much, much shorter. And whenever you deal with a turret, the survivor does not have the luxury of making a lot of distance. With Lambert Star Map, you can consistently walk through a turret as it's firing fire at you, and then whack it with your own hands, which means that you don't have to use your tail and you don't need to slow yourself down even more. So basically, you put this on, and anytime you see a single turret, you can whack it, and it's much better. Now, some survivors are very smart, and they will put multiple turrets next to each other, and that does get a bit more complex. But that's for you to figure out and for some guy to explain. But yeah, the Lambert map is really good for this reason. The emergency helmet, I personally value a little bit less, but it achieves a similar mission. So it's also really, really good. As I explained earlier, the self-destruct bolt basically makes you vault a window faster when you are in crawler mode. This stacks with perks such as Bamboozle to make it an even faster vault, and actually isn't a bad idea to run with Bamboozle. Obviously, around pallets, your power is very strong, and now around windows, you also have a way to nullify them. This is a nice add-on for almost every situation. Pretty decent. The semiotic keyboard is an interesting information add-on. Basically, any turret that is placed next to a gen, which for some reason is basically everything survivors do, will make the... it will give you a source of information. Hold up, let me make sure I'm not mixing it up. Whenever you... Basically, the idea is that whenever you're in your tunnels, you will be able to tell the color, or you will be able to tell by the color of the generators that a turret is next to it, and this gives you indirect information that someone is there, but also that the gen may or may not be close to being done. It's a similar add-on to the cereal rations. It achieves a similar purpose. The cereal rations, what they do is that while you are in the tunnels, you see above the ground the auras of all turrets. This is really useful at the start if you're struggling to find survivors, and also really useful throughout the match to be like, oh, they set up here, and you can choose to come out of the station next to the turret, or in some cases you might want to come out of a different station and make your way there in a more indirect manner. Both are good options sometimes. Keep in mind that when you come out of a tunnel, you don't get immediately hit. There's like a period of grace. Now, the other add-on that also helps with discoverability of survivors is the crew headset. The alien, the Xenomorph, has a natural passive ability that anytime you're in a tunnel, above your head, if survivors are running, you will hear little footsteps. You will see little orange footsteps. This is the number one way I find people at the start of the game, and sometimes even throughout. At the start of the game, I literally get myself in a tunnel and I just go in circles. Inevitably, survivors walk by a station. You find one, you get your first chase. If you're good, it's over. So yeah, this increases that range to make it even more likely that you will find someone ASAP. So I am a big fan of the crew headset. I think for its rarity, it is an amazing add-on. The King's Helmet is an incredibly simple add-on. Whenever you hit someone with your tail, you apply Mangled for 70 seconds. There's also a version that applies Hemorrhage, the multipurpose hatchet. Personally, I think Hemorrhage is a lot more situational and harder to get value from, but you could run them both together if you wanted to. It wouldn't be bad at all. This is no longer permanent as it used to be. It's only 70 seconds now, so it's not as oppressive, but it's still not too bad. Let's now talk about the two iridescent add-ons. The Improvised Cattle Prod is an interesting gathering information add-on. If I remember correctly, whenever a gen gets completed, for some time afterwards, the auras of survivors around stations are revealed to you, which is basically like a big way of being like, okay, you lost a gen, but have a look at what they're doing now and try to be ready for the next stage. You will get value of this several times per game, and I find it pretty useful, even though the semiotic keyboard, crew headset, and sometimes even cereal rations can be simpler and don't require you to lose gens for the information to be given. We then have the acidic blood, a bit of a strange add-on that can be fun for beginners that don't want to overthink it. When you come out of a portal, for the next few seconds, if a survivor stuns you, they automatically take damage. So it kind of gives you like a retaliatory damage if they stun you. Honestly, if a survivor drops a pallet in front of you, you could very, very easily just hit them with your tail. But this does remove a little bit of the guess game, you know, so you can be a bit of a brute force alien with this. It's not bad. It's not bad, but I do think the other add-ons hold a bit more value for higher level players. The harpoon gun is interesting. Anytime you come out of a portal... hold up. There's something really cool about this. I don't... one second. Yes, sorry, I had a note. So whenever you come out of a portal and you hit a survivor within 10 seconds, that's the number I didn't remember, the survivors around the vicinity will scream, and I think they reveal their aura as well. Well, basically, it gives you a bit of information and a bit of, like, interruption. Now, one very cool thing about this add-on that I found out by entirely by accident is that it's not limited to one time. If you somehow manage to come out of a portal and hit one survivor, and in less than 10 seconds hit another survivor, you can actually trigger multiple times, which is a bit fun. Yeah, that's the note that I typed in there. But yeah, as a general rule, survivors are not stupid. They will not wait by portals and make the hit easy. Sometimes you will get a hit, but it will just take you a bit longer. So this is not an add-on that triggers super often. The Overmorph is a super beginner-friendly add-on that makes it so that anytime you're not in a tunnel, you gain your passive buildup of crawler mode faster. So say that you hook a survivor and you need to get your crawler mode faster and you don't want to go into a tunnel, you get it faster by default with this. Say that you get burned by a turret and you're like, oh damn, I can't go into a tunnel, I need to commit to this chase. This will save you quite a bit of time. Ideally, you do not want to rely on this add-on. You do not want to go around the map waiting for your power. Ideally, you go into a tunnel, which speeds it up dramatically. But in the few occasions where you cannot afford to do that, where you have to be on top of someone, this add-on giving you your power a bit sooner is welcome. We then have Ripley's Watch, another beginner-friendly add-on that kind of helps you when you've already made a mistake. If a turret destroys you, doesn't destroy you, hopefully. If a turret knocks you out of your power, this will automatically make that turret explode so that you don't have to bother kicking it and you can maybe lick your wounds and get on to your next chase. Similarly, the Cat Carrier also triggers when a turret has brought you out of stealth. This is something that generally you should avoid. But as a beginner, it's going to happen sometimes, and you can also just let it happen on purpose just to trigger this add-on. So this add-on gives you a decently long stealth to sneak up on survivors whenever you get knocked out. But you need to keep in mind something very, very, very important. Alien does not have true stealth if survivors are using turrets. If you become undetectable, or if you have Tinkerer or Plaything or any other stealth perk, and a survivor is next to a turret, they will hear the beep, 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 beep proximity radar, so you cannot rely on that too much. I mentioned earlier that when you come out of a tunnel, there is a small period of grace where any turret that is nearby will not attack you. This is a good time, sometimes, to just go and whack them. If you see a survivor, you can also take advantage of this brief time when turrets are paused before they shoot at you. With the light wand, you get 1 extra second to do this. What this means in practice is that if you come out of a tunnel and you see a survivor and you see a turret, normally you would have to break the turret and take the L and assume that the survivor is going to make a bit of distance. With the light wand, in some situations, it might actually be a good idea to literally ignore the turret, keep going after the survivor, and since the turret will take an extra second to wake up and be active, you might not have to deal with it for now. So that could be useful. Now we get to the add-ons that are not quite as good, some of them quite baffling actually. We already explained that this applies hemorrhage on hit, not that good. Parker's Headband is a good effect, it's just very small. Whenever you come out of a portal of a station and there's a survivor nearby, you will have an easier time catching up to it because you get a very, very minor, I believe it was 3% boost to your speed boost. It's not huge. We then have the Drinking Bird, which makes the killer instinct detection last longer. Most of the times when you come out of a tunnel and you detect someone, you will almost always immediately realize where they are. But I guess if you have nothing better, you could put this add-on on and it might help you track them a bit better if you don't know exactly where they are. Yeah, not super good. These add-ons are really bad though. This add-on, I believe, gives blindness to survivors when you break a turret and someone's near it. And it's for a very short time as well. Blindness, we've already explained, is not that good unless you apply it very consistently or for very long. And even then, it's inconsistent. So, yeah, pretty garbage. This is super weird. So, survivors have a maximum amount of turrets, right? And each time you destroy a turret, that turret goes back into the inventory after a little while, and then they can pick it up. Normally, survivors do not use all of the turrets at once, but if they do, this add-on can help a little bit, because if you destroy a couple of them and they go to a station, they're not going to be able to get them back right away. They'll have to wait a little bit longer than usual. I don't think there's ever, and I mean ever, been a time when I've gone to a station as a survivor and had to wait for something. Almost in no situation survivors find themselves waiting for this. This is, I don't know how to I hope my explanation was sufficient. I generally cannot explain just how useless this is. I don't think it's really worth it. Even the effect itself is not that long, at least from the top of my head. And still somehow better than this. So this add-on makes it so that when a survivor deploys a turret, if I remember correctly, they get a tiny bit of slowdown and a tiny bit of hindered. Most of the times a survivor is setting a turret, you are nowhere near. That's why they're doing it. And they have the little heartbeat, the little beeping sensor. So if they know that you're coming, they're just going to set it up and start running. This add-on has a small effect that should almost never trigger, and if it triggers, you will almost never be there. For a green add-on, it is one of the worst design add-ons in the entire game. Really, really bad. Let's get to Chucky. Alright, Chucky, the freaking good guy. His best add-on by a long shot is the rat poison, auto-revealing. We'll explain why. So I think if you pair that with the E-Ray that gives him more duration, that's probably the best. I also think that it's not a bad idea to use the cooldown add-ons. They have been recently nerfed, but they will get buffed again once they change a little thing about how this power recovers. These add-ons that affect recovery and range are very, very minuscule compared to like the Spirit 30% or 40% or 50% this and that. They are very, very mild, but this killer has a strong power, so even a small improvement is quite good. You could also use the Razor for the mangled effect, which on a stealth, ambush, hit and run killer type thing is pretty good. If you're going to stay on low rarity, some of these yellow add-ons are perfectly good. I also like the add-ons that reduce the terror radius. I think they can be kind of fun. So I think that's a fun combo you can try if you understand how they work. Now, let's break them one by one. The Rat Poison is by far the best Chucky add-on. It is true that anything related to auras is susceptible and is weak against perks like Distortion and whatnot, but assuming that you can power through that, this add-on is so good. Once you begin to use your power, you see the aura of the survivor. That is really good to make sure that they don't do any last second juke or they don't hide around some corner. That is just really, really useful. One of the best strategies you can do against Chucky is go around a corner, hide behind a hook or something, and he goes past you. That will never happen with this add-on. The nicest part about this add-on is very similar to the Hag's Willow Wreath. The duration of this is very, very long and can be longer with Lethal Pursuer. I highly recommend you try it. And the idea is that after you hit a survivor, you still see them for a very long time afterwards. So what can happen, and this happens very, very often, is you chase a survivor into a structure, let's say some jungle gym. You hit them with your power, and the survivor takes a speed boost and they run behind some cover. But you see exactly where they are. You know exactly what they see. So during these few seconds where they are, oh God, what's happening? And you know exactly where they are, you take advantage of the fact that you are a tiny little gremlin and you hide behind something, walk underneath a window vault or something and catch them and hit them. Or set yourself up to use your power again soon and hit them. So the aura makes the chases flow into each other very well. You will never have this thing where you hit a survivor, you lose them, and you're like, oh wait, where did it go? It basically improves your chases in almost every single way. It is a very powerful add-on, and I don't think words make it justice. It's very good. A close second is the Iridescent Amulet. This add-on makes you lose your power if you miss an attack, I believe. Or did they take that out? I think they might have taken that out. I'm not too sure from the top of my head. All you need to know, the most important part about this add-on, forgive me if I'm missing some detail, is that it extends the duration of your power. You don't necessarily want to use your power ahead of time too much, because survivors get a bit of a warning. They start hearing and seeing illusory footprints around them. But being able to have your power for longer does give you a bit more room for mistake. It gives you less pressure to be like, oh, damn, I need to do it right now. You can wait and see what a survivor does and guarantee that you're going to put them in a situation where they will get hit no matter what. Now we're starting to go to add-ons that have smaller effects. We have the Power Drill. Whenever you successfully hit a survivor, your power comes back 8% faster. Not bad. Your power comes back, I want to say, after the buffs, it's close to like 12 seconds. So this will save you about 1 second. Doesn't sound like a lot, but it's pretty damn good on a killer that wants to use their power as soon as possible sometimes. The jump rope makes the reach of your dash a little bit bigger. If you get used to it and you can really get good at using it from a distance, you can get quite a bit of value from this. It only extends it a little bit, but it's very welcome and quite useful for an add-on of this low rarity. The Straight Razor is one of these very typical add-ons that whenever you use your power successfully, bam, mangled and hemorrhage, if I remember correctly. On this killer, as I mentioned earlier, this is a particularly useful add-on. They buffed the Yardstick, but also unfortunately removed one of the best uses for it. The Yardstick allowed you to see auras, and still does, whenever you scamper under a pallet or under a or over a window. The window still works really well. So if you're in Chuck, you can vault, you can pop power, maybe use this to have it for longer, pop your power, vault the window, and you will see everyone around you, which is super, super useful. But Chucky no longer has the ability to easily go under a pallet. If you go under a pallet, it's because you're already dashing, and then it's not very useful. So this is no longer super good at pallets like it used to be, but it's still a decent add-on. It's a bit of a alternative to the rat poison. You can also run them together if you're crazy. The portable TV is like a version of the jump rope, but on steroids. It makes you, it's not like 8%, it's like 40 or something crazy percent. It gives you a much, much longer dash forever, but only starting at the end game. I personally love this thing. Survivors do not expect it ever. If you have an endgame build with some perks to make the endgame last a bit longer, such as No Way Out, Remember Me, yada yada, you can hit a survivor, then power up, and then go halfway across the map with your power. And then if you take a window or a pallet, it resets it, so you can take another super long sprint. So you can basically be like a little Billy going around the entire map. It is hilarious. Not the most competitive, deadly add-on, but really fun nonetheless. We then have two add-ons that change your terror radius. The Strobing Light has a small terror radius reduction when you're not using your power. That's pretty good. That's actually fairly nice. It is, I believe they buffed it 8 meters, so very similar to Monitor and Abuse. It is good. It is good. Normally, when you use your stealth power, survivors are a bit on edge because they hear the footprints. But if you're getting close and you're not using your power, they will not expect you, and they're very much more likely to get caught off guard by an attack. So this is really, really nice and has no downside. The other one is the Silk Pillow. This reduces your terror radius, not just when your power is on, not just like on when your power is on cooldown, but like permanently. This is really, really nice and pairs really well with the Strobing Light and Monitor and Abuse and other perks of the style that reduce your terror radius, because it's just, it makes you a almost Myers-esque small terror radius killer, which is pretty terrifying on Chucky sometimes. Not always a huge deal. Some teams, they'll see you constantly and they'll call you out constantly, but it can be okay, right? The point of this add-on, however, is that it does have a downside. It makes your recovery longer. It's like a opposite of a power drill, and it makes your recovery take 50% longer. That is kind of yikes. So this is a bit more of a meme add-on than a serious choice for the best add-on, but it's something you can still try, and it can give you a good result. Give it a shot. Automatic Screwdriver. very similar to the power drill in that it gets your power a bit back, a bit earlier, but only if you miss. Now you might be like, well, Otz, I am a professional gamer. I don't plan on missing. You should actually. Sometimes using your power for mobility is a bit of a play, similar to how the spirit or the nurse use their offensive power for mobility. So there's no shame in using your power for mobility and taking advantage of this add-on to just get it back sooner. This again saves you about a second, slightly more perhaps, of cooldown. Not bad. The hairspray and candle, very interesting. When you pop your power, if you hit a superpower with a basic attack, you lose a big chunk of your power. You then almost immediately have to use it, or sometimes lose it completely. With the hairspray and candle, you get less of a penalty. This used to be even deadlier back when Chucky could go over under palace and do that very quickly. Now I think it's not as good. But still, even if it only triggers a couple times per game, this can be good. So say, for example, right? You use your power, a survivor makes a mistake and runs into you. Or some other survivor body blocks and runs into you. What you can do, instead of using the special attack, is just hit them. And by the time you recover, thanks to this add-on, you will still have a little bit of power left. And at that point, you can use a long sprint to catch up, maybe even hit them if you're a bit lucky. Especially if you have some of the range options. So yeah, that can be okay. Unfortunately, the add-ons get a little bit bad from here. The pile of nails has been inexplicably nerfed. I thought this add-on was okay as it was, but whatever. It's been nerfed a little bit. It's still all right, I guess. Let me explain what it does. So I told you earlier, and I've really tried to hammer down this point, that when you use your stealth power, when you activate your stealth, survivors that are on a gen are going to be a bit on the edge. They're going to see the footprints around them. They're going to hear the little things and see the little graphics around them. And they're going to be like, okay, he could be coming towards me. What you can do with this add-on is actually play into the opposite. You use your power, you cancel it on purpose yourself, and then you walk to a gen. And for the next 3 seconds with this add-on, you have no terror radius, and you don't leave any footprints because you're not in power. So a survivor that is expecting you to have your power, so a survivor that is expecting you to be far away might sometimes find themselves surprised. An interesting add-on, and kind of useful now that your cooldown is shorter. We already explained the sick pillow. The running shoes make it so that anytime you vault under a pallet or vault over a window, you're a bit faster. This used to be actually kind of good because vaulting under pallets was a very dirty thing that Chucky could do, but he can no longer do that without committing to a dash. So it's not very good. This does help you in situations where you vault a window with the scamper, which is a bit faster than a normal vault outside of power. And then you have to catch up and hit a survivor before they go back to the window or to some other pallet. But it's a very tiny increase. I believe it's a 3% faster increase for like a couple seconds. Very, very small effect. You can totally skip it. This add-on increases the... Yeah. I am mixing them up at the moment. Which one is it? Okay, I believe that this add-on decreases the cooldown of your successful attack. So it's like a mini save the best for last. I think that's this one. And this one increases it on a miss. I'm pretty sure that's what they do. Let me confirm because I don't want to give you false information. Yeah, I had it right the first time. This one makes it reduces 7% of the cooldown. So it's like, I guess, 2 stacks of save the best for last. And this one removes 5% of your miss attack cooldown. So it's like a worse unrelenting. This, if the number was bigger, the electric carving knife would actually be pretty good, but 5% is very little. It's very little. And even 7% is very little. You barely notice this add-ons. It's a good effect, but it's just too little. We now have the hard hat. The hard hat allows you to vault under a pallet and immediately destroy it. There are very few situations where you want to do this. Very few situations. But every now and then, I tried it, and I honestly could not get value out of this add-on for the longest time. But every now and then, you will have a pallet that you've been ignoring, and you'll be like, hey, now is a good time, I'm gonna go to it underneath it, bam, and it breaks. This add-on used to be really, really bad because it had a downside, but the downside has been removed. Chucky can no longer vault under pallets normally, so you might as well use this, it's better than nothing. The dull eyes are interesting. Whenever you have your power ready, and you use it, you basically see the autos of, I think, nearby pallets and windows. It's like a mini Zanshin Tactics or a killer version of the Windows of Opportunity perk for survivors. I mean, that's kind of cool, I guess, but it comes a little bit too late. It's not like you already typically use your power when you're already committed to knowing what you're going to do in the next few seconds, so it's quite weird. Similarly, the Tiny Scalpel, using when using your power, you see the pools of blood that survivors leave brighter. It is very similar to the Bloodhound perk and the Hound add-on on the Wraith. And as you can remember from that, I'm sure it's not very good. Seeing blood a bit brighter, it's like, okay. Now we have a very strange add-on. Whenever survivors have illusory footprints around them and they step on them, they get exhausted. This is so weird. It's just so weird. If they're on a gen, that will almost never happen. But every now and then, I guess, you will accidentally like spawn or walk into one. So this add-on, which is a purple, sometimes accidentally gives them a bit of exhaustion. It is almost impossible from your point of view to know when this has happened. And it is incredibly difficult to know when this might have actually helped you. Even though exhausting survivors is not a horrible effect, many common perks such as life, dead hard, balance landing, etc. can be countered by exhaustion. This is just one of the absolute worst exhaustion inducers in the entire game. Thus, I do not recommend it. I think the value that you get from this will be minimal, and even when it happens, you probably will not even be aware. We then have an add-on that is arguably worse than nothing. God. So basically, this allows you to hear. It's a bit like the Doctor add-on that allows you to see the Doctor illusion so that you know where survivors are, but way worse. This allows you to see and hear the footprints that survivors have happened around them, so that if you're randomly using your power and there's some dude somewhere around you, you might get an idea that they're there. Let me first state the obvious. If you don't know where survivors are, don't use your power for stealth. It has a very limited time. You don't want to use it willy-nilly. You want to use it when you know someone's there as a chase power. You don't want to use it to like randomly go around the map, in my very modest opinion, even if you have the longer duration. That would be the only time where maybe it's a bit more acceptable. But even then. But this add-on is actually worse than nothing, because these footsteps are incredibly distracting. They sound the same as normal footsteps. So the problem that you're going to have is that you're going to go around the map and you're going to hear footsteps randomly around you, and you will not know if they are footsteps from a survivor or random footsteps that are happening to a survivor that may or may not be relatively close to you. This is such an absolute way to mess with your senses. It does generally make the game harder, and I recommend you stay away from this as a general rule. On to one of my favorite killers released in the latest years. The Unknown is a wonderful killer that doesn't depend on add-ons too much, but some of these add-ons feel really good. There's also a few that are a little bit weird. The best combination of add-ons possibly is the Capture by the Dark and the Banishing Box. These two add-ons do something similar. They automatically infect survivors with the Weaken status effect at the start of the game, which obviously puts them at a major disadvantage early on, and also when they complete a gen, which can really mess with them, especially if 3 people complete the same gen and they all get hit by it. So having these two together is really powerful. Then again, an argument can be made that this add-on is just as powerful. This add-on is called the Blurry Photo. Anytime you teleport to one of your, are they called apparitions? To one of your hallucinations, you begin to move faster. This add-on is actually unbelievably nice. You can use your hallucinations in chase, because when you teleport, you get to move almost immediately. If a survivor is on top of you, you can also hit them almost immediately. Play a lot with this add-on and then take it off, and you will notice a massive difference. Without this add-on, the normal default teleportation feels really sluggish. A survivor next to you can create a bit of distance, and you cannot hit immediately or aim immediately or you know, do anything. So this add-on feels like it almost should be base kit. It's really, really, really good. Combined with some of the other best add-ons, or even on its own, it is fantastic. And it's really nice that it's a cheap brown add-on. So yeah, these two can be awesome together. And if you don't know what to run, honestly, you can almost not go wrong. Almost all of his yellow add-ons are good, so you can just slap one of them. The backpack, I think, is a bit more of a high-level one, but I'll explain why in a minute. A fun combo. What do we have here? Oh, yeah. This is the one that leaves your hallucinations behind for a little bit longer, and they have like a little bit of a terror radius. And this is the one that after teleporting, you do things a little bit faster. So this is basically a combination that would allow you to mess with multiple survivors at once, but I'll explain what they do in a bit more detail. Let's get to all the add-ons individually. The Capture by the Dark is incredible. It's basically a better version of the Crew Manifest from the Singularity, or the Ouroboros Vial from Wesker, or the videotape from Amanda, the pig. All of these add-ons that make the survivors start out infected or messed up in some way. This is exactly that. Every survivor that you meet at the start of the game is immediately susceptible to being damaged by your attack and possibly double tap really quickly. For that reason, survivors will seek you out. You will see survivors get on platforms, on hills, on second floors, and try to look at you. So you will have survivors chase you at the start, which is an amazing thing for any killer. So yeah, it's really, really good. It does have a slight downside, that it reduces the maximum amount of apparitions from 4 to 3, which in the long term can hurt you a little bit. I do think that if your early game is good, this is worth it. But if your early game is bad and you don't capitalize on what this provides, and then the game is very long and drawn out, you might feel a bit that downside a bit more. But still, an amazing add-on. I already explained what the blurry photo does. It's just incredible. The Vanishing Box is similar to the Capture by the Dark. Anytime they complete a gen, if they do it multiple people, that's a mistake. But if at least one person does it, that person becomes infected, if they weren't already, by the weakening. This is so good. This is so good. Think about it this way, right? You have a survivor on the hook, a survivor that you just injured. And now 2 survivors pop a gen, and they would like to come by and help, but they really cannot take any risks. If they mess it up, they will take an injure. They might even take it down, and your ability to snowball a problem into a bigger problem and bigger problem and make their situation worse and worse begins to get really, really scary for them. So it's a really, really strong effect. The Iridescent OSS report has 2 things about it that are really, really nice. Okay? The first one is that when you teleport, you actually leave a decoy behind that lasts a little bit longer than usual. Normally it goes away really quickly, and it has a terror radius for a while. You can do 2 fun things with this. Number 1, you can just teleport away, and then any survivor will be like, ooh, what's going on? I hear the killer. Another thing that you can do is stand still, and maybe survivors at one point think that you've teleported, and they might come close to you, and then you can hit them. That's just a funny little thing you can do. It also makes it so that you can teleport sooner. This is good, and that's why I think it's fun to pair it with another teleporting add-on, such as the blurry photo. So the faster teleport is also quite nice, the ability to teleport faster by 5 seconds. The Slash Backpack is a high IQ gigabrain add-on that honestly should not be used by beginners. It does 2 things. It allows you to destroy your own hallucinations, and also when you do so, the hallucinations explode in a fairly big AoE. So if you're incredibly good, you could put a hallucination in the middle of a loop, and then when a survivor walks into it, you could blow it up yourself and make it like an IED, like an explosive device. I haven't had a lot of luck doing that, but one thing that this add-on allows you to do really, really, really nicely is reset your hallucinations really quickly. Now, let's say that there's a part of the map, a corner, for example, where the gen has already been done, and I think to myself, I have an hallucination there, but I don't really want to use it. What do I do? With this add-on, you can aim your power from a distance, shoot at it, and then blow it up. and then you get your hallucination back very, very soon after that. So it's a bit of a amazing way to... It's like giving the trapper the ability to pick up his own traps from a distance to reset them elsewhere. That's awesome. The Obscure Game cartridge is a bit of a cute add-on. It's very similar to the advanced geography, whatever the hell, advanced geographic readout from the Skull Merchant. Anytime you teleport, for a few seconds afterwards, you do things such as kicking gens or breaking things or vaulting windows a bit faster. It's very common for a killer to teleport and maybe hit a gen with Pop Goes the Weasel or some other perk, and this add-on helps with that. So it synergizes well with perks like Nowhere to Hide or Pop Goes the Whistle, which are already pretty good on this killer. Pretty good. The Beam Movie Poster is one of the better add-ons of this type in the game. Anytime you hit a survivor and damage them or hit them and they were injured, you give them Broken. This killer is incredibly fast-paced. Healing against them is often a blessing if you can do it fast. So being able to inflict brokens here and there, it is pretty nasty and can delay their ability to get back in shape and make it easier for you to eventually catch a survivor that is vulnerable. So yeah, it's good. Putting them in Broken also obviously prevents medkits from being used and a bunch of other fun little side effects that you will find very useful. If you don't know what to use, this is an add-on that you can slap on almost any build. We then have two add-ons that do a similar thing. Basically, with the front page article, anytime you break a pallet or a wall, it incredibly speeds up the next time you spawn an hallucination. This is really good in your first chase. Let me explain one thing that happens very frequently. Very frequently, at the start of the game, you will find a survivor. The survivor will give you a very short chase because they were a bit clumsy, and you will hook them in some corner, maybe next to a gen, and you will think to yourself, damn, I'd like to have a hallucination on this area of the map, but it's still taking a little while to spawn, huh? With this add-on, if you have broken a pallet or a wall, you will almost guaranteed have it by then, and you will be able to place your first one and then throughout the game more and more often. It's pretty good. This add-on does something a little bit different. Every time you hit a survivor with your power, you get a bit of a boost in recovery to get your next hallucination sooner. So if you have hit a bunch of survivors, you will be able to place hallucination sooner and more frequently, which allows you to place them where you want. With this add-on, you are multiplying that gain by 1.5. Instead of saving... the description is a little bit misleading. It makes you think that you save 15 seconds. In reality, it saves you 5 seconds, but that is still really, really nice. So being able to save a little bit more time and place more hallucinations more frequently is good. And it's also a very easy add-on to use. You might just put it on and it will give you value without you realizing it. There are two, there are two add-ons that inflict exhaustion on survivors. And I remember that the green one is very, very simple. It's when you hit survivors with your power. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the Serum Vial is when they remove their weakening or they remove... let me just check it so I'm not slobbering. Okay, I'm very glad I did. I was misrepresenting what these add-ons did. So, if you manage to hit a survivor with a direct hit of the projectile, which happens sometimes, there's a distinct audio cue, you exhaust them. And if they walk within the range of one of your hallucination, they get exhausted passively with the purple one. The purple one is okay, similar to the other add-on that we talked about on Chucky. It's not as bad, but it is a little bit hard to know. When you walk to a survivor, you don't necessarily know if they've been afflicted by this add-on, so you don't know what to expect always. But this one is a lot more straightforward. Say that you have a survivor that is in the open, and you know that they're walking towards, I don't know, a window, because they have life. You could easily hit them with a projectile and then completely nullify their ability to use that perk. And if you know that ahead of time, it's awesome. And if not, you can still sometimes prevent perks before you even see them. Not bad. The device of undisclosed origin is actually one of my favorites. It's very simple. Anytime a survivor comes close to one of your hallucinations, very close, they become oblivious. It's a very short effect, and it doesn't typically last long because they don't typically linger around them long, but it's enough to mess with them on and off a little bit and give a little bit of chaos. I personally quite like it. The Notebook of Theories has an interesting effect. So there are two ways to hit a survivor. With the explosion, which is what you want, but also with the projectile. If you hit them with a projectile, it goes right through them. Sometimes it can explode and then still hit them, or sometimes you will miss. And it feels pretty bad to miss. With this add-on, it feels a little bit less bad, because when you hit them with a direct projectile, this add-on slows them down even more than the usual. So say that a survivor runs into you and your projectile goes right through their nose. Well, now they get a bit more slowed down, so you can follow it up with a basic attack. Not a bad effect for a yellow. You will get it working a little bit, but the slowdown is quite small. The next effects are a little bit more interesting, okay? This gives an obliviousness after a blast. It's very similar to the Singularity add-on that makes them oblivious when you teleport to them. I think it's really weird. If you're already close to them, making them oblivious is really not that necessary. But to be fair, this is the type of killer that sometimes engages with a chase and then just disappears. So if for a few seconds a survivor is unaware of your location, and then you teleport somewhere else and you catch them from an angle they don't expect, that's not too bad for a brown add-on. The Homemade Mask inflicts blindness anytime a survivor dispels your hallucinations and tries to mess with them. Not too terrible, but blindness for a purple add-on is a bit weird. And now we get to add-ons that are a little bit strange. The Victim's Maps gives you a heartbeat killer instinct anytime a survivor destroys one of your hallucinations. Believe it or not, even experienced players don't always realize when this happens. So being able to see that your hallucination has been destroyed gives you a bit of awareness that, hey, this part of the map is now a bit weaker. I don't have such a grip on this part of the map. And also there's a survivor here that maybe I really want to pay attention to. Or maybe I had two hallucinations next to each other and I want to teleport to the second one. So it can be okay, but it's a pretty low impact add-on. We already explained that this is a subpar, not as good form of exhaustion. And the last known recording makes it so that survivors don't see the aura of your hallucinations from us close. It's a very small effect. Basically, it makes it a bit more likely that a survivor will accidentally run into an area that they think is safe and then realize, oh no, he can teleport here. Oh no, he's there. Oh no, I'm dead. The next two add-ons are a bit strange. If a survivor is injured and they dispel an hallucination, they get deep wound. Survivors that are injured are very, very scared, and doing an hallucination is super risky, but every now and then someone will do that. So if they get deep wound, hey, that's not too bad, but it's just too situational. For a brown, I guess it's fine. Rabbit's Foot is a very, very minor hemorrhage effect on using your power, and also makes the pools of blood brighter, checking from my notes. This is an add-on that is just so bad that I honestly had forgotten. I will be completely honest, I did not remember. I knew it was related to pools of blood. Absolutely garbage effect. Although, one kind of funny thing you can do, you can tap your power to see the things brighter, and if you do that, you don't slow yourself down. If you tap your power and you don't hold it, you get the effect of this, but you don't slow yourself down. Super useless though. We then have the discarded milk carton, which is a bit of a personal taste add-on. Personally, I think that for me, I wouldn't want to use it, and I don't think it's ideal for beginners. What this add-on does is it changes the bounciness property of your projectile. When you hit, for example, the ground, the projectile bounces a little bit. With this add-on, it bounces more. It's like bouncier. It's rubbier, if you will. This can sometimes allow you to go for trick shots and go for nasty little bounce hits that would be difficult or impossible otherwise. But it also makes it harder to get simple shots from up close. So overall, I think you lose more than you gain. And the most important downside of this add-on is that if you get used to a certain bounciness, when you take it off, it's going to mess with your muscle memory and your ability to predict an already slightly unpredictable power. So I don't recommend it, but feel free to try it. It can be fun for you, perhaps. Now on to the last killer. I can't believe we're here. All right, Vecna is a very complex character, and some of these add-ons are a little bit weird. You will notice that the icon of one of them is broken. I'm very sorry. That has to do with the system that we have. It will be corrected at some point, but don't think too. It's not different, okay? It's just a purple add-on. Just imagine the purple background. Anyway, best combo will almost always include the Ring of Spell Storing. Being able to consistently use all of your spells 4 seconds faster is just universally very useful. You can almost never go wrong. I do think that for a player that specializes and gets really, really, really good at it, the strongest add-on also probably includes the Eerie Book of Bile Darkness. This add-on makes your skulls lower and makes them harder to avoid by crouching. And also, importantly, allows you to block windows. This is a killer that is already really good at dealing with pallets. So being also able to deal with windows by blocking them when you fly through them is a fairly significant deal. That being said, this add-on does have a downside, and it does change a little bit how your skulls work because there's fewer of them. Your Flight of the Damned. So it's not something I recommend to beginners. You might want to use something else, but I do theorize, it's a bit early to say because this killer is fairly recent, but I do theorize that this add-on probably would be the best for a player that is very, very specialized. Now, you can also use the Back of Holding to delay the survivors and gain a little bit of information, or even the other recovery add-on, the Pearl of Power, which also gives you faster recover every time you whack a survivor. But yeah. Also, if you want to stay in yellow, the Potion of Speed has been nerfed slightly, but I still think it's very good. Being able to fly and recover, I believe it's 35 seconds sooner, is still very nice, and I honestly still quite like it. Fun combo. This is kind of nice. Combining these two makes you spawn more skulls on your Flight of the Damned. That's the horn, and this one makes it so that any survivor that is close between them, whether they get hit or not, they get their aura revealed, which is kind of cute. I like that. But there's also probably many other fun, gimmicky add-ons if you want to try that, including the Vorpal Sword, which is a bit of a weird cookie. Time to go through the add-ons one by one. We already explained that the Ring of Spell Storing makes your powers, all 4 of them, come back sooner. It's just incredible. It's just very, very good. Not much else to say. The Pearl of Power has a similar effect. Instead of 4 seconds, it is 5 seconds, but only when you hit a survivor. Now, in the worst case scenario, you don't hit anyone and this add-on doesn't do much. In the best case scenario, you get multiple hits and then you can have a spell up to 10 seconds sooner, maybe more if you get more hits or if you also have the Ring of Spell Storing. Being able to spam spells over and over and over is what makes this killer really good, and being able to cycle through them as effectively as possible is wonderful. So these two add-ons are both very strong. Now, the Back of Holding is interesting. The Back of Holding guarantees that the first time survivors search the magical chest to get items, they instead find the ugly mimic chests that can eat their legs. If they are careless, these chests can also injure them, but most survivors at the higher level will not miss the skill check. Now, the reason why this is so good is because one of the saddest things that can happen to you as Vecna is you spawn in the map, you go around, look for someone, you find no one, and then you hear, "You will regret that." And then you realize that a survivor has already found a super strong magical item. And then you look around and you find that every survivor has level 99 armor, level 99 bracelets, level 99, they already, before you even see any of them, they already found some cool items that begin to counter your multiple powers. That is kind of sad. But with this add-on, that can never happen because the first few searches will always be mimics. Because there is a limited amount of chests and the mimics always stay mimics, that means that survivors cannot each have a chest for themselves. They will have to use the same chests and take turns. So if a chest gets open and someone picks up an item, someone else will have to wait a long time for that chest to respawn another item. So basically, this slows down their early ability to collect items, including the very powerful Vecna Hand and Vecna Eye, and also overall slows down their efficiency and ability to gather magical items, which counter you in more or less direct ways. So Back of Holding is just a really, really good add-on to just put on and kind of forget about. As I explained, the Iridescent Book of Bile Darkness affects 2 of your spells. It makes your Flight of the Damned, the skulls, be less skulls, but also hit lower, which makes them unavoidable in some situations. And it also makes your flying block windows that you go through. Both very strong effects, especially the window blocking. Potion of Speed, I already explained. When you fly, you are able to act a bit sooner and move fast a bit sooner. It is useful. The Lantern of Revealing basically makes it so that anytime you miss an attack with your skulls, it feels a bit less garbage because you at least see the survivor and you can maybe do some mind game or use fly to catch up or something like that. The Ornate Horn makes you spawn a 5th skeleton so that it's harder for survivors to dodge between them. Not bad at all. Goes well with the Lantern of Revealing and also can be paired with the Eerie Book of Vile Darkness, so that you have at least 3 skulls and one of them is in the center and it's a little bit easier to aim. Not bad. The Boots of Speed, interesting. Whenever you pick up a Mage Hand pallet or hold it, you get a slight speed boost. Quite a boring add-on, but that's fine. The Robe of Eyes is interesting. Anytime you use a spell and one of the... It got nerfed recently, oddly enough, even though I didn't think it was so good. But anytime you use a spell and a survivor is close to a magical chest, which will be often because they are not too far from generators, you will see their aura at random times. It can obviously be countered by all kinds of perks such as distortion of the record, etc. But any kind of information is not bad, so you take it. The Cloak of Invisibility is an interesting one. Whenever all of your spells are simultaneously on cooldown, you become undetectable for 10 seconds. Keep in mind that this always happens at the start of the game. At the start of the game, all of your spells start on cooldown, so this add-on works at the start. Having 10 seconds of undetectable is really nice. Can go well with, say, Lethal Pursuer to mess with survivors a little bit and make your first hit a little bit easier. If your first hit is easy, then your second one, if you have all your spell soons, will also be very easy to follow up. During the game, you don't necessarily want to always spawn all of your spells. Like it's good that you cycle through spells, but you don't want to use all of them for no reason. So don't lose your mind, okay? If you only use this add-on a few times, that's fine. Dragon Tooth Dagger. Any survivor that has a magical item, so maybe not great to combine it with Bag of Holding, and you hit them, they get mangled and hemorrhage for an odd 45 seconds. Yeah, the duration is pretty bad. It's not really guaranteed to do that much. By the time they get unhooked, the effect might be over. So yeah, it's a bit weak for the purple. The duration could be longer. Most survivors will at one point get a magical item, so it's not too situational. It's just that the time is just too slow. Honestly, just run the Bag of Holding and just prevent them from getting items in the first place. The Staff of Withering makes your detection big ball also exhaust survivors. I actually find this pretty useful. I don't know if you realize, but using the bubble in chase is actually fairly easy. A survivor cannot really dodge it if you just spam it in front of their bloody face. The ball is too big and moves too fast for them to generally get out of the way. So if you know that a survivor or suspect that a survivor has an exhaustion perk, it's really nice. It also works really nice when you detect someone on a gen, and now you can chase them knowing fully well that they cannot use a sprint burst out of it. So say that you are checking for someone and you detect someone, then you can, it gives you a bit of certainty. I'm not a huge fan of exhaustion add-ons. I feel like they are too uncertain. You never know what perks survivors have. They might not even have any exhaustion ones. But yeah, this is one of the easier ones to use. Raven's Feather gives you an extra second of flight, which amounts to 1 extra meter approximately. If you're going for distance, this is useful. The Glass Eye improves the qualities of your ball of detection, the Dispelling Sphere. It makes it bigger and makes it move a little bit faster. Yeah, nice. But honestly, your Dispelling Sphere is not the most important spell, and it gets the job done mostly okay with the default speed and default size. So it's not that this is bad. It's just I don't feel it's terribly necessary. The Trickster Glove. Anytime you use the hand to hold the pallet upright so that it cannot be dropped, this allows you to hold it a little bit longer. This might tempt you into making a mistake. If you ever down a survivor on a pallet, you might think that you can hold the pallet and then pick up and the survivor will not be able to pallet save. That is not true. Even with this add-on, they can still rescue because it takes too long. However, for a brown add-on, it's not bad. Sometimes you misplace slightly, the survivor had a bit of distance on you, and being able to hold a pallet up for a bit longer if they do another short loop round about it. I don't know if I explain myself. If they make another loop around the short obstacle, it can actually be kind of useful. So it's not too bad for a brown. Yeah. Whenever you hit a survivor with a dispelling sphere, as I'm sure you realize, you will hear the heartbeat for a little bit. With this, you hear it for longer. Wow, that's incredible. One of the best add-ons in the game, guys. It's just so good. It's just, yeah, it's so good. Let me read the reasons that make this add-on incredible. Awful. Cloak of Elvenkind. Whenever you are flying, you have a smaller terror radius, which makes you, I guess, slightly harder to see coming. Two little problems. Number one, you fly and you become very tall and you make a very loud sound. You go whoosh. So even if a survivor is genuinely blind, they will still hear you coming, terror radius or not. There's also a magical item that survivors can get sometimes that reveals your aura during your flight. So obviously if you have this add-on and they have that, it's completely worthless. They will still know exactly where you are. One of the worst green add-ons in his repertoire, probably his worst green. The Ring of Telekinesis, interesting idea. So this gives you a very, very, very tiny, I mean very tiny volt speed bonus when you block a pallet. So I guess the idea is that you chase a survivor through some structure like shack or a jungle gym, you block a pallet, they go to the window, and then after blocking the pallet, you can go through a window a bit faster. But it's only 10%. It's pathetic. This add-on is so weak. It's so situational too. Many times, if a survivor goes for a window, you might try to hit them with the skulls or zone them or go around the window. You don't necessarily follow them. This is beyond situational, and even when it does trigger, I think the effect is very, very small. I would not recommend it. This add-on is actually a little bit interesting, and I have a slight feeling that I might be underrating it. So this add-on takes the obscenely long range of the skulls of the Flight of the Damned and makes it even longer by 4 meters, if I remember correctly. Now, most of the time, you will be hitting survivors literally from point blank range, so having skulls reach further is kind of weird. It does give you the possibility of randomly hitting a survivor that is just happens to be away, but that should really not happen. Especially if they have the magical item that reveals your aura when you do this, right? When they see the skulls. However, one interesting thing that you could do, if you pair this with the Iridescent Book of Bile Darkness, your actual maximum range of the skulls is actually fairly good. It's almost like a Huntress snipe. So you might want to use a build that uses this, and then you aim at a survivor that is going for an unhook from very far away, and you can interrupt it, which is kind of cool. Or hit someone on a gen, which is kind of cool. So you could use this for that. And for that reason, honestly, I almost want to move it up a couple spots. Yeah, honestly, that alone could move it up a couple spots. But then again, you already have good range without this add-on. It's really not that good. It's pretty pathetic. Now, the Vorpal Sword has two effects. If the Eerie Book of Bile Darkness affected the flying and the flight of the damned, the skulls, this is the opposite. This affects the big ball, and it affects the hand holding, the mage hand. Unfortunately, it's not very good. The first thing that it does is that it makes the sphere inflict broken on survivors. This can be pretty powerful. Say that 2 survivors unhook each other and they start healing under the hook, and you send a bubble their way and they get hit. Boop. Haha, sorry, you were 99% healed, now you're broken. Haha, try again. Your heal is in another castle. That can be pretty good. And you can also use it on people on the ground to keep them broken for a while. So yeah, that part is kind of cool. But what this does to your mage hand is very weird. Whenever a pallet is dropped, you lose the ability to pick it up. Normally, your mage hand can pick up a pallet. Instead, this mage hand becomes a Mario Goomba stomp, and a hand appears and goes 3 seconds and just bomb bumps the pallet and destroys it. So basically, it gives you a knight-esque ability to destroy a pallet from a distance, while the pallet is being is waiting for the hand to come down and destroy it. It is unvaultable, so you can use this as a bamboozle of sorts for a pallet to deny it. Overall, it has its uses, but I generally do believe that it is a side grade at most and a downgrade for many situations. For that reason, I do believe that the normal ability to pick up a pallet is simply superior, and the Vorpal Sword, for that reason, is a little bit of a downgrade for the most part. But, just as with anything else that I said in this video, I made it all up. I don't know, I don't even play this game. I've been talking genuine crap. You guys have literally wasted 8 hours of your life. No, just kidding. As I was saying, for anything else in this video, you are more than invited to make up your own mind. This hopefully provides you a baseline to follow, but make up your own mind, make your own builds with what works out for you. Yeah, I love sharing all of this, and this will probably be the last video that I make of this type. It was an absolute pleasure to do this with you. It's been a bit difficult, I'm not gonna lie. And from now on, I will try to keep the website updated for you to check, and there will be commentaries for every add-on, and they will be updated as quickly as possible after every update. Thank you so much for watching and for the support, everybody. I really, really appreciate it.